Introduction. My family comes from northern Sweden. The house where my mother was born, and where I have spent every summer of my life, is on the Baltic Sea. The dramatic landscape with its sweeping forests, ragged mountains, and tall cliff formations looming over the sea is carved out by the descent of the ice from the last glacial period, 12,000 years ago. The land is still rising, the retreat of the glaciers allowing further parts of the landscape to emerge. What used to be the sandy bottom of the sea when my mother was a child is now part of our garden. The rocks under my feet are a reminder of the geological time in which we are but a speck. Being there, the brevity of my life is made salient by the forms of time to which I am recalled. As I step into the house where my grandmother lives, I can see our family tree on the wall, fragile lines of farmers and rural workers reaching back into the 16th century. As I climb the mountains that rise out of the ocean, I can see the scale of glacial time, still forming the landscape in which we find ourselves. To return to my family house is to be reminded of how my life is dependent on history, both the natural history of evolution and the social history of those who came before me. Who I can be and what I can do is not generated solely by me. My life is dependent on previous generations and on those who took care of me, with all of us in turn dependent on a history of the earth that so easily could have been different and that might never have brought any of us into being. Moreover, my life is historical in the sense that it is oriented toward a future that is not given. The worlds of which I am a part, the projects I sustain and that sustain me, can flourish and change in a dynamic way, but they can also break apart, atrophy, and die. The worlds that open up through my family and friends, the projects that shape my work and political commitments, carry the promise of my life but also the risk that my life will be shattered or fail to make sense. In a word, both my life and the projects in which I am engaged are finite. To be finite means primarily two things: to be dependent on others and to live in relation to death. I am finite because I cannot maintain my life on my own and because I will die. Likewise, the projects to which I am devoted are finite because they live only through the efforts of those who are committed to them and will cease to be if they are abandoned. The thought of my own death, and the death of everything I love, is utterly painful. I do not want to die, since I want to sustain my life and the life of what I love. At the same time, I do not want my life to be eternal. An eternal life is not only unattainable but also undesirable, since it would eliminate the care and passion that animate my life. This problem can be traced even within religious traditions that espouse faith in eternal life. An article in U.S. Catholic asks, "Heaven, will it be boring?" The article answers no, for in heaven souls are called, not to eternal rest but to eternal activity, eternal social concern. Yet this answer only underlines the problem, since there is nothing to be concerned about in heaven. Concern presupposes that something can go wrong or can be lost, otherwise we would not care. An eternal activity just as much as an eternal rest is of concern to no one, since it cannot be stopped and does not have to be maintained by anyone. The problem is not that an eternal activity would be boring, but that it would not be intelligible as my activity. Any activity of mine, including a boring activity, requires that I sustain it. In an eternal activity, there cannot be a person who is bored or involved in any other way, since an eternal activity does not depend on being sustained by anyone. Far from making my life meaningful, eternity would make it meaningless, since my actions would have no purpose. What I do and what I love can matter to me only because I understand myself as mortal. The understanding of myself as mortal does not have to be explicit and theoretical but is implicit in all my practical commitments and priorities. The question of what I ought to do with my life, a question that is at issue in everything I do, presupposes that I understand my time to be finite. Fourth question of how I should lead my life to be intelligible is a question: I have to believe that I will die. If I believed that my life would last forever, I could never take my life to be at stake and I would never be seized by the need to do anything with my time. I would not even be able to understand what it means to do something sooner rather than later in my life, since I would have no sense of a finite lifetime that gives urgency to any project or activity. The sense of my own irreplaceable life, then, is inseparable from my sense that it will end. When I return to the same landscape every summer, part of what makes it so poignant is that I may never see it again. Moreover, I care for the preservation of the landscape because I am aware that even the duration of the natural environment is not guaranteed. Likewise, my devotion to the ones I love is inseparable from the sense that they cannot be taken for granted. My time with family and friends is precious because we have to make the most of it. Our time together is illuminated by the sense that it will not last forever and we need to take care of one another because our lives are fragile. The sense of finitude, the sense of the ultimate fragility of everything we care about, is at the heart of what I call secular faith. To have secular faith is to be devoted to a life that will end, to be dedicated to projects that can fail or break down. Ranging from the concrete how we approach funerals to the general what makes a life worth living, I will show how secular faith expresses itself in the ways we mourn our loved ones, make commitments, and care about a sustainable world. I call it secular faith because it is devoted to a form of life that is bounded by time. In accordance with the meaning of the Latin word secularis, to have secular faith is to be dedicated to persons or projects that are worldly and temporal. Secular faith is the form of faith that we all sustain in caring for someone or something that is vulnerable to loss. We all care for ourselves, for others, for the world in which we find ourselves, and care is inseparable from the risk of loss. In contrast, the common denominator for what I call religious forms of faith is a devaluation of our finite lives as a lower form of being. All world religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, hold that the highest form of existence or the most desirable form of life is eternal rather than finite. To be religious or to adopt a religious perspective on life is to regard our finitude as a lack, an illusion, or a fallen state of being. Moreover, such a religious perspective on life is not limited to institutionalized religion or to actual believers. Even many people who do not have religious faith still subscribe to the idea that our finitude is a restriction and that we suffer from a lack of eternal life. From a religious perspective, our finitude is seen as a lamentable condition that ideally should be overcome. This is the premise with which I take issue. I seek to show that any life worth living must be finite and requires secular faith. Secular faith is committed to persons and projects that may be lost, to make them live on for the future. Far from being resigned to death, a secular faith seeks to postpone death and improve the conditions of life. As we will see, living on should not be conflated with eternity. The commitment to living on does not express an aspiration to live forever but to live longer and to live better, not to overcome death but to extend the duration and improve the quality of a form of life. The commitment to living on bears the sense of finitude within itself. However long the movement of living on may last and however much the quality of living on may be improved, it can always end. Even when we fight for an ideal that extends far beyond our own lives, a political vision for the future, a sustainable legacy for generations to come, we are devoted to a form of life that may cease to be or never come to be. This sense of finitude is intrinsic to why it matters that anyone or anything lives on. If we seek to engender, prolong, or enhance the existence of something to make it live on in a better way, we are animated by the sense that it may be lost if we fail to act. Without this risk of loss, our efforts and our fidelity to the project would not be required. To have secular faith is to acknowledge that the object of our faith is dependent on the practice of faith. I call it secular faith, since the object of devotion does not exist independently of those who believe in its importance and who keep it alive through their fidelity. The object of secular faith, e.g., the life we are trying to lead, the institutions we are trying to build, the community we are trying to achieve, is inseparable from what we do and how we do it. Through the practice of secular faith, we bind ourselves to a normative ideal, a conception of who we ought to be as individuals and as a community. The ideal itself, however, depends on how we keep faith with our commitment and remains open to being challenged, transformed, or overturned. The object of religious faith, by contrast, is taken to be independent of the fidelity of finite beings. The object of religious faith, whether God or any other form of infinite being, is ultimately regarded as separable from the practice of faith, since it does not depend on any form of finite life. The most fundamental example of finitude in our historical moment is the prospect that the earth itself will be destroyed. If the earth were destroyed, all life forms that matter to us would be extinguished. No one would live on and no aspect of our lives would be remembered. Yet, from the standpoint of religious faith, such an end of life is only apparent. Even if all forms of living on are terminated, nothing essential is lost, since the essential is eternal rather than finite. As William James observes in the conclusion to his classic work The Varieties of Religious Experience, the subordination of the finite to the eternal is the common denominator both for orthodox religions and for all forms of religious mysticism. This world may indeed, as science assures us, someday burn up or freeze, James writes, but for those with religious faith, God's existence is the guarantee of an ideal order that shall be permanently preserved. 2. Accordingly, from a religious point of view, the end of the world is ultimately not a tragedy. On the contrary, many religious doctrines and religious visions look forward to the end of the world as the moment of salvation. This moment can either be imagined as the collective end of humankind when damnation and salvation are decided, as in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, or as the end of an individual through absorption into a timeless state of being, as in Hinduism and Buddhism. In either case, our lives as finite beings are not seen as ends in themselves but rather as a means to reach the end of human history. For the same reason, climate change and the possible destruction of the Earth cannot be seen as an existential threat from the standpoint of religious faith. To grasp the existential threat to yourself and to future generations, you have to believe not only that life is finite but also that everything valuable, everything that matters depends on finite life. This is exactly what religious faith denies. If you have religious faith, you believe that all finite life can be terminated and yet what is truly valuable will still remain. The Dalai Lama summed it up perfectly when asked how a Buddhist for whom the finite world is an illusion and who seeks to be detached from everything that passes away can be worried about our current ecological crisis. A Buddhist would say it doesn't matter, the Dalai Lama replied. Point 3. This may seem surprising, since Buddhist ethics famously advocates a peaceful relation to nature and all living beings. Yet Buddhist ethics is not motivated by a concern for nature or living beings as ends in themselves. Rather, the motivation is to be released from karma, with the aim of being released from life altogether and helping others to reach the same end. The goal of Buddhism is not for anyone to live on or for the earth itself to live on but to attain the state of nirvana, where nothing matters. The Buddhist perspective is not an exception, but makes explicit what is implicit in any religious commitment to eternity. If you are aiming for eternal life, finite life does not matter for its own sake but serves as a vehicle to attain salvation. Of course, even if you identify as religious, you can still care intensely for the fate of our life on earth. My point, however, is that if you care for our form of life as an end in itself, you are acting on the basis of secular faith, even if you claim to be religious. Religious faith can entail obedience to moral norms, but it cannot recognize that the ultimate purpose of what we do, the ultimate reason it matters, how we treat one another and the earth is our fragile life together. From a religious perspective, the ultimate purpose of what we do is to serve God or attain salvation, rather than to care for our shared lives and the future generations for which we are responsible. As soon as we acknowledge that our finite lives and the generations that may carry on our finite legacy are ends in themselves, we make explicit that our faith is secular rather than religious. Hence, our ecological crisis can be taken seriously only from the standpoint of secular faith. Only a secular faith can be committed to the flourishing of finite life, sustainable forms of life on earth as an end in itself. If the earth itself is an object of care in our time of ecological crisis, it is because we have come to believe that it is a resource that can be exhausted, an ecosystem that can be damaged and destroyed. Whether we care about the earth for its own sake or for the sake of species that depend on it, the awareness of its precarious existence is an intrinsic part of why we care about it. This is not to say that we care about the earth only because it can be lost. If we care about the earth, it is rather because of the positive qualities we ascribe to it. However, an intrinsic part of why we care about the positive qualities of the earth is that we believe they can be lost, either for us or in themselves. The same holds for the ways in which we care about our own lives, the lives of those we love, or those for whom we are responsible. Caring about someone or something requires that we believe in its value, but it also requires that we believe that what is valued can cease to be. In order to care, we have to believe in the future not only as a chance but also as a risk. Only in the light of risk, only in the light of possible failure or loss can we be committed to sustaining the life of what we value. Secular faith is not in itself sufficient to lead a responsible life, and it does not automatically make one improve the conditions of the world, but it is necessary for motivating ethical, political, and filial commitments. Accordingly, I will seek to show that secular faith lies at the heart of the sense of responsibility. Let me take a basic example, the Golden Rule. To treat others as you would like to be treated is a fundamental principle in both secular and religious moral teachings. The Golden Rule, however, does not require any form of religious faith. On the contrary, a genuine care for others must be based on secular faith. If you follow the Golden Rule because you believe it is a divine command, you are motivated by obedience to God rather than by care for another person. Likewise, if you follow the Golden Rule because you believe it will yield a divine reward, e.g., the release from karma, you are acting not out of concern for the well-being of others but rather out of concern for your own salvation. If your care for another person is based on religious faith, you will cease to care about her if you lose your religious faith and thereby reveal that you never cared about her as an end in herself. As with all the arguments in this book, I address here both religious and secular audiences. I invite the readers who identify as religious to ask themselves if their care for others is actually motivated by faith in a divine command or divine reward. Moreover, I encourage both religious and secular readers to recognize their commitment to finite life as the condition of responsibility. The Golden Rule does not depend on a religious sense of eternity. On the contrary, it depends on a secular sense of finitude. To treat others as we ourselves would like to be treated requires that we recognize our shared finitude, since only finite beings can be in need of mutual care. An infinite being is never in need of anything and cannot care about how it is treated. The golden rule therefore demands that we recognize one another as finite and keep faith with one another as ends in ourselves. It is because I am finite that I am in need and that it can matter to me how I am treated. Likewise, it is because I recognize you as finite that I can understand that you are in need and that it matters how I treat you. If we do not recognize our shared vulnerability and finitude, the demand for mutuality is not intelligible and we cannot be compelled to care for one another as ends in ourselves. Hence, I will present a vision of the emancipatory potential of recognizing our secular faith and our essential finitude. The emancipatory potential of secular faith is a possibility and far from being achieved in our current state of secularization, which should not be conflated with an emancipated form of secular life. Moreover, even in being achieved, secular life will always remain fragile, since it is sustained only through our commitments. The recognition of finitude does not provide any guarantee that we will care for one another in the right way. The recognition of our shared finitude is a necessary condition for the demand of mutual care to be intelligible, but this recognition is in no way sufficient for actual mutuality. Rather, our dependence on one another and the fragility of our lives call for us to develop institutions of social justice and material welfare. Our ability to treat others justly depends on how we have been treated and cared for in turn, all the way from our first experiences of parental love to the organization of the society in which we find ourselves. Only a secular perspective allows us to focus on these normative practices. Our forms of upbringing, education, labor, political governance, and so on as essentially matters of what we do, as practices for which we are responsible and that have to be sustained or questioned or revised by us, rather than being given by nature or supernatural decree. For the same reason, secular faith is the condition of freedom. To be free, I argue, is not to be sovereign or liberated from all constraints. Rather, we are free because we are able to ask ourselves what we ought to do with our time. All forms of freedom, e.g., the freedom to act, the freedom to speak, the freedom to love, are intelligible as freedom only insofar as we are free to engage the question of what we should do with our time. If it were given what we should do, what we should say, and whom we should love, in short, if it were given what we should do with our time, we would not be free. The ability to ask this question, the question of what we ought to do with our time, is the basic condition for what I call spiritual freedom. To lead a free, spiritual life rather than a life determined merely by natural instincts, I must be responsible for what I do. This is not to say that I am free from natural and social constraints. I did not choose to be born with the limitations and abilities I happen to have. Moreover, I had no control over who took care of me, what they did to me and for me. My family and the larger historical context into which I was born shaped me before I could do anything about it. Likewise, social norms continue to inform who I can take myself to be and what I can do with my life. Without social norms I did not invent on my own and that shape the world in which I find myself, I can have no understanding of who to be or what to do. Nevertheless, I am responsible for upholding, challenging, or transforming these norms. I am not merely causally determined by nature or norms but act in light of norms that I can challenge and transform. Point 4. This is what it means to have a spiritual life. Even at the price of my biological survival, my material well-being, or my social standing, I can give my life for a principle to which I hold myself or for a cause in which I believe. My freedom therefore requires that I can ask myself what I should do with my time. Even when I am utterly absorbed in what I do, what I say, and what I love, the possibility of this question must be alive in me. Being engaged in my activities, I must run the risk of being bored, otherwise my engagement would be a matter of compulsive necessity. Being devoted to what I love, I must run the risk of losing it or giving it up, otherwise there would be nothing at stake in maintaining and actively relating to what I love. Most fundamentally, I must live in relation to my irrevocable death, otherwise I would believe that my time is infinite and there would be no urgency in dedicating my life to anything. The condition of our freedom, then, is that we understand ourselves as finite. Only in light of the apprehension that we will die, that our lifetime is indefinite but finite, can we ask ourselves what we ought to do with our lives and put ourselves at stake in our activities. This is why all religious visions of eternity, as we shall see, ultimately are visions of unfreedom. In the consummation of eternity, there would be no question of what we should do with our lives. We would be absorbed in bliss forever and thereby deprived of any possible agency. Rather than having a free relation to what we do and what we love, we would be compelled by necessity to enjoy it. 2. This life addresses both religious and secular audiences. I invite the religious and the religiously inclined to ask themselves if they actually have faith in eternity and if this faith is compatible with the care that animates their lives. Furthermore, I encourage both religious and secular readers to see why the finitude of our lives should not be regarded as a lack, a restriction, or a fallen condition. Instead of lamenting the absence of eternity, we should acknowledge the commitment to finite life as the condition for anything to be at stake and for anyone to lead a free life. My critique of religious faith does not primarily appeal to scientific knowledge, and my critique of religious values does not primarily appeal to scientific facts. Rather, I provide a new perspective on what we believe and what we value. In caring about anyone or anything, we are already practicing an implicit form of secular faith in what we do, since we are devoted to someone or something that is fragile. My aim is to make our secular faith explicit in our understanding of what we do and thereby open up emancipatory possibilities for transforming our practices of care as well as our communal life. My argument challenges one of the most widely held assumptions about religion. According to many surveys, more than 50% of Americans hold that religious faith is necessary to live a moral, responsible life. The same assumption is part of a more general revival of political theology, among both prominent philosophers and the general public. The intellectual historian Peter E. Gordon has provided the most capacious definition of political theology, while tracing its resurgence in thinkers such as Charles Taylor, Jürgen Habermas, and José Casanova. In Gordon's account, political theology is defined by two theses. The first thesis postulates a normative deficit. Secular life suffers from a lack of moral substance and cannot establish a viable ground for our political life together. The second thesis postulates a religious plenitude. To compensate for its normative deficit, secular life must turn to religion as the unique and privileged resource of moral political instruction without which society cannot cohere. As Gordon shows, these two theses of political theology are remarkably persistent not only in the history of ideas but also in contemporary philosophy and sociology. Point 5. Such political theology contributes to a pervasive negative narrative regarding the possibilities of secular life. In our secular age, faith in eternal life or eternal being is said to have declined. Yet there is a widespread notion that the lapse in religious faith is a great loss and that the hope for eternity expresses our deepest desire, even if it cannot be fulfilled. Secular life would then be characterized by both a normative and an existential deficit. Owing to secularization, we have supposedly lost both the moral foundation that is required to hold our society together and the redemptive hope that is needed to find meaning in our lives. The most influential version of such a negative assessment of secular life was formulated by the sociologist Max Weber in the early 20th century. Weber's famous claim that secular life suffers from a disenchantment of the world continues to serve as an alibi for political theology and to instill the sense that a society without religious faith is hopelessly lacking. According to Weber, disenchantment has three major implications. Point 6. First, disenchantment means that we no longer appeal to any mysterious incalculable forces, or any other forms of supernatural explanation for what happens in the world. Rather, the form of reason becomes an instrumental reason, which assumes that we can, in principle, control everything by means of calculation. Second, Weber takes disenchantment to mean that the ultimate and most sublime values have retreated from public life, so that we are deprived of any form of genuine community. Third, Weber laments that disenchantment entails that death is no longer a meaningful phenomenon. Weber holds that the human beings who lived in an enchanted world, his example is Abraham, or some peasant of the past, had a meaningful relation to death because they supposedly died, fulfilled by life, and regarded themselves as belonging to an organic cycle. When Abraham or the peasant of the past was on the verge of death, he could take himself to have had enough of life because it had given to him what life had to offer, and for him there remained no puzzles he might wish to solve. In contrast, the person whom Weber describes as disenchanted, civilized man, cannot ever regard his life as completed, since he is committed to the possibility of progress, the continuous enrichment of culture by ideas, knowledge, and problems, in which he wants to participate. Such a person will always be dissatisfied, Weber argues, since his life can never be completed. What he sees as always something provisional and not definitive, and therefore death for him is a meaningless occurrence. Rather than being seen as the meaningful conclusion of a life and as the ascent to eternity, death comes to be regarded as the meaningless interruption of a life. This leads Weber to the conclusion that the commitment to earthly progress makes our lives meaningless rather than meaningful. Because death is meaningless, civilized life is such as meaningless, by its very progressiveness it gives death the imprint of meaninglessness. Ever since Weber delivered his diagnosis in the early 20th century, Many thinkers have tried to offer a cure for the disenchantment and sense of meaninglessness that are supposedly inherent in secular life. My argument is, on the contrary, that the diagnosis itself is deeply misleading and should be called into question on every count. The basic problem is that Weber fails to grasp the commitment to freedom that is a distinct historical achievement of modern, secular life. For Weber, all that remains when we subtract religious norms and values from our lives is an impoverished instrumental reason that disables any ultimate value or genuine community. Yet the idea of an instrumental reason that operates on its own is unintelligible. We cannot reason instrumentally without a purpose for the sake of which we lead our lives, since nothing can count as a means except in light of a value that we hold to be an end in itself. If we had no defining purposes, if everything were reduced to instrumental means, it would be impossible to understand the point of doing anything. In contrast to religious faith, secular faith recognizes that the defining purposes of our lives depend on our commitments. The authority of our norms cannot be established by divine revelation or natural properties but must be instituted, upheld, and justified by our practices. If we do not appeal to mysterious forces or a supernatural authority, it does not mean, as Weber claims, that we believe everything can be mastered by calculation. On the contrary, to have secular faith is to acknowledge that we are essentially dependent on and answerable to other persons who cannot be mastered or controlled, since we are all free, finite beings. By the same token, the norms in light of which we lead our lives can be called into question, contested, and revised. Far from being an impediment to genuine community, the recognition that we are responsible for the form of our shared life is at the heart of the modern, secular commitment to democracy. Like other political theologians, however, Weber has no faith in democracy as an actual power of the people but believes that democracy must be subordinated to a charismatic leader, a Führer, as Weber designated the function 15 years before Hitler's ascent to power. Without a leader who occupies the role of a religious authority, democracy supposedly will have no animating soul, since for Weber there is no feature of secular life itself that can bind people together in genuine community. Point 7. Hence, while Weber portrays himself as someone who offers a value-neutral diagnosis, his negative assessment of the possibilities of secular life betrays his religious presuppositions. By religious presuppositions I do not mean that Weber believes in God or eternity, but that he regards our finitude as a negative restriction and assumes that secular life necessarily suffers from a lack of meaning. Weber prides himself on having the courage to face the emptiness of life without religion, contrasting himself to those who cannot bear the fate of the times, and flee into the arms of the old churches. 8. But his idea of secular life as empty or meaningless is itself a religious notion. Thus, when Weber claims that the commitment to earthly progress makes our lives meaningless rather than meaningful, the authority to which he appeals is the devoutly religious author Leo Tolstoy. Weber's entire argument here exhibits a striking inability to understand the dynamic of leading a free, finite life. Weber apparently thinks that a fulfilling life should lead one to a sense of final satisfaction or completion, where one has had enough of life and can welcome death itself as meaningful. This is a profoundly misguided view of what it means to be a person who is leading her life. Being a person is not a goal that can be achieved but a purpose that must be sustained. For example, if I take my vocation to be sociology, as Weber did, I understand the significance of my life in light of my commitment to being a sociologist. Being a sociologist is not a project that can be completed but a purpose for the sake of which I lead my life and engage in what I do. If my life as a sociologist is satisfying, it does not mean that I have had enough of being a sociologist. On the contrary, it means that I am committed to sustaining my life as a sociologist. Even if I retire as a sociologist and focus on other activities, I am still committed to being a sociologist insofar as I identify with the work I have done, an identification that can include revising my views or conceding that the work of others has superseded my own. If I were truly done with being a sociologist, if I truly had enough, it would mean that I renounced any form of care for the work I did and who I was as a sociologist. Even if I am done with being a sociologist, however, my life is not complete. As long as I lead my life, I have to be committed to one or several purposes, e.g., being retired, being a grandparent, being a citizen, being a friend, which define who I take myself to be. Leading my life is not a process that can end in final fulfillment, but an activity that I have to sustain for the sake of something that matters to me. Even if a defining purpose of my life breaks down, the breakdown matters to me because I am striving to have a purpose. The activity of leading my life, my striving to have a purpose, cannot even in principle be completed. If my life were complete, it would not be my life, since it would be over. In leading my life, I am not striving for an impossible completion of who I am but for the possible and fragile coherence of who I am trying to be, to hold together and be responsive to the commitments that define who I take myself to be. Leading a satisfying life is not to achieve a state of consummation but to be engaged in what I do and put myself at stake in activities that matter to me. For the same reason, if I reach a point when I welcome death because I have had enough of myself altogether, it does not mean that my life is fulfilled and reveals its final meaning. On the contrary, if I have had enough of my life, it means that I am failing to lead a meaningful life. Death cannot be a meaningful completion of my life, since my life is not something that can be complete. My death is not something I can experience as the completion of anything, since it excludes my existence. As long as my life is mine, as long as I lead my life, the book of my life is still open, and it is neither possible nor desirable to be done with myself. Contrary to what Weber holds, there is no correlation between leading a meaningful life and embracing death as the supposed completion of life. As long as our lives matter to us, we are committed to the continuation rather than the completion of our lives. For the same reason, the commitment to the possibility of progress, which entails that what we care about extends beyond and cannot be completed in our own lifetime, does not make our lives meaningless. On the contrary, part of the meaning of what we do is that it can have significance for future generations and make their lives better than ours. 9. If we take the possibility of democratic progress seriously, we should therefore counter Weber's conservative nostalgia for a premodern, enchanted world. As the critic Bruce Robbins has argued in an insightful analysis of Weber, the suggestion that genuine community used to exist omits any consideration of those who were excluded from such community, the slaves and women of ancient Greece, to pick at random from a long series of examples. Opinion on the genuineness of community would depend on whose experience was consulted. If you asked landless laborers in the Middle Ages, such community might have seemed less unquestionably genuine. 10. Furthermore, if contemporary workers express greater discontent with their lives than did Weber's imagined peasant of the past, it is a result of rising expectations rather than disenchantment, a product of democratic progress to be set against centuries of resignation by the poor to their inevitable social fate. No, there was no malaise back then. Why? Because people knew their places. 11. We can thus offer a quite different diagnosis of our predicament than the one proposed by Weber and his followers. The dissatisfactions of our current state of secularization are not due to the idea of progress. As Robbins emphasizes, the dissatisfactions are rather due to the failure of progress, namely, our failure to achieve a level of social justice that the premodern world did not even strive to achieve. 12. The key to such an understanding of the promise of secular life can be found in the work of Karl Marx. Marxist thinking is often conflated with the totalitarian communist regimes of the 20th century, but I will argue that he is the most important inheritor of the secular commitment to freedom and democracy. In contrast to Weber and other political theologians, Marx has no nostalgia for the premodern world. Rather, he makes clear that both capitalism and liberalism are historical conditions of possibility for the emancipation that he espouses. This is why Marx, in his critique of capitalism and liberalism, takes issue with these forms of life on their own terms. He seeks to show that capitalism and liberalism require their own overcoming by virtue of the secular commitment they bear within themselves to freedom and democracy. At the time when Marx lived and subsequently inspired by his writings, there was a growing secular recognition that we are what we do and that we can do things differently. We do not have to be subjected to the laws of religion or capital, but can transform our historical situation through collective action and create institutions for the free development of social individuals as an end in itself. Thus, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, during the same decades when Weber lamented the supposed loss of genuine community, workers formed democratic socialist organizations that provided a sense of practical identity and solidarity, as well as ethical and political purpose. The workers' movements organized youth groups, choirs, book clubs, sports teams, and other communal activities. They pursued democracy on the ground by publishing daily newspapers and journals that provided a forum for ongoing, open debate about the stakes and goals of the movement. Workers of all stripes were offered further education, women came together to pursue their own emancipation, and there was a common cause in the shared effort to build a better society. The words of a German miner, aged 33 and with 8 children, echo the testimony of many workers from this period. The modern labor movement, he said in 1912, enriches me and all my friends through the growing light of recognition. We understand that we are no longer the anvil but rather the hammer that forms the future of our children, and that feeling is worth more than gold. 13. This sense of spiritual freedom that we can be the subjects of our history and not merely subject to our history is at the core of Marx's notion of emancipation. The growing international solidarity of the workers' movements was largely broken by the First World War, which erupted in 1914. By the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, the material and social conditions for creating a new form of society were largely in ruins. As the great political thinker, feminist, and activist Rosa Luxemburg observed at the time, Russia was an isolated land, exhausted by world war, strangled by imperialism, betrayed by the international proletariat. 14 Under such circumstances, it was virtually impossible to achieve an exemplary democratic socialism. As Luxemburg put it, the revolutionaries could not be expected to perform miracles, but must be understood within the limits of historical possibilities. 15 Yet, already during the first stages of the Russian Revolution, Luxemburg rightly warned against the dangers of making a virtue of necessity and losing hold of the commitment to democracy. It would be fatal, she maintained, if the revolutionaries were to freeze into a complete theoretical system all the tactics forced upon them by these fatal circumstances, and place into its storehouses new discoveries all the distortions prescribed in Russia by necessity and compulsion in the last analysis only by products of the bankruptcy of international socialism in the present world war. 16. By the time of Stalin and Mao, the bankruptcy would be in full force. No one who takes up Marx's ideas today should make any excuses for such totalitarian regimes, which failed to grasp the insights of Marx not only in practice but also in theory. To retrieve and develop Marx's insights in a new direction, we need instead to engage the fundamental question of freedom with which he is concerned. The task is all the more important because the appeal to freedom in recent decades has been appropriated for agendas on the political right, where the idea of freedom serves to defend the free market and is largely reduced to a formal conception of individual liberty. In response, many thinkers on the political left have retreated from or even explicitly rejected the idea of freedom. This is a fatal mistake. Any emancipatory politics as well as any critique of capitalism requires a conception of freedom. Only in light of a commitment to freedom can we render anything intelligible as oppression, exploitation, or alienation. Moreover, only in light of a commitment to freedom can we give an account of what we are trying to achieve and why it matters. Thus, we cannot understand Marx's critique of capitalism unless we understand the notion of freedom to which he is committed. Understanding this notion requires understanding why questions of economy and material conditions are inseparable from all spiritual questions of freedom. The economic organization of our society is not a mere instrumental means for the pursuit of individual ends. Rather, our shared economy is itself expressive of how we understand the relation between means and ends. Economic matters are not abstract but concern the most general and concrete questions of what we do with our time. As I will show in detail, how we organize our economy is intrinsic to how we live together and what we collectively value. From his early to his late works, Marx's analyses of economic questions proceed from a philosophical grasp of what it means to be living and free. All living beings are finite, both in the sense that they are not self-sufficient and in the sense that they can die. Living beings must therefore draw on their environment to sustain themselves. A living being cannot simply exist but must do something to stay alive. The need of the living organism to sustain itself, the labor required to keep ourselves alive, minimally defines what Marx calls the realm of necessity. Because we are living beings, we must work to maintain ourselves. Yet, all the time we have is not necessarily required to ensure our biological survival, and it is an open question for us what we should do with the surplus of time. This is why, for Marx, we also live in the realm of freedom. We are able to engage our life activity as a free activity, since we can ask ourselves what to do and if it is the right thing to do. Moreover, through technological innovations, from simple tools to advanced machines, we can reduce the time we need to expend on securing our survival, by replacing large parts of our living labor with non-living capacities for producing social goods. We can thereby decrease our realm of necessity, the time required to keep ourselves alive, and increase our realm of freedom, the time available for activities that we count as ends in themselves, which includes time for engaging the question of what matters to us and which activities we should count as ends in themselves. The exercise of our spiritual freedom depends both on material conditions of production and social relations of recognition. Insofar as we spend our time working a job that is not fulfilling but merely serves as a means for our survival, our labor time is unfree, since we cannot affirm that what we do is an expression of who we are. Instead of being free to engage the question of what makes our life worth living, the question of what we ought to do with our time, our lives are mortgaged to a form of labor that is required for our survival. To live a free life, it is not enough that we have the right to freedom. We must have access to the material resources as well as the forms of education that allow us to pursue our freedom and to own the question of what to do with our time. What belongs to each one of us, what is irreducibly our own, is not property or goods but the time of our lives. To be clear, the emphasis on my own life or your own life is not in opposition to sociality. As Marx underlines, my own existence is social activity, and therefore that which I make of myself, I make of myself for society and with the awareness of myself as a social being. 17 Hence, to own your life is not to be independent but to be able to acknowledge your dependence. A good example is the experience of love. When you love someone, e.g., as a friend, as a parent, as a life partner, your dependence on the other is not a restriction that prevents you from being free. Rather, your dependence on the other belongs to the life you affirm as your own. Acting on behalf of the one you love is not an alien purpose but the expression of a commitment in which you can recognize yourself, since caring for the interests and the well-being of the other is part of your own understanding of who you are. Likewise, if the work you do is for the sake of something you believe in as an end in itself, as it is for me when I teach my classes or when I write this book, then even the difficult or exhausting demands of the work are not an external imposition on a prior freedom. On the contrary, the demands of my students and the difficulties of my writing are an intrinsic part of the form of life to which I am committed. Thus, even when it is hard to sustain my work, I can recognize the challenges as ones to which I hold myself. If you cannot see yourself in the purpose of your occupation, then your labor time is alienated, even if your job entails a high salary and great social prestige. This may seem like a small problem compared with the labor conditions of most of the people who produce the commodities that populate our world. There is certainly a harrowing difference between those who assemble our computers in factories or manufacture our clothes in sweatshops and those of us who turn on our computers or put on our clothes while forgetting the labor conditions under which they were produced. Yet from Marx's perspective, these issues are all connected, since they concern how our shared economic life is organized and how it is inimical to our freedom. To be able to lead free lives and own what we do, we must be able to see ourselves both in the purpose of our occupation and in the social conditions of the labor that sustains our lives, to recognize our own commitment to freedom in the institutions on which we depend and to which we contribute. Such identification requires that all of us have the freedom to participate in possible transformations of the purpose of what we do, democratic transformations of the social institutions of labor, as well as the freedom to give up or call into question our supposed vocation in favor of different occupations. In short, our freedom requires that we can own the question of what to do with our time. For Marx, political progress is measured by the degree to which it allows for such freedom. This is why all readings of Marx that posit a final resolution as the goal of politics, either in the form of a totalitarian state or a utopian life that would overcome finitude, betray the most important insights of his work. The goal is not to overcome finitude, but to transform qualitatively our ability to lead free lives. Even in their most ideal state, our lives will have to reckon with the risks of finitude, the risks of losing what we love and losing our ability to do what we love, since these risks are intrinsic to freedom itself. Moreover, there is no question of leaving the realm of necessity behind. How we lead our lives in the realm of freedom is inseparable from how we live our lives in the realm of necessity. As living beings, we will always have to do some form of work to maintain our lives, and labor is not in itself something bad. On the contrary, all forms of free activities, as in my examples of teaching and writing, are themselves forms of labor. An emancipated life is not a life that is free from work, but a life in which we pursue work on the basis of our own commitments. Even our socially necessary labor can be an expression of our freedom if it is shared for the sake of the common good. The aim, then, is to decrease the realm of necessity and increase the realm of freedom by making the relation between the two a democratic question. We will always have to work for better or for worse, but what will count as necessary labor and what will count as free labor is a matter of our commitments and our social organization. For the same reason, the relation between necessity and freedom cannot be settled once and for all but must always be negotiated. There are no definitive political solutions in Marx, but rather the clarification of a vital problem. What we need to negotiate both individually and collectively is how to cultivate the finite time that is the condition of our freedom. We can thus understand why the advent of capitalism is a form of progress for Marx. Wage labor under capitalism is historically the first social form which in principle recognizes that each one of us owns the time of our lives and that our lifetime is inherently valuable. Unlike slaves who are systematically denied ownership of their time, we are free to sell our labor to someone who is willing to buy it. Moreover, wage labor is explicitly conceived as a means for us to achieve the end of leading a free life. The promise of achieving freedom through wage labor is necessarily contradicted, however, by how we measure the value of our lives under capitalism. Marx's critique of the measure of value under capitalism is the most important argument in all of his work, but also the most misunderstood. Contrary to a widely held assumption among both his followers on the left and his critics on the right, Marx does not subscribe to a general labor theory of value, which holds that labor is the necessary source of all wealth. Rather, Marx argues that the production of wealth under capitalism entails a historically specific measure of value, socially necessary labor time, which contradicts the value of free time and must be overcome for the sake of our emancipation. In developing Marx's critique of the capitalist measure of value, I argue that it calls for a revaluation of value. The revaluation in question requires not only a theoretical but also a practical transformation of the way we lead our lives. All the way from our social organization of labor and our technological production of goods to our forms of education, we need to pursue a revaluation that acknowledges our finite lifetime as the condition for anything to matter and for anything to be valuable. Marx himself has notoriously little to say about how we would be able to lead our lives beyond capitalism. Drawing on what Marx calls communism, however, I outline a new vision of democratic socialism that is committed to providing the material and spiritual conditions for each one of us to lead a free life, in mutual recognition of our dependence on one another. Through a critique of capitalism and liberalism on their own terms, I specify the general principles of democratic socialism and elaborate their concrete implications. What I call democratic socialism is neither an imposed blueprint nor an abstract utopia. Rather, I derive the principles of democratic socialism from the commitment to freedom and equality that we already avow. The political project of democratic socialism requires secular faith. To have faith in the possibility of actualizing freedom is not to believe that it is guaranteed or that it can be secured. To have faith in the possibility of freedom is to have faith in something that will always be precarious and contestable, even in its fullest actualization. The struggle for freedom is an act of secular faith because it is committed to a form of individual and collective life that is essentially finite. This commitment to a free, finite life is implicit in all forms of resistance to exploitation and alienation. The only ability that can be exploited or alienated and the only one that can be liberated is our ability to own the question of what to do with our time, since that ability is presupposed by all forms of freedom. The ability is certainly developmental and in need of cultural formation, but without faith in such an ability the idea of freedom is unintelligible. To be responsive to the exploitation or alienation of someone's life, you have to believe in the fragile possibility and the intrinsic value of her ability to own her time. The same secular faith is exhibited by anyone who takes up the struggle against her own oppression. To understand yourself as being exploited or alienated, you have to believe that you have a finite, precious time to live and that your own life is being taken away from you when that time is taken away from you. Accordingly, the cultivation of secular faith is indispensable for progressive politics. The pursuit of emancipation requires that we are committed to improving the material and social conditions of freedom as an end in itself. This is why Marx emphasizes that the critique of religion must be accompanied by a critique of the existing forms of our life together. That those who are enslaved or live in poverty may need faith in God to carry on with their lives is not a reason to promote religious faith but a reason to abolish slavery and poverty. The need for such a critical and emancipatory perspective is as pressing as ever. We live in an epoch when social inequality, climate change, and global injustice are intertwined with the resurgence of religious forms of authority that deny the ultimate importance of these matters. A dominant response is to retreat from a secular faith in the possibility of progress, in favor of asserting the necessity of a religious sense of fullness to sustain our moral and spiritual lives. This book seeks to combat all such forms of political theology. In contrast, I offer a secular vision of why everything depends on what we do with our time together. The decline of religious faith in eternity is not something to be lamented. Rather, it provides an opportunity to make explicit and strengthen our secular faith in this life as an end in itself. 3. The book is divided into two parts, which are devoted to the two concepts I introduce in my subtitle, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. The first part of the book pursues the stakes of the difference between secular and religious faith. What I call religious faith is any form of belief in an eternal being or an eternity beyond being, either in the form of a timeless repose such as nirvana, a transcendent God, or an immanent, divine nature. Religious faith is not a system of belief that I am trying to disprove, in the sense of demonstrating the non-existence of eternity. What I am calling into question is the idea that eternity is desirable. The assumption that eternity is desirable is much more pervasive than any alleged certainty concerning its existence. Theological attempts to prove the existence of God are outdated for many contemporary religious believers, but the idea that eternity is worth being devoted to is indispensable for the defense of religious faith. There is no reason to have faith in eternity unless one believes that it offers a meaningful consolation for, alternative to, or escape from the loss of what we love. In contrast, I seek to show that an eternal life would not fulfill our desire to live on. The commitment to living on rather than to eternal life lies at the heart of secular faith. My account of secular faith does not depend on the contrast to religious faith, since secular faith is intrinsic to any form of care. However, in our historical situation, the understanding of faith is still deeply entangled with religious ways of thinking. In order to transform our received notions of faith, these ways of thinking need to be engaged directly, which is why my arguments in the first half of the book emerge in explicit dialogue with religious writers. To engage their work is an opportunity to develop the understanding of secular faith and to defend it against the most serious objections. Thus, I elaborate my notion of secular faith through readings of both the Bible and Buddhist philosophy, as well as prominent religious writers ranging from Greek and Roman Stoics to St. Augustine, Martin Luther, Dante Alighieri, Meister Eckhart, Baruch Spinoza, Soren Kierkegaard, Paul Tillich, C.S. Lewis, and Charles Taylor. Precisely because they aim to transcend secular faith, these religious writers have a sharp eye for the perils of such faith and they describe its dynamic at length. Chapter 1 develops my account of secular faith as a condition of intelligibility for any form of care. To make vivid the phenomenology of secular faith, I proceed from the most difficult and agonizing event, the death of the beloved. My aim is to show that secular faith lies at the heart of what matters, even for those who claim to have religious faith, such as Martin Luther when mourning the death of his daughter Magdalena and C.S. Lewis when mourning the death of his wife, Joy de Widman. Across different historical epochs, their accounts of grief testify to how their faith in God and eternity is incompatible with the secular faith that animates their commitment to the beloved. Only secular faith can do justice to the experience of love as well as mourning. This becomes salient when we are moved to acknowledge our deepest commitments, making explicit what is implicit in our passion and pain. Chapter 2 elaborates the notion of secular faith through an analysis of time and eternity in Augustine's Confessions. In addition to being one of the most influential narratives of religious conversion, the Confessions is also recognized as the first major autobiography in the Western tradition and a profound philosophical treatise, especially in the way it addresses the question of time. Augustine here reveals that secular faith is at work in every aspect of our lives. Whether in bliss or in mourning, in joy or in pain, we live on after a past that has ceased to be and before a future that may not come to be. Indeed, all the activities that Augustine describes from speaking and singing to loving, hoping, and remembering depend for their meaning on the temporal experience of living on. Inversely, the eternal presence that Augustine holds out as the goal of religious aspiration would put an end to these activities. There cannot be any meaningful activities in eternity, since nothing can live on in a timeless presence and nothing can matter in an everlasting existence. Thus, Augustine's own account gives us reasons to keep faith in temporal life and overcome faith in eternity. To pursue this perspective would be to write a secular rather than a religious confession. I read such a secular confession in Karl Ove Knausgaard's My Struggle, which can be seen as a contemporary response to Augustine. Knausgaard's painstaking attention to a secular life places us in the midst of everyday existence. Like Augustine, he explores the care that binds us to others and how the experience of time cuts through every moment. But while Augustine seeks to turn us toward eternity, Knausgaard turns us back toward our finite lives as the heart of everything that matters. The animating principle of his writing is one of attachment to finite life, which is all the more profound because it remains faithful to the ambivalence of any attachment. Devoted to secular life, we can be moved both to bliss and devastation, hope and despair, success and failure. Knausgaard, then, makes vivid what it means to keep faith in a life that is bound to die. This secular faith, I argue, opens the possibility for all passion and meaningful engagement. Chapter 3 proceeds from a question that is bound to arise in response to my first two chapters. Why is secular faith devoted to this world and invested in finite lives necessarily at odds with religious faith in eternity? A defender of religious faith may object that the latter can make one more engaged in this life, rather than make one turn away from it. I take on this argument through the thinker who pursues it most profoundly, Soren Kierkegaard, in his classic work Fear and Trembling. For Kierkegaard, religious faith should not lead us out of this world but rather enable a more profound commitment to the life we live. Yet he is well aware of the conflict between the commitment to a temporal, finite being and the commitment to an eternal, infinite being. In fear and trembling this conflict is staged most dramatically as the meaning of God's command that Abraham sacrifice his son Isaac. Abraham's love for Isaac expresses a commitment to living on. He wants Isaac's life to flourish for its own sake, and he also prizes Isaac as the only one who can let his own legacy survive. It is precisely this commitment to a unique life, the life of Isaac, that has to be renounced for the sake of eternity. To love Isaac is to be susceptible to an irreversible loss, since Isaac is a finite being, and therefore he has to be given up in advance, sacrificed for God. Nevertheless, Kierkegaard holds that the highest form of faith is one that can retain all the love for Isaac, all the love for the finite, while at the same time giving him up, trusting that God will restore everything that is lost. Such faith would allow one to be fully committed to the finite world, while at the same time being invulnerable to loss, since one would believe that everything is possible for God. The effect of Abraham's religious faith, however, turns out to be an actual indifference to what happens. Abraham is able to kill Isaac because he believes that God will bring him back, so in the end it makes no difference from the standpoint of his faith whether Isaac is sacrificed. Likewise, the modern version of Abraham, the knight of faith, is ultimately revealed to be indifferent to the fate of the finite. The knight of faith is presented as someone who is utterly committed to finite life, but when his hopes in this life are shattered, curiously enough, he is just the same. Precisely because his faith makes him immune to the experience of loss, he cannot care about the outcome of what actually happens. I argue that the above problem is not limited to Kierkegaard's telling of the story, but reveals why care and responsibility cannot be based on religious faith. If you claim that your responsibility for Isaac is based on God's command, then you are committed to killing Isaac if that turns out to be the command. If you object that God would never command such a thing, you in fact profess faith in a standard of value independent of God, since you believe that it is wrong to kill Isaac regardless of what God commands. By the same token, you profess faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life. If you believe that this value can be replaced, that Isaac will live on in eternity or be restored on earth, you will be indifferent to his fate in being put to death. Whether he lives or dies will ultimately make no difference to you, since everything that is lost will be returned. In contrast, the care for Isaac is sustained by secular faith in the value of a life that can be irrevocably lost. Secular faith, I show, is the condition for any life-defining commitment and for anything to matter. The second part of the book pursues the emancipatory possibilities of secular faith. Here I develop my concept of spiritual freedom, in relation to fundamental questions concerning the constitution of life, time, and value. Moreover, by engaging with Marx's critique of capitalism and religion in a new way, I draw together the threads of the book as a whole and make explicit their far-reaching implications for how we should lead our lives. Chapter 4 presents my central philosophical arguments regarding why the finitude of life is a necessary condition for agency and freedom. My starting point is the fundamental activity of all living beings, the activity of self-maintenance. No form of life is intelligible as living unless it is engaged in the activity of keeping itself alive. It follows that all forms of life must be finite and must be dependent on a fragile material body. The activity of self-maintenance, e.g., eating, drinking, sleeping, would have no purpose if the living being were not subject to disintegration. For anything to be at stake in maintaining a life, it must be running the risk of death. Moreover, it is only through the activity of self-maintenance that there can be any time to live in the first place. The self-maintenance of a living being necessarily generates more lifetime than it needs to spend on keeping itself alive, which is why there is at least a minimal surplus of time for every living being. Even a simple plant does not have to expend all its time on securing the nourishment required for its survival. This surplus of time is even more evident in the lives of animals that have the capacity to engage in activities of self-enjoyment that are distinct from the activity of self-preservation. G. The singing of birds, the purring of cats, the playful interaction of dogs. Through such forms of self-enjoyment, many kinds of animals have a capacity to enjoy their surplus time as a form of free time. Yet, insofar as they cannot understand their time as free time, insofar as they cannot ask themselves what they ought to do with their time, even animals with highly refined capacities for self-enjoyment remain within the bounds of what I call natural freedom. In contrast, what I call spiritual freedom requires that the agent in question can ask herself how she should spend her time and be responsive to the risk that she is wasting her life. Without the relation to such a risk, we would not be able to lead a spiritual life, since we could never engage the question of what we ought to do with our time and what matters to us. Chapter 5 turns to Marx in order to show how his critique of capitalism as well as the possibility of emancipation hinges on what we do with our surplus of time. The key is to grasp that questions of economy and value are at the heart of our spiritual freedom. How we organize our economy expresses what we take to be worth doing with our time and what we prioritize in our society. Under capitalism, our collective priority is profit, since that priority is inscribed in how we measure and produce the capital wealth that sustains our lives. Without the growth of capital, we have no social wealth to distribute across society. For the same reason, we must prioritize doing what is profitable, even at the expense of doing what we actually believe needs to be done and what we actually believe would be meaningful to do. Marx offers a powerful account of the pernicious practical consequences that follow from the priority of profit, the alienation of our labor, the exploitation of our time, the commodification of our lives, the necessity of unemployment, and the inherent tendency toward destructive economic crises. I provide an analytical reconstruction of these arguments and their relevance for understanding the historical conditions under which we still live. Yet, understanding fully why the capitalist measure of value is contradictory and why the priority of profit alienates us from our spiritual freedom requires a level of analysis that Marx presupposes but never explicitly elucidates. This level of analysis concerns how any economy of spiritual life is intelligible in the first place, what it means to be someone for whom something can be taken as a cost, as a value, and who can relate to her life as an economy of time that reflects her priorities. By taking on the deepest level of analysis, I unlock a new understanding of Marx's notion of value and defend it against the classical objections, as well as against the influential neoclassical revolution in economics. I demonstrate that the reigning theory of supply and demand presupposes the conception of value that is at the center of Marx's analysis. Most importantly, I disclose the inherent contradiction in capitalism as a historical form of life and why it calls for a revaluation of value. Chapter 6 elaborates what the revaluation of value demands of us in both theory and practice. For Marx, contrary to a persistent misconception, the overcoming of capitalism is not meant to abolish democracy but to make actual democracy possible. Under capitalism, we cannot actually negotiate the fundamental questions of what we collectively value, since the purpose of our economy is beyond the power of democratic deliberation. We can make decisions regarding the distribution of our social wealth, but the final purpose of the production of our wealth profit is already decided. If we are committed to achieving actual democracy, we must therefore be committed not only to the redistribution of wealth but also to the revaluation of the measure of value that shapes our production of wealth. Almost all forms of left-wing politics, from most kinds of Marxism to the social democratic welfare state and advocates for a universal basic income, restrict their critiques of capitalism to the mode of distribution, failing to interrogate the measure of value that informs the mode of production. All redistributive reforms, however, will be caught in contradictions that I explain and exemplify. The point is not that we should abandon redistributive reforms but that our reforms need to be reconceived both strategically and substantially as means toward the end of democratic socialism. The latter can be achieved only through a fundamental practical revaluation of the way we lead our lives together. To present and answer the challenges of democratic socialism, I engage in an imminent critique of leading liberal thinkers of political economy. Mill, Rawls, Keynes, Hayek. The aim of democratic socialism is not to resolve the economic questions of our priorities once and for all, since those questions are intrinsic to our spiritual freedom. Rather, in elaborating the principles of democratic socialism, I give an account of how life under democratic socialism would allow us to own the question of what we ought to do with our finite time, both individually and collectively. For the same reason, I take issue with all forms of utopian Marxism that conflate the overcoming of capitalism with the overcoming of finitude. The most sophisticated example is the philosopher and sociologist Theodor W. Adorno, who has influenced a wide range of Marxism. I bring the chapter to a close by showing how Adorno conflates a secular promise of freedom, the liberation of finite life, with a religious promise of salvation, the liberation from finite life. In contrast, I develop the stakes of Marx's critique of religion and explain why we ought to be committed to freedom rather than salvation. Finally, in my conclusion to the book, I engage in depth with the political philosophy and political activism of Martin Luther King Jr. Spanning over King's entire career, I show how his commitment to the actualization of freedom led him to an increasingly radical critique of capitalism. King's policy proposals center on the redistribution of wealth, but he also senses that there is a deeper problem of value under capitalism. Toward the end of his life, he comes close to grasping the need for what I call a revaluation of value, which requires a movement toward democratic socialism. Moreover, by following King's trajectory, we can see how the stakes of secular faith and spiritual freedom come together in the pursuit of actual emancipation. By attending closely to King's political speeches and the concrete historical practices in which he participates, I seek to disclose that the faith which animates his political activism is better understood in terms of secular faith than in terms of the religious faith that he officially espouses. The keys to my secular understanding of King's work are provided by a philosopher who was of crucial importance for both Marx and King, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Hegel's philosophy is an implicit presence throughout my entire book and explicitly addressed at length in the conclusion. For the record, it should be noted that Hegel's work may be the most difficult to read in the entire history of philosophy, and any interpretation of his work is bound to be controversial. The philosopher, Michael Thompson, has memorably charged Hegel with a completely indefensible form of expression in writing, and the young Marx in a letter to his father speaks of the grotesque craggy melody of Hegel's texts. 18. I would nevertheless testify to the unparalleled logical precision of his thinking and the moments of devastating beauty in his philosophical prose. From Hegel, I have learned the most profound lessons regarding what it means to lead a spiritual life and why our freedom is possible only through our mutual recognition of one another as essentially social, historical, material, and finite living beings. 19. The depths of life are not revealed through faith in eternity. Rather, our spiritual commitments proceed from caring for what will be irrevocably lost and remaining faithful to what gives no final guarantee. Secular faith will always be precarious, but in its fragility it opens the possibility of our spiritual freedom. Part 1. Secular faith. He never knew it would feel like this. She had entered his life, transformed his world, opened his body and mind. Yet, throughout it all, he had told himself that his devotion to her did not compromise his devotion to God. I had warned myself, he recalls, not to reckon on worldly happiness. But it turns out that this is precisely what he did. He loved her, and because he loved her he is shattered by her death. For days and nights, he records, the mad words, the bitter resentment, the fluttering in the stomach, the nightmare unreality, the wallowed in tears. 2. His pious friends tell him to take solace in God and in the words of St. Paul, do not mourn like those who have no hope. He comes to understand, however, that, what St. Paul says can comfort only those who love God better than the dead. 3. His faith in God would direct him toward an eternal life. But in loving her and in mourning her death, he is not comforted by his faith in God and eternity. He does not want to repose in eternal peace, he wants her to come back and their life together to go on, in the time and space of their shared existence. The earthly beloved, he writes, incessantly triumphs over your mere idea of her. And you want her too, you want her with all her resistances, all her faults, all her unexpectedness. That is, in her foursquare and independent reality. And this, not any image or memory, is what we are to love still, after she is dead. 4. The words belong to C.S. Lewis in his book A Grief Observed, written after the death of his wife, Joy de Widman. While Lewis was one of the most influential Christian writers of his time, A Grief Observed strikes a different tone. Rather than preach or instruct, Lewis seeks to describe what is happening to him in the experience of mourning, as he explores the pain and desperation of losing his beloved. What emerges through this account is not simply a crisis of faith, in the sense that the death of his wife makes him doubt the existence of God. What emerges is something deeper, an insight that his faith in God cannot offer any consolation for the loss of a loved one. If a mother is mourning the death of her child, Lewis writes, she may still hope to glorify God and enjoy Him forever, which may be a comfort to the God-aimed, eternal spirit within her. But not to her motherhood. The specifically maternal happiness must be written off. Never, in any place or time, will she have her son on her knees, or bathe him, or tell him a story, or plan for his future, or see her grandchild. 5. In contrast to his religious faith in eternity, Lewis describes a passionate commitment to a finite life. The mother who is mourning her child, or the lover who is mourning his beloved, is devoted to a relationship that requires time to be what it is. Love is not something that can take place in an instant. Rather, love expresses a commitment to caring for another person across time. The temporality of such love is not merely an unavoidable condition, it is intrinsic to the positive qualities of being with the beloved. In loving another, one cherishes a projected future, the repetition of acts, and the ongoing time of living together. It is the end of such a temporal life that one mourns when the beloved is lost. And as Lewis makes clear, the hope for eternity is not a consolation. Even if the hope for eternity were fulfilled, it would not bring back the life they shared together. Suppose that the earthly lives she and I shared for a few years are in reality only the basis for, or prelude to, or earthly appearance of, two unimaginable, supercosmic, eternal somethings. Those somethings could be pictured as spheres or globes. Where the plane of nature cuts through them, that is, in earthly life they appear as two circles. Circles are slices of spheres. Two circles that touched. But those two circles, above all the point at which they touched, are the very thing I am mourning for, homesick for, famished for. You tell me, he goes on. But my heart and body are crying out, come back, come back. Be a circle, touching my circle on the plane of nature. But I know this is impossible. I know that the thing I want is exactly the thing I can never get. The old life, the jokes, the drinks, the arguments, the lovemaking, the tiny, heartbreaking commonplace. On any view whatever, to say, H is dead, is to say, all that is gone. It is a part of the past. And the past is the past, and that is what time means, and time itself is one more name for death, and heaven itself is a state where the former things have passed away. Unless, of course, you can literally believe all that stuff about family reunions, on the further shore, pictured in entirely earthly terms. But that is all unscriptural, all out of bad hymns and lithographs. There's not a word of it in the Bible. Point 6. Lewis here vividly articulates how the attachment to the beloved is expressed through a commitment to living on with her. He cannot come to terms with the death of his wife because he wants their life together to continue, in the temporal rhythm and physical concreteness that gave their relationship its unique quality. Accordingly, he does not want them to be self-sufficient, timeless beings, what he describes as two unimaginable, supercosmic, eternal somethings. Rather, he wants them to be in need of each other, vulnerable and open to being transformed by the touch of the other. For the same reason, the promise of an eternal state of being cannot deliver what he desires. In the consummation of eternity here described as a state of heaven where all former things have passed away in favor of eternity, there would be no time for their relationship to live on. Eternity would put an end to their time together, and in such a state their love could not survive. The commitment to his beloved that animates a grief observed is therefore at odds with Lewis' commitment to God. As a long-standing reader of Christian theology, he is well aware that he is not supposed to love mortal beings as ends in themselves but only as means toward the love of God. As he explains in A Grief Observed, if you're approaching him not as the goal but as a road, not as the end but as a means, you're not really approaching him at all. 7. This is why Lewis emphasizes that the Bible does not support visions of an afterlife that project reunions with the people you have loved throughout your life. Such visions are not directed toward God as the end, but at most treat God as a means for retrieving the mortal beloved. The vision of an afterlife where Lewis' wife would welcome him is attached to living on with the beloved rather than to dwelling in the eternity of God. Lewis thus illuminates my central distinction between living on, prolonging a temporal life, and being eternal, absorbed in a timeless existence. As he makes agonizingly clear, the former cannot be reconciled with the latter. In mourning his wife, Lewis loves her as an end in herself. He does not want anything beyond her. He wants her to return and their life as lovers to go on. The jokes, the drinks, the arguments, the lovemaking. The tiny, heartbreaking commonplace. This desire is committed to sharing a life that requires time to be what it is. In wanting his beloved to come back, an eternal life is not only unattainable but also undesirable. He wants their relationship to live on, rather than to be absorbed in an eternal life. One may ask here why the choice between living on and eternity has to be an either-or. Many popular conceptions of the afterlife assume that living on and being in eternity can be combined, allowing one to keep the positive qualities of life without the threat of losing them. Thus, in response to my argument, the prominent theologian Miroslav Volf has emphasized that Christian visions of eternity are better understood as visions of an endless rather than a timeless existence. 8. Volf concedes that a timeless life would be meaningless, since there can be no experiences and no events without time. Nevertheless, he maintains that it would be desirable to live forever. In such an eternity, there would still be time, but none of the changes in time would be experienced as a negative loss. Rather, all forms of change would be experienced as an ongoing part of the divine good. The afterlife would thus enable one to live on with the beloved, in an experience of eternity that is untouched by the prospect of tragic loss. My argument, however, is that an endless life is just as meaningless as a timeless one. The risk of tragic loss, the loss of your own life and the loss of what you love, is not a prospect that can be eliminated but an intrinsic part of why it matters what you do with your life. If you and your beloved did not believe that your lives were finite, neither one of you could take your lives to be at stake and there would be no urgency to do anything with your time. You could never care for yourselves, for one another, or for the commitment that you share, since you would have no sense of fragility. By the same token, you could feel no need to make an effort on behalf of the relationship, since you would have no apprehension that the other person could leave you or that your relationship could break down. The moments of profound intimacy would not be experienced as precious, but as the given state of things. You would expect everything to be settled, rather than dependent on your engagement and attention, as well as on the unforeseeable responses of your beloved. This is why living on with your beloved is incompatible with being in eternity, even on the level of the imagination. As soon as you remove the sense of finitude and vulnerability, you remove the vitality of any possible love relationship. The sense of finitude reverberates in every aspect of your life. In living on, you always remain vulnerable by virtue of leading a temporal life. Living on does not protect you against the regret of having done something irreversible, the pain of not being able to fulfill a given ambition, or the heartbreak of being left by the one you love. Indeed, your world can break down precisely because you live on after the death of everything you love. This, death, can be much more painful and fearful than the prospect of your own death, not least because it is a death that you have to survive. Hence, as long as you are attached to someone or something that you can lose, you are susceptible to suffering. To attain a peaceful state of eternity, you must be liberated from the risk of losing what you love. Were such liberation possible, however, nothing would matter to you. You literally would not care. There would be no urgency to do anything or maintain love for anyone, since nothing of value could be lost. You could not even be motivated to sustain a single activity, since it would not count as a loss for you if you did not engage in the activity. The passion and pathos of living with your beloved are therefore incompatible with the security of an eternal life. The sense of something being unique and irreplaceable is inseparable from the sense that it can be lost. This relation to loss is inscribed in the very form of living on. To live on is never to repose in a timeless or endless presence. Rather, to live on is to remain after a past that has ceased to be and before an unpredictable future that may not come to be. The precarious experience of time is not only a negative peril but also the positive possibility of coming into being, living on, and being motivated to act. The motivation to undertake any form of project, to sustain a commitment, to pursue a course of action requires that the project be precarious, that it not be given as a fact but must be upheld by conviction and fidelity. You have to believe in the value of the project, but you also have to believe that the project may cease to be and needs to be sustained. Thus, when you love someone, that love exists only insofar as you sustain it. Your love is not given as a fact but is something that has to be achieved, and once achieved has to be maintained and developed. This project, the connection between caring and believing, has a long philosophical lineage. With his characteristic lucidity, Aristotle makes clear that any form of care depends on belief. The beliefs that we hold should not be understood primarily as theoretical propositions but as practical commitments. Aristotle's argument proceeds by showing that even our most immediate emotions are intelligible only in terms of the beliefs to which we are committed. For example, if you fear death, you believe in the value of your life, but you also believe that your life is under threat. As Aristotle points out, nobody will be afraid who believes nothing can happen to him. 9. This sense of precariousness is not limited to the prospect of your own death but extends to everything that matters to you. If you feel fear when your beloved is walking next to the edge of a cliff, it is both because you believe that the beloved is vulnerable and because you believe that his or her life is valuable. Without either of these beliefs, without your commitment to the beloved as valuable or as vulnerable, you would feel no fear, even if the other elements of the situation were the same. Pursuing the implications of Aristotle's analysis, the Greek and Roman Stoics argue that all our passions are forms of belief. The beliefs do not have to be consciously held, but are forms of practical commitments that are evident in the passions themselves. If you suffer from envy, you believe in the value of what someone else possesses and are committed to attaining it. If you are seized by anger, you believe in the value of what someone else has damaged and are committed to retribution. If you are overcome by grief, you believe in the value of what you have lost and are committed to remembering it. If you are elated by joy, you believe in the value of what you receive and are committed to maintaining it. The passions are forms of acknowledging your dependence on others and on events that exceed your control. If you are hopeful, you believe in the value of what is promised, and if you are fearful, you believe in the value of what is threatened. By the same token, you are vulnerable, since you cannot finally control what will happen. Your hopes may be shattered and your fears may come true. The goal of Stoicism is to overcome such vulnerability and attain peace of mind. The Stoic is well aware that everything he has will be taken away, but he seeks to eliminate the passions that make him suffer from the loss. 10. Developing this argument, the early modern philosopher Spinoza advocates release from the bondage of the passions. Both the Stoics and Spinoza are eminently religious thinkers in my sense of the term. They seek to overcome secular faith, the commitment to a life that is finite and dependent on the fragile recognition of others, in favor of religious devotion to eternity. While Spinoza is deeply critical of religious superstition and pious submission to authority, he takes his own philosophical method to fulfill the deepest aim of religion, namely, to provide the path to true salvation and blessedness, which consists in true peace of mind. 11. In a characteristic passage, which draws on the Stoic analysis of the passions, Spinoza describes the path to such peace of mind. Strife will never arise on account of what is not loved, nor will there be sadness if it perishes, nor envy if it is possessed by another, nor fear, nor hatred, in a word, no disturbances of the mind. Indeed, all these happen only in the love of those things that can perish, as all the things we have just spoken of can do. But love toward the eternal and infinite feeds the mind with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This is greatly to be desired, and to be sought with all our strength. 12. The source of all disturbances of the mind, from sadness and fear to envy and hatred, is here identified as the love of those things that can perish. The key to achieving peace of mind is to remove your love from those things that can perish and instead direct your love toward the eternal, which feeds the mind with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This joy is not itself a passion but rather the state of blessedness, beatitudo, that provides the complete peace of mind, which Spinoza identifies with religious salvation. For Spinoza, salvation is not achieved by a personal, immortal soul or through transportation to a transcendent afterlife. Rather, salvation is achieved by letting go of your passions and seeing yourself as part of what he calls God or nature. The two terms are interchangeable for Spinoza, since both designate the eternal, immanent substance of everything that exists, in contrast to finite bodies that perish. As Spinoza makes clear, any given idea or affection of a finite body is susceptible to decomposition. Furthermore, as a finite body you can always suffer from being overpowered by external forces that are stronger than yourself and leave you shattered. Yet, by aligning yourself with the eternal substance of God or nature, you will be able to bear all this with equanimity. You will neither be hopeful nor fearful, since you will not be guided by passionate love for something finite but rather by an intellectual, contemplative love of God's eternal nature. Accordingly, Spinoza asserts that we should strive toward pure contemplation as the highest good. While we cannot escape the fact that everything we are passionate about will be lost, we can eliminate the passion that makes the loss agonizing and achieve peace of mind by contemplating the world from the standpoint of eternity sub specie eternitatis. Spinoza presents a clear version of what I call the religious aspiration to eternity. This aspiration is not limited to visions of a transcendent afterlife, but pertains just as well to an immanent ideal of attaining complete peace of mind. Indeed, I define as religious any ideal of being absolved from the pain of loss. While many religious ideals include pain and suffering as necessary steps on the way to salvation, the ultimate goal is to be absolved from vulnerability. I argue that such absolution is not only impossible to attain but also not a goal worthy of our striving, since it would remove the care that animates our lives. Whether the absolution is conceived as transcendent or immanent, it requires that we renounce our commitment to finite life. To achieve absolution we cannot love any mortal beings as ends in themselves but only as means toward the end of suffering. If we were absolved from suffering viewing the world from the standpoint of eternity we could no longer care about whether someone lives or dies, since nothing that happens could count as a loss for us. Being eternal is therefore undesirable and a standpoint of eternity is unintelligible, since it would remove any form of practical commitment that makes it possible to be engaged in the world. My argument can helpfully be compared to that of a thinker who is often aligned with Spinoza, but who in fact comes close to grasping the dynamic of secular faith, Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche's critique of religious faith should not be reduced to his famous saying, "God is dead," meaning that belief in eternal life or eternal being has been discredited. Rather, Nietzsche's important argument is that the death of God should not be received as bad news. If one laments the absence of eternal life, one is still in the grip of the religious ideal, even though one does not believe that it can be realized. In contrast, Nietzsche pursues a revaluation of the value of an eternal life that would be free from suffering and loss. As Nietzsche emphasizes, it is pernicious to endorse the ideal of eternal life or eternal being, since it leads to a devaluation of the commitment to temporal, finite life. Suffering and loss are not merely necessary steps on the way to bliss or inescapable, unfortunate conditions, they are intrinsic parts of what makes life worth living. 13. Yet there is a crucial difference between saying that, suffering is part of the life I desire, and saying that, I desire suffering. Nietzsche's deepest insights adhere to the first formulation, but he is continually tempted to embrace the second formulation and thereby loses hold of his own insight. For example, Nietzsche regularly advocates a love of fate, amor fati, that would be so strong that one does not resent anything that happens, no matter how much suffering it causes, one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. 14. By the same token, however, one would no longer suffer, since to suffer is to be at odds with what happens, to struggle against it. Nietzsche's idealization of a strength, of life or embrace, of death leads him to deny the very condition of suffering that he seeks to affirm. Contrary to what Nietzsche tends to claim, affirming mortal life does not entail embracing death. To affirm mortal life is to oppose death, to resist and defer it as best as possible. But since mortal life is essentially linked to death, it is internally bound to what it opposes. To keep faith in mortal life, then, is to remain vulnerable to a pain that no strength can finally master. Mortality is not only intrinsic to what makes life meaningful, but also makes life susceptible to lose meaning and become unbearable. The point is not to overcome this vulnerability but to recognize that it is an essential part of why our lives matter and why we care. Secular faith is a condition of intelligibility for any form of care. For anything to be intelligible as mattering, for anything to be at stake, we have to believe in the irreplaceable value of someone or something that is finite. This secular faith, which the religious aspiration to eternity seeks to leave behind, is expressed by care for anyone or anything living on. Secular faith is a condition of possibility for commitment and engagement, but by the same token secular faith leaves us open to devastation and grief. The most fundamental form of secular faith is the faith that life is worth living, which is intrinsic to all forms of care. In caring about our own lives and the lives of others, we necessarily believe that life is worth living. This is a matter of faith because we cannot prove that life is worth living despite all the suffering it entails. That life is worth living cannot be demonstrated through a logical deduction or rational calculation. Rather, the faith that life is worth living sustains us even when our lives seem to be unbearable or intolerable. Moreover, it is because we believe that life is worth living that our lives can appear as unbearable or intolerable in the first place. If we did not believe that life is worth living, we could not experience our lives either as fulfilling or as unbearable, since we would be indifferent to the quality of our lives and unmoved by anything that happens. Even our most elementary ability to care depends on secular faith. Secular faith has three interrelated aspects, which are inseparable in the dynamic of care but can be distinguished analytically. First, secular faith is an existential commitment. The faith that life is worth living is not caused by some vital force but is constituted by the commitment to a fragile form of life. The form of life to which we are committed is normative, since we lead our lives in light of a conception of who we ought to be and what we ought to do. Our existential commitment to a form of life is not reducible to a drive for self-preservation and is a condition for even the most altruistic deeds. If I give my life for another person, it is because I believe that her life is worth living and am committed to her sustenance. Similarly, if I sacrifice my life for a cause, it is because I believe in its importance and seek to help the cause be carried on in history. The existential commitment to a form of life is a condition for caring at all. If I did not have faith that life is worth living, I would never be compelled to fight for the memory of the past or for a better future. Second, secular faith is a necessary uncertainty. In being committed to someone or something, I must have faith in the future and in those on whom I depend. I cannot be certain of what others will do, so I have to relate to them on the basis of faith. Faith provides the positive chance of having a relation to others, of trusting them, but it also opens the negative threat of being deceived or betrayed. The same holds for any relation to the future. I cannot be certain of what will happen, so I have to take the future on faith. Secular faith marks the possibility of having a future, of being committed, but for the same reason it entails the peril of having faith in a future that may shatter my hopes and wreck the cause to which I am devoted. Third, the precariousness of secular faith is a motivational force. In keeping faith with a form of life, whether expressed through the commitment to a person, a project, or a principle, I have to believe that the object of faith is precarious. My commitment to the continued life of someone or something is inseparable from my sense that it cannot be taken for granted. There has to be a prospective risk of loss for anything to be at stake in sustaining a form of life. Without the exposure to loss, there would be no impetus to care for anything, since there would be no risk that could motivate the act of taking care. Part of what compels me to keep faith with a person, a project, or a principle is my apprehension that it can be lost or compromised, and thereby requires my fidelity. Secular faith animates both our relation to what we want to protect and our relation to what we aspire to achieve. In caring, we may be devoted not only to what we have and strive to maintain, but also to what we do not have and strive to achieve. Even in the latter case, the threefold dynamic of secular faith is at work. Our faith in the future expresses an existential commitment. We are committed to pursuing one possibility rather than another. This commitment entails the necessary uncertainty of secular faith, since we run the risk of failure or loss in pursuing the possibility to which we are devoted. Furthermore, the risk of failure or loss is intrinsic to the motivational force of the commitment itself. In order to be motivated to act, we have to believe that the possibility is not given once and for all but requires that we sustain it through our engagement. The risk of loss is thus an essential part of the dynamic of secular faith. Keeping faith with an existential commitment to a political transformation, a filial relation, an artistic creation, and so on can always leave us bereaved, since what we believe in may cease to be or never come to be. For this reason, one may think that the most desirable form of commitment would be to have faith in someone or something that will always be, that cannot ever be lost. This ideal of eternity, which can take many different forms, is the common denominator for what I call religious forms of faith. I emphasize the adjective religious rather than the noun religion, since the ideal I am targeting is not limited to specific forms of institutionalized religion. Moreover, my critique of religious faith is not restricted to beliefs concerning a supernatural God, a divine creation of the universe, or an otherworldly state of being. At least one of the major world religions, Buddhism, does not promote either a supernatural God or a cosmogony that seeks to explain why the universe exists. Furthermore, certain forms of Buddhism emphasize that the highest goal of aspiration, nirvana, is a way of being in the here and now, rather than an otherworldly state of being. In either case, however, to attain nirvana is to be released from the time and suffering of finitude. One who has attained nirvana does not suffer from the loss of anything, since he or she is detached from everything that is finite. For this reason, the Buddhist notion of nirvana, whether conceived as an immanent tranquility of being in the world or as a transcendent peace beyond life, is a clear and consistent version of the religious ideal of eternity. Even according to religious teachings that do not advocate detachment, the commitment to secular projects must be subordinated or serve as a step on the way to eternity. If souls please you, love them in God, because by themselves they are subject to change, as Augustine underlines in his Confessions. If one loves mortal beings and is committed to secular projects, one should not be attached to them as ends in themselves but rather love the eternal through them. What I call religious faith, then, is characterized by the attempt to convert us from our secular faith, since this faith makes us vulnerable to irrevocable loss. To have religious faith is to disown our secular faith in a fragile form of life. Religious faith holds that our ultimate aim should be to transcend. The stakes of my arguments can be elucidated in relation to Charles Taylor's seminal book A Secular Age. Taylor's philosophical and historical account of the rise of secularity is motivated by a question that is central to my account, namely, what are the conditions for faith today, in the period that Taylor calls a secular age? The established notion of secularity, from which Taylor departs, mainly refers to two phenomena. First, secularity designates the retreat of religion from the public sphere and the public use of reason. For example, deliberations in politics are justified with regard to a conception of the public good that does not depend on religious belief, and scientific inquiry is encouraged even if it may threaten religious convictions. Religious dogma is no longer accepted as an authoritative reason in public life and rather becomes a matter of private belief. Second, secularity refers to a decline in religious belief itself, with more and more people living their lives without practicing religion. One of Taylor's important contributions is that he articulates a third aspect of secularity. To live in a secular age changes the conditions of faith even for those who hold on to religious belief. As Taylor puts it, the change I want to define and trace is one which takes us from a society in which it was virtually impossible not to believe in God, to one in which faith, even for the staunchest believer, is one human possibility among others. I may find it inconceivable that I would abandon my faith, but there are others, including possibly some very close to me, whose way of living I cannot in all honesty just dismiss as depraved, or blind, or unworthy, who have no faith, at least in God, or the transcendent. Belief in God is no longer axiomatic. There are alternatives. 15. Even though one may question Taylor's historical narrative with its postulation of a society in which it was virtually impossible not to believe in God, he is making an insightful argument about the increasing pressures on religious belief. In previous historical periods, it was not impossible to be an atheist, but it was very difficult to be an atheist publicly, and in the United States today it is still difficult, at least if you are running for office. Living in a secular society puts pressure on this hegemony of religious belief, not only because a secular society may lead one to live close to and collaborate with those who do not share one's beliefs, but also because domains previously claimed by religion are shown to function and flourish without it. In a society where the public good is decided on without reference to the authority of religion, and where natural science provides explanations of the world that contradict religious claims, religious belief can no longer justify itself in the same way. To be sure, there are many who deny that the conditions of belief have changed and reassert the authority of religion in politics, science, and other domains of public life. Such religious fundamentalism is the main target of the so-called new atheists, who seek to debunk religious faith with scientific knowledge. Yet, a vast number of religious people do not regard their faith as competing with knowledge. While accepting the freedom of scientific inquiry and democratic pluralism, they hold that religious faith is crucial for the spiritual shape and profound meaning of life. An atheism that does not engage this sense of religion will fail to transform deep-seated notions about faith. Even many people who themselves do not have religious faith believe that it would be great and beneficial to have such faith. The latter attitude is what the philosopher Daniel Dennett has described as believing in belief in God. Such a person doesn't believe in God but nevertheless thinks that believing in God would be a wonderful state of mind to be in, if only that could be arranged. 16. This belief in the existential value of religious faith rather than in the truth of religious claims is the main line of defense for religion in a secular age, after its authority to organize society or legislate over science has been conceded. Taylor is an instructive example, since he explicitly defends religion in existential terms. Seeking to create a space of dialogue between atheism and religious faith, Taylor rightly emphasizes that we should not primarily regard the respective positions as rival theories about existence, but rather focus attention on the different kinds of lived experience involved in understanding your life in one way or the other, on what it's like to live as a believer or an unbeliever. 17. Taylor's focal point here is the notion of fullness that animates a given life. With this term, he designates the conception of what a life realized to the full would mean. As Taylor explains, every person, and every society, lives with or by some conceptions of what human flourishing is, what constitutes a fulfilled life. What makes life really worth living? What would we most admire people for? We can't help asking these and related questions in our lives. And our struggles to answer them define the view or views that we try to live by. 18. Taylor is well aware that there are many conceptions of fullness, many visions of a life worth living that do not depend on religious faith. Indeed, one of the hallmarks of a secular age is that commitments to social justice, the formation of communities, and ideals of a good life, are developed, fought for, and sustained without religious belief. Yet Taylor insists that secular notions of fullness ultimately cannot lead to a fulfilling life. Anyone who defines his or her life without reference to a religious sense of fullness will rather experience that something essential is missing, since human beings, according to Taylor, have an ineradicable bent to respond to something beyond life, namely, an irrepressible need for an absolute good beyond life. 19. For Taylor, then, the religious distinguishes itself from other forms of orienting human life by referring to a fullness that is exempt from time and finitude. His main examples are the Christian idea of eternal life and the Buddhist notion of nirvana. From a religious perspective, the highest good is not the flourishing of finite lives. Rather, as Taylor argues, religious notions of the highest good appeal to an absolute fullness or an absolute emptiness, as in Buddhism, which is held to be independent of, and beyond, the flourishing of finite life. 20. This is certainly not the only possible definition of a religious perspective on life, there are many others and their respective relevance depends on the context in which one intervenes. I focus on Taylor's definition because it is indispensable for the idea with which I take issue, namely, the idea that there is an essential human need for something called religion, or the religious, which a secular life will try in vain to fulfill. To defend such an idea, one cannot refer solely to the ability of religions to provide a sense of community, organize human life in accordance with a set of traditions, or motivate action based on ethical values. These are features that religious practices share with many other practices. We can build communities, cultivate ethical values, and foster political commitments without appealing to religious faith. There is, however, one thing that a secular form of life never will be able to promise: an eternal life or an eternal state of being. As we will see, the logic of Taylor's argument thus emerges most clearly when he defines the desire for religious fullness as a desire for eternity. If one assumes that we have a fundamental desire for eternal life, then it follows that all secular forms of fullness which are bound to forms of finite life will be found lacking and inherently incapable of fulfilling our desire. Taylor's main example is the experience of the death of the beloved. Drawing on the work of the French historian Philippe Aries as well as sociological studies of contemporary faith, Taylor emphasizes that the loss of loved ones is the experience that is hardest to bear in a secular age. It is significant that the salient feature of death today, the major drama around it, is this separation of loved ones. Aries has shown that it was not always so. In the late medieval and early modern ages, the great issue was the judgment soon to be faced by the person dying. And before that, the dead were in a sense still in a sort of community with the living. So that Aries distinguishes the periods under the titles, Le mort de nous, our death, Le mort de moi, my death, and Le mort de toi, your death. Just because hell has faded, but love relationships are central to the meaning of our lives, we live with the greatest anguish. Le mort de toi. 21. Again, one may question the details of the historical account given here. The experience of your death was certainly vivid and deeply painful long before the advent of the modern age, as any reading of literary history from Homer onward will testify. Nevertheless, the important point is that the pain and anguish of losing the beloved are allowed to emerge with greater force in an explicitly secular age. The question is whether a religious notion of eternity is capable of addressing the experience of mourning and offering consolation. Taylor takes this for granted and laments the withdrawal of belief in eternal life. There is a sense of void here, and of deep embarrassment, Taylor claims, and he adduces the lack of belief in eternity as an explanation for why we very often feel awkward at a funeral, don't know what to say to the bereaved, are often tempted to avoid the issue if we can. 22. Moreover, he suggests that even people who otherwise don't practice have recourse to religious funerals, because here at least is a language which fits the need for eternity, even if you're not sure you believe all that. 23. The love for and resistance to letting go of the beloved would thus testify to a religious desire for eternity, since love by its nature calls for eternity. 24. To understand the stakes of the argument, it is worth pausing to consider how Taylor articulates the relation between time and eternity. Taylor reduces the notion of secular time to a mere succession of moments that have no intrinsic connection with one another. In contrast, all forms of gathering time, of holding on to the past and projecting into the future are for Taylor expressions of our irrepressible craving for eternity. 25. While Taylor acknowledges that our forms of gathering time cannot attain the absolute fullness of eternity, he holds that such fullness is the goal. According to Taylor, eternity should not be understood as a timeless state of being but rather as the gathering of time into an instant. God's eternity, Taylor claims, does not abolish time, but gathers it into an instant. 26. Taylor's distinction has been made by many Christian thinkers, but it is specious. There is no intelligible difference between abolishing time and gathering time into an instant. If time is gathered into an instant, there is no time, since the instant does not give way to the future and become past. Rather, everything is present and there is no time for anything to happen, since everything that can possibly happen is already contained in the eternal now. As Taylor himself underscores, in God's eternity, all times are present to him, and he holds them in his extended simultaneity. His now contains all time. 27. Such an eternal now cannot gather time but eliminates any sense of time. There is no analogy between the eternal presence of God and our attempts to hold on to the time of our lives. Far from gathering our experiences and allowing us to live on, an eternal now would deprive us of a past and a future. Our lifetime would be reduced to an instant and we would have no life to live. 28. To distinguish between eternity and living on is therefore decisive. When we wish that the lives of those whom we love will last, we do not wish for them to be eternal but for their lives to continue. Likewise, when we gather time into a meaningful network of relations, we are not craving for eternity. Taylor's argument is based on a conflation, which makes it seem as though we aspire to a religious form of eternity when we aspire to secular forms of living on. The secular experience of time cannot be reduced to a series of discrete moments. On the contrary, any experience of time depends on retaining the past and projecting into the future. This is the minimal form of living on, which is the condition for all forms of gathering time. The form of living on makes it possible to bind the past to the future to make our lives last and hold together beyond the moment, but it cannot even in principle reduce time to the simultaneity of an eternal present. On the contrary, to live on is to maintain the relation to a past that is no longer and the relation to a future that is not yet. The form of living on enables us to sustain a commitment to safeguard what we love and bind together what matters to us, but it also marks the inherent fragility of the binding activity. Furthermore, the fragility of any bond of love is an intrinsic part of why it matters that we keep faith with our love and bind our lives together. As is clear from Taylor's own account, love consists in sustaining a relation that can be lost and thereby expresses a commitment to living on rather than to eternity. A deep love, Taylor points out, already exists against the vicissitudes of life, tying together past and present in spite of the disruptions and dispersals of quarrels, distractions, misunderstandings, resentments. 29. To love one another is to be devoted to living on and flourishing together despite the forces that pull us apart. Indeed, the temporality of living on is at work in the very experience of fulfillment. Even the greatest moments of happiness and love gathering and deepening the qualitative experience of a shared life cannot be contained in an instant, since the moment is bound up with a network of meaning that extends to the memory of a shared past and anticipations of a future together. As Taylor himself emphasizes, the deepest, most powerful kind of happiness, even in the moment, is plunged into a sense of meaning, so that, when you look back on your life together, those happy moments, those travels in the sun, were bathed in the awareness of other years, other travels, which seem to come alive in the present one. 30. In Taylor's own account, the experience of love cannot be reduced to a simultaneous presence but opens onto a past and a future that exceed any given moment. Yet Taylor persistently conflates the desire to prolong our lives to gather and preserve what we love with a supposed desire for eternity. Consider the following passage, which symptomatically glosses the aspiration to live on as an aspiration for eternity. All joy strives for eternity, because it loses some of its sense if it doesn't last. Even just holding in memory is akin to keeping the time alive, even more if you can write about it, capture it in art. Art aspires to a certain kind of eternity, to be able to speak to future ages. But there are also other lesser modes or substitutes for eternity. One can make the eternal be the clan, the tribe, the society, the way of life. And your love, and the children who come from it, have their place in the chain, as long as you have preserved, or better enhanced, that tribe or way of life, you've handed it on. In that way, the meaning continues. This just shows how joy strives for eternity, even if all that is available is a lesser form of it, and even if something is left out that matters to us highly individuated moderns, as the particular things that meant most to us are gradually lost in the general impact we've made. And of course, this eternity can't preserve those who are really forgotten, or those who haven't left their mark, or those who have been damned, excluded. There is no general resurrection in this eternity of grateful posterity. 31. Taylor here assumes that when we strive to make something last we are striving for eternity. But that is a mistaken inference. When we strive to make something last we do not strive to make it eternal but to make it last for a longer time and in a qualitative sense, to make something live on for the future for persons, projects, and generations that matter to us rather than for eternity. Through memory we can prolong precious periods of happiness, keeping the time alive. Through artistic creation and the rearing of children we can make our legacy live on beyond our own death. Through community with others, political commitments, and the care for a sustainable society we can extend a sense of purpose far beyond the duration of our own lives. These endeavors are not oriented toward eternity but express commitments to forms of living on, which have to reckon with their own finitude. Memories are fallible and eventually erased, artworks can fall into oblivion or wither away, and the very existence of future generations is never guaranteed. Following from his notion of a religious desire for fullness, Taylor asserts that all these forms of living on are lesser modes or substitutes for eternity. When we passionately strive to keep the time alive, to sustain our lives or those of others we supposedly seek an eternal life, for which temporal life is merely a substitute. Taylor thereby disregards that the desire for the continuation and flourishing of finite life does not entail a desire for eternity. If we seek to prolong our own life, the life of another, or the life of our society, we seek to transcend the limits of a particular time to live on but we do not seek to transcend the condition of time altogether. Far from fulfilling our desire to live on, eternity would deprive us of the life we want to maintain. For the same reason, an eternal life cannot remedy the loss I mourn in the experience of your death, which Taylor highlights as the central problem in our secular age. Indeed, the religious notions of eternity that Taylor invokes as a supposed remedy, Buddhist nirvana and Christian eternal life, do not even pretend to offer the return of the beloved. Rather than supporting the attachment to a mortal beloved, the prerequisite for entering nirvana is the detachment from everything that is subject to loss. Similarly, the point of dwelling in heaven is not to adore and pursue one's life with the earthly beloved, but to turn one's adoration toward God. In the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, as Jesus reminds us. Thus, the religious language of eternity which according to Taylor should resonate with depth and reassurance at funerals does not actually capture what we long for and express what we feel when we are in mourning. Taylor himself testifies to the difficulty of finding a ceremony for death which will speak to our strongest feelings, but he never considers that this may be due to the assumption that what we need is a religious ceremony. Certainly, the secular funerals that I have attended in recent years painfully mourning the loss of loved ones have not been marked by the embarrassment and awkwardness that Taylor ascribes to funeral ceremonies in the absence of religious faith. Rather, these funerals have provided a space for profoundly felt expressions of secular faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life, faith in the value of its past, faith in the importance of carrying it with us in the future as well as devastation at the loss of this life. Burying the dead can be seen as a fundamental form of secular faith. Through the act of burial, here understood as any form of honoring the deceased, we acknowledge both the irrevocable loss of a life and our continued fidelity to this life. We express our commitment to remembering and honoring the dead, avowing our responsibility for those who no longer exist. The dead can live on only in and through us, to the extent that we acknowledge them through our actions and as part of who we take ourselves to be. It is because the dead cannot be brought back to life because they are irredeemably dead that we are responsible for them. The very pain of loss can therefore be experienced as a form of fidelity in mourning. My love for you means that I ought to be utterly bereaved in the face of your death. This sense of responsibility is intelligible only from the standpoint of secular faith, since it is devoted to a life that is recognized as mortal and places demands on us precisely because it is mortal. A religious faith in eternity cannot add anything to the dignity and pathos of mourning, it can only subtract from the mourning by diminishing the sense of loss. This is not to say that avowedly religious people do not mourn. But insofar as they do mourn, their mourning is animated by a secular faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life rather than by a religious faith in eternity. If you truly believed in the existence of eternity and in the superior value of eternal life, there would be no reason to mourn the loss of a finite life. Thus, Buddhism teaches that a fully enlightened person is beyond the pain of mourning and loss, having extinguished the desire to hold on to any life that is passing away. The same logic is articulated by the founding figures of Christianity. St. Augustine forcefully argues against mourning the loss of mortal lives, and upon the death of his mother, when he cannot hold back his tears, he condemns his weeping as an act of sin. Martin Luther in his turn declares, upon the death of his daughter Magdalena in 1542, that, I rejoice in the spirit, but sorrow in the flesh, emphasizing to the congregation after her funeral that, we Christians ought not to mourn. 32. The one who takes his or her religious faith seriously will thus experience how it clashes with the secular faith that animates the experience of mourning. This is clear in the case of Luther. Despite declaring that the death of his daughter makes him rejoice in spirit, Luther movingly testifies to how the flesh will not submit, parting grieves us beyond all measure. 33. Writing to his friend Justus Jonas, Luther confesses that although he and his wife should be grateful to God for Magdalena's death, they are unable to feel such gratitude in their hearts. I and my wife should joyfully give thanks for such a felicitous departure and blessed end by which Magdalena escaped the power of the flesh. Yet the force of our natural love is so great that we are unable to do this without crying and grieving in our hearts, or even without experiencing death ourselves. For the features, the words and the movements of the living and dying daughter remain deeply engraved in our hearts. Even the death of Christ is unable to take this all away as it should. 34. Luther here confesses his secular faith in the value of a finite, irreplaceable life, his living and dying daughter, her singular features, words, and movements, which continue to haunt him and his wife with a poignancy that the promise of eternal life cannot redeem. The force of their natural love is at odds with the force of religious faith, and Luther himself records how the former is stronger than the latter. 3 years later, writing to Andreas Osiander in 1545, Luther maintains that, it may appear strange, but I am still mourning the death, and I am not able to forget her. Yet I know surely that she is in heaven, that she has eternal life there. 35. The same conflict is rendered in greater depth and detail by Lewis in A. Grief Observed, written in a secular age that allows even the devout believer more freedom to express his faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life. Precisely because Lewis is more expressive, the clash between the secular faith that animates mourning and the religious standpoint becomes all the more palpable. From the standpoint of his religious faith, Lewis makes clear that he has no reason to feel bereaved after the death of his wife. Rather, her death should recall him to the devotion to God, which has priority over the devotion to any mortal beloved. There's no practical problem before me at all. I know the 2 great commandments, and I'd better get on with them. Indeed, her death has ended the practical problem. While she was alive, I could, in practice, have put her before God, that is, could have done what she wanted instead of what he wanted, if there'd been a conflict. What is left is not a problem about anything I could do. It's all about weights of feelings and motives and that sort of thing. It's a problem I'm setting myself. 36. Yet Lewis, like Luther, is not able to take this lesson to heart. While he professes to believe in the superior value of devoting oneself to God or merging with him in mystical union, the weights of feelings and motives, in A Grief Observed, continue to testify to his preference for being with his beloved. Indeed, the remarkable passages that outline such a preference which I analyzed at the beginning reverberate until the very end of the book, when Lewis recalls a conversation he had with Joy de Widman on her deathbed. Once very near the end I said, if it is allowed, come to me when I too am on my deathbed. Aloud, she said, heaven would have a job to hold me, and as for hell, I'd break it into bits. She knew she was speaking a kind of mythological language, with even an element of comedy in it. There was a twinkle as well as a tear in her eye. But there was no myth and no joke about the will, deeper than any feeling, that flashed through her. 37. Her will is the will to hold on to a mortal beloved, even in opposition to the supposed will of God or the harmony of heaven. This passionate commitment, this resistance to letting go, is also what animates Louis' mourning for her and his dedication to what they had together. From the perspective of such love, the source of suffering is not only the pain of separation but also the prospect that he could cease to suffer, that he could reach a state where he would no longer feel the pain of having lost her and the desire to have her back. This fate, writes Louis in mourning, would seem to me the worst of all, to reach a state in which my years of love and marriage should appear in retrospect a charming episode like a holiday that had briefly interrupted my interminable life. Thus she would die to me a second time, a worse bereavement than the first. Anything but that. 38. Hence, it is all the more striking that the scene Louis presents on the final page as the religious resolution marks the breaking of the will that binds him and his wife together. In direct contrast to the deathbed scene above, the last lines of the book celebrate her pious renunciation of the will to be with him. She said not to me but to the chaplain, I am at peace with God. She smiled, but not at me. Poi si torno al eterna fontana. 39. The line that Louis leaves in Italian as the very last sentence of the book is a quotation from the final canto of Dante's Paradiso and reads in translation, then she turned toward the eternal fountain. Dante's beloved Beatrice, after having guided him in the ascent to heaven, here turns away from him toward the glory of God. Beatrice thus achieves the state of beatitude, the complete bliss of contemplating the radiance of God, which according to Dante is the ultimate fulfillment of desire. As that light strikes us, Dante emphasizes, we are transformed in such a way that, we cannot, this would be impossible, consent to turn and seek some other face. 40. Thus, even though Beatrice is the love of Dante's life, and vice versa, the supposed fulfillment of their desire is a state of being in which they no longer even care to turn toward one another. There is no Dante in Beatrice's beatitude and no Beatrice in Dante's beatitude. By analogy, there is no C.S. Lewis for Joy Dividman in heaven and no Joy Dividman for C.S. Lewis. Even their own individual identities can no longer be said to exist, since they are unable to do anything except be absorbed by the radiance of God. This religious consummation does not fulfill the wishes that animated their love and their lives, it rather obliterates them, as they are literally lost in the rapture of God. 41. The religious faith that embraces the prospect of eternity is thus directly at odds with the secular faith that sustains the commitment to a shared, finite life. The state of being that is the worst from the standpoint of the one who is mourning, namely, a state of being in which one would not even care about the absence of the beloved, is presented as the best from the religious standpoint. One may object here that many religious people nevertheless seem to find consolation in the hope that they will reunite with their loved ones in the afterlife and that there is no reason to deprive them of this consolation. Certainly, if the prospect of an afterlife helps others to cope with the experience of devastating loss, it should be respected as such. Notice, however, that this argument itself is based on a secular commitment, since it is motivated by the care for how people can find a consolation that will enable them to go on living. The argument thereby reduces religious faith in eternity to a means toward the end of sustaining temporal lives. Furthermore, the hope that one will reunite with the beloved and live on together is a hope for something that the notion of eternity does not actually promise to fulfill, as we saw with Luther and Lewis. If the supposed consolation of religion breaks down even for these stalwart believers, there is reason to think that many religious people suffer the same fate and that they can benefit from having access to alternative ways of articulating what they are going through in the experience of mourning. To provide an understanding of why religious consolations do not address the problem of death and why we need other ways of expressing what we mourn, love, hope for, and believe in is one of the aims of this book. In contrast to Taylor, I do not think that the reason many secular people still rely on religious funerals is that the latter speak to our need for eternity. Rather, it is because secular forms of acknowledging mourning in communal ways are still underdeveloped. This situation is already changing, with the ongoing development of secular funerals, as well as secular ways of understanding the process of mourning and forms of grief counseling or collective support that do not depend on religious belief. While the available versions of such understanding and support can be improved in many ways, what is needed in order to develop them further is not religious faith or a religious vocabulary. On the contrary, if we want to achieve more richly articulated and meaningful forms of acknowledging the mourning of loved ones, a ceremony for death which will speak to our strongest feelings, as Taylor puts it, we need a language that expresses our faith in the value of finite lives and our commitment to keeping the memory of the dead. To get a sense of how secular faith is at work and yet how far we are from achieving a language that expresses it in the public life of the United States, let us consider a contemporary, deeply tragic instance of mortality, the shootings at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. On December 14, 2012, 20 children and 6 adult staff members were killed. The news of this mass murder was met with profound grief across the country, leading to intense efforts to change gun laws and restrict the use of assault weapons. I will not pretend that I can do justice to these important efforts here, or to the grief of those who lost their loved ones. What I want to highlight is that the efforts to increase gun control as well as the grief over the lost lives express a secular faith in the irreplaceable value of the lives that were brought to an end. If this secular faith were removed, there would be no inclination to mourn, since nothing irreplaceable would have been lost. Moreover, there would be no motivation to prevent similar events from happening, since there would be no risk against which to offer protection. Nevertheless, the religious faith that is supposed to provide consolation is predicated on a denial or relativization of the irreplaceable loss. Thus, at a memorial service for the victims in Newtown, President Barack Obama delivered the following sermon: "Let the little children come to me," Jesus said, "and do not hinder them. For such belongs to the kingdom of heaven. God has called them all home." This religious faith, if one were to believe in it, would fundamentally alter the response to the shootings in Newtown. The children who were killed would not be irreplaceable, but rather transferable to a higher existence. Furthermore, the killings themselves would ultimately not be a tragedy but a transitional stage on the way toward God calling the children home to heaven. To be sure, this particular belief that the slaying of children in the end amounts to God calling them home to heaven may seem offensive even to many who take themselves to be endorsing religious faith. But one should then bear in mind that a similar relativization of death is entailed by any religious faith in redemption. A secular consolation does not have to redeem death. On the contrary, it can admit that there is an irredeemable loss at the heart of what happened. A secular consolation can thus focus on the social commitments that sustain our mourning, recognizing the love that is intrinsic to grief, extending it to care for others, and motivating us to try to prevent similar tragedies from taking place, e.g., in the case of Newtown, through stricter gun laws, better mental health care, greater social justice. For there to be anything distinctive about a religious consolation, however, it has to offer something else and claim that from a metaphysical point of view the deaths in question are not really final. For the same reason, any religious consolation diminishes the significance of death and lessens the gravity of our responsibility for mortal life. In a remarkable passage in A Grief Observed, Lewis makes precisely this point. It is hard to have patience with people who say, "There is no death," or, "Death doesn't matter." There is death. And whatever is matters. And whatever happens has consequences, and they are irrevocable and irreversible. You might as well say that birth doesn't matter. 42. In speaking out of his experience of mourning, Lewis here articulates a profound faith, not faith in a transcendent God, or in a life exempt from death, but faith in the irreplaceable value of a life that is bound to death. If what happens matters and our actions have consequences, it is because they are irreversible and cannot be undone. If they could be undone, what we say and do would not have the significance that it does. The sense that something matters thus emerges from a secular faith, which sustains the commitment to a finite and fragile form of life. The risk of death is not the cause of care, in the sense that it would explain why one cares about one thing rather than another. The risk of death, however, is an intrinsic part of the reasons one has to care about anything and to take responsibility for what happens. Without the risk of irrevocable loss, what happens would have no meaningful consequences and there would be nothing at stake in keeping faith with the ones we love. More than 1600 years ago, St. Augustine explored the experience of time through a simple exercise. You can still try it today. Choose a song that you love and learn it by heart. Keep practicing until you remember every part of the song and every shift in the melody. As you sing it, you will know how much of the song has passed since the beginning and how much of it remains until the end. Yet in holding the song together you will find that it is already slipping away. There is never a moment in which the song is present to you. You can sing it only by retaining the notes that have passed away, while anticipating the notes still to come. Even each individual tone is never present, it begins to recede as soon as it sounds and you have to hold on to it to hear anything at all. This experience of time is, according to Augustine, at work in every moment of our lives. You may think that you are present here today, But in everything you do, you are divided between the past and the future. As you get up in the morning, part of the day is already gone and what remains of the day is still to come. Even if you wake up at dawn and focus only on the first hour of the day, you will never be able to seize it as a present moment. An hour, Augustine writes, is itself made of fleeting moments. Whatever part of the hour has flown away is past. What remains of the hour is future. 1. You may then try to forget about the hour and direct all your attention to the present moment, concentrating on what you are experiencing right now. Yet, as you grasp the present moment, it is already ceasing to be. As Augustine observes, if the present were always present and did not go by into the past, it would not be time at all, but eternity. 2. Even the most immediate experience is marked by this temporality. There is never a presence that reposes in itself. Rather, every moment of time is disappearing. This is not to say that the experience of time is an illusion. On the contrary, it is at work in everything you do. Any experience requires that you hold on to a past that is no longer and project yourself into a future that is not yet. In one of his sermons, Augustine describes the experience of time as follows. Do not our years fail every day? Do they ever stand still? The years that have come exist no longer, those that are still to come have no existence yet. The years that have passed have already slipped away, and the years in our future will slip away in their turn. The same is true even of a single day. Take today. We are talking now, at this moment, but the earlier hours have slipped away, and the hours ahead have not yet arrived. When they have arrived, they too will slip away. Point 3. As in many of his sermons, Augustine dramatizes the experience of time by calling attention to his own act of speaking in the present, today, at this moment, now. He thereby invites his audience to feel concretely how the moment now, when I address these words to you, is vanishing even when it is being apprehended. I seek for the present, he emphasizes, but nothing stands still. What I have said is now gone, what I am going to say has not yet come. What I have done is no longer present, what I am going to do has not yet arrived. 4. Wherever you go, then, there is never a still point where you can come to rest. Augustine captures this insight through his beautiful renditions of the Latin verb tender, to stretch and to strive, to strain toward something or reach out for someone. In everything you do, there is an element of stretching and striving. Even when you are at rest, you have to stretch out the period of rest, striving to maintain yourself in repose. This is ultimately because every activity is temporal. The activity in which you are engaged, including the activity of resting, cannot be reduced to a single moment but has to be sustained over time. In stretching out your period of rest, you are holding on to the state you are in and reaching out toward a continuation. As in the case of singing your beloved melody, even the simple act of resting requires that you hold on to the state you are in and project yourself into a continuation. Hence, Augustine describes the form of the experience of time as a dissentio, which both holds you together and pulls you apart. The experience of time is always distended, since you must retain the past and project into a future that exceeds your grasp. By the same token, there is no guarantee that you can sustain what you love. Happiness consists in having and holding, haber et tenere, what you love. But since both you and the beloved are temporal, your having and holding will always tremble with the anticipation of mourning. The moments you stretch out to keep in memory may be taken away, and the possibilities you strain toward in hope may never arrive. The result is a life in which opportunity and danger are inseparable. The light of bliss, even when it floods your life, is always attended by the shadow of loss. Either loss of what we love and have gained, Augustine explains, or failure to gain what we love and have hoped for. 5. This is the condition of secular life. Augustine uses the Latin word sacularis to evoke how we are bounded by time, through our commitments to a shared world and history, as well as to generations before and beyond us. The historical world in which we find ourselves is the saculum, and this world, hoc saculum, depends on generations across time. In a remarkable move, Augustine emphasizes that living in this world is always a matter of faith, not religious faith in eternity but secular faith in what is temporal and exposes you to risk. This is the faith I explore and defend in this book. While Augustine holds that we long to transcend the condition of secular faith in favor of religious revelation, the present chapter will draw on Augustine's own insights to show that secular faith animates and sustains our deepest commitments. Secular faith rather than religious belief is the source of our passion for the world and our care for one another. A good place to start is our relation to and dependence on other persons. As Augustine points out in his treatise Faith in Things Unseen, you can never know for certain that another person loves you or harbors goodwill toward you. You may see that he performs good deeds or proves himself to be a source of support in difficult times. But these acts provide no guarantee that you can trust him. It certainly is possible, Augustine reminds us, for a man to deceive by feigning kindness and by cloaking malice. He may not even plan to do harm still, by expecting some advantage from you, he simulates love because he does not possess it. 6. Accordingly, you can never see or be certain of his goodwill toward you. Rather, in trusting him, you have to believe in what you cannot see. Of course, this does not mean that you should blindly trust and believe in other people. But it does mean that even when you do everything you can to know as much as possible, there is an irreducible element of faith and trust in giving yourself over to another person. Even in the most intimate relation, you have to believe in something that is never certain, namely that the other person loves you. This moment of uncertainty cannot be eliminated, since, out of your heart you believe in a heart that is not yours. 7. Augustine proceeds to demonstrate how secular faith is at work throughout all aspects of our lives, ranging from friendship to marriage and parenthood, as well as social and communal life at large. If this faith in human affairs is removed, Augustine asks, who will not mark how great will be their disorder and what dreadful confusion will follow? He continues, 4. Who will be cherished by anyone in mutual charity, since love itself is invisible, if what I do not see I ought not to believe? Friendship, then, will wholly perish, since it rests upon nothing more than mutual love. What of this will one be able to receive from another, if it shall be believed that nothing of it can be shown? Furthermore, when friendship perishes, neither the bonds of marriage nor of relationship and affinity will be retained in the mind, because in these, also, there surely is a friendly spirit of harmony. Then a husband and wife will not be able to have mutual affection, since they do not believe that there is any love, inasmuch as love cannot be seen. Nor will they desire to have children, for they do not believe that the children will return their love. And, if children should be born and grow up, the parents themselves will love their own much less, and they will not see love for themselves in their children's hearts because love is invisible. Therefore, when we do not believe what we cannot see, concord will perish and human society itself will not stand firm. 8. Augustine here provides an account of what I call the necessary uncertainty of secular faith. Since you depend on others to live on and to flourish, you have to keep faith in your friends, your partner, or your children. While such faith may be maintained in a spirit of harmony, it is always haunted by the possibility of being broken, since each trusted one is mutable and may overturn your expectations for better or for worse. Moreover, the uncertainty of secular faith is a necessary condition not only for your relation to others but also for your own experience of yourself. As Augustine emphasizes, all temporal experience involves an element of believing creder, which is intrinsic to understanding intelligere. 9. Augustine does not develop this remark, but following his analysis of time we can unpack the argument. Since the past is no longer, it cannot be an object of certainty but requires that you trust your memory or other people's accounts of what has happened. And since the future is not yet, it has to be taken on faith. This secular faith exposes you to an uncertainty that is an irreducible part of your experience. Given that you cannot ever repose in a present moment, always relying on memories of the past and expectations of the future, you are dependent on what is beyond your control. The necessary uncertainty of secular faith is the source of both positive chance and negative risk. It gives access to your past and opens the promise of your future, but keeping faith in this promise may leave you shattered by what happens. Likewise, faith makes it possible to trust and love another person. But by placing trust in another, you may find yourself betrayed or left behind. These vulnerabilities testify to the existential commitment that is inherent in secular faith. It is because you are committed to sustaining your life or the life of someone for whom you care that the promise of your future may be broken. And it is because you are committed to living on with your beloved, affirming your life together, that you are vulnerable to the grief of parting. These commitments express what Augustine calls cupiditas, which is the love of a world that is temporal, amor mundi or amor saculi. You are seized by cupiditas when you love someone for her own sake or when you are devoted to the flourishing of a shared, secular world as an end in itself. Even when a secular love is maintained in the best possible way, it remains dangerous, since you are attached to someone or something that cannot be secured. The one whom you love can die and the world you seek to maintain can fall apart. Augustine recognizes that this exposure to loss is an essential part of why we care. Because everything we do and everything we love can come to an end, we are bound to care, curare, and be concerned. What we do and what we love are not given facts but something that must be sustained, so there is always a question of whether to hold on or let go, uphold or abandon what we do. This finitude, our finitude and the finitude of what we love, is internal to the motivational force of secular faith. Part of what compels us to keep faith with what we love is our apprehension that the relation can be lost and thereby requires our fidelity. To make the dynamic of secular faith concrete, let me begin with the example of my writing the book you are now reading. In undertaking this project, the necessary uncertainty of secular faith is a condition for my relation to a future in which you will read what I write. I cannot be certain that my words will ever reach you, and if they do arrive I cannot be certain of how you will receive them. I can only trust that you will understand what I mean to say. Furthermore, as I write these words, the necessary uncertainty is a condition even for my own experience. I cannot be certain of what will happen to me before I get to the end of this sentence. I can only take it on faith that I will be able to remember the thread of my argument, that my heart will keep beating, and that there will be a continuous supply of oxygen to my brain. If this matters to me, it is because I have an existential commitment to the project of leading my life. In writing this book, I am not only concerned to survive long enough to finish the book and take part in its reception, I am also committed to a philosophical project that can succeed or fail. The project inspires me to carry on and to regard it as important that the book be understood. Yet, in holding myself to a standard of success, I leave myself open to failure. The book may be rejected or misunderstood, and it may not even live up to my own conception of what the book ought to be. This possibility of failure is intrinsic to the motivational force that sustains my commitment to writing the book. The motivational force depends on my belief in the significance of what I have to say, but it also depends on my belief that I can fail. The belief that I can fail is part of what motivates me to try to succeed, to keep my attention on what I am doing, to improve my arguments and formulations. The dynamic of secular faith does not come to an end when I have attained what I strive for. The threefold dynamic continues to be at work in the very fulfillment of living, working, and loving. Returning to my example of a love relationship, let us assume an ideal scenario in which I love you and you love me and we are blissfully happy together. Even in this consummation of love, the dynamic of secular faith is at work. In loving you, I cannot know how our relationship will transform me, how it may open new depths in my life or shatter my conception of who I am. Part of what it means that I love you is that you are not identical to me and that I cannot control what you will do to me. This exposure to what I cannot know gives me the possibility of trusting you and remaining open to the unexpected, but it also leaves me open to agony and grief. This is the necessary uncertainty of our love. For the same reason, our happiness together depends on keeping faith with one another. Nothing can prove that being together is the best thing we can do with our lives. We have to believe that it is an act on the basis of that faith. This is the existential commitment of our love. Moreover, to sustain our commitment we have to believe not only in the value of our love but also in its precariousness. We have to believe that our love can fail, that it is not given once and for all, but that we must care for it. This risk of failure is intrinsic to the motivational force of our love. My examples so far have focused either on individual aspirations or on intimate relationships of love. The dynamic of secular faith, however, is also expressed in collective endeavors. For example, if we are engaged in a project of creating greater social justice, we share an existential commitment to a set of principles and a form of practice that the principles demand. We believe in certain values and in the importance of upholding them through contestation and struggle. This existential commitment is subject to the necessary uncertainty of secular faith. We cannot be certain that our collective project will hold together and the consequences of our actions are not given in advance. This necessary uncertainty puts the project at risk. It may not succeed and it may fall apart through internal dissent or external conflict. Yet the risk is also part of the motivational force that sustains our commitment to the project. We devote ourselves to social justice because it is not given as a fact but requires our efforts for its continued existence. This dynamic of faith does not come to an end when we have achieved the social justice for which we strive, since social justice is a form of life that always has to be sustained. To be committed to social justice is to be committed to a project that lasts for as long as there are social relations. The dynamic of secular faith thus accounts for the possibility of ongoing commitments, whether to individual aspirations, love relations, or collective endeavors. These are secular forms of faith because they are devoted to projects that are bound by time. What is the difference, then, between secular and religious forms of faith? In his book Dynamics of Faith, the modern theologian Paul Tillich provides a distinction that is illuminating for my argument. Tillich defines faith as having an ultimate concern. You have faith, an ultimate concern, if you are devoted to someone or something as an end in itself, being willing if the situation so requires to sacrifice other interests and passions for the sake of what you believe in or hold to be most valuable. In this sense, both secular and religious persons have faith. The crucial difference, however, is that the ultimate concern of the religious is a state of being that would eliminate all concern. While religious faith is exposed to doubt and uncertainty, its goal is to reach a state in which the element of distance is overcome and with it uncertainty, doubt, courage and risk. 11. The aim of religious striving is to attain a complete security, where one no longer has to rely on an uncertain faith and can let go of all concern. There is no faith, Tillich emphasizes, in the quiet vision of God. But there is infinite concern about the possibility of reaching such a quiet vision. 12. Following the same logic, Augustine maintains that faith is only provisional and will be replaced by certainty in the presence of God. 13. When we attain salvation we shall know rather than believe and possess rather than hope. Salvation will put an end to all care, finis curae. To be saved in the religious sense is no longer to care. We can thus describe religious and secular faith as two different motivational structures. If I am motivated by religious faith, the goal of my striving is to rest in peace. I may never achieve such peace, but if my desire were fulfilled I would be free from all care. My ultimate concern is to have no concern. In contrast, if I am motivated by secular faith, being concerned is part of what I strive for. Even if my desire were absolutely fulfilled, even if I lived in the midst of an achieved social justice, blissfully happy with my beloved, and with my work flourishing, I would still be concerned, since everything I care about must be sustained over time and will be lost. Moreover, the risk of loss is part of why I care, why it matters to me what happens, and why I am compelled to remain faithful. 2. From Augustine's religious perspective, secular faith is based on the most deplorable and misguided form of love. Cupiditas, the love of a finite being or a finite form of life, is an end in itself, is for Augustine the wrong kind of love, since it makes us dependent on what we can lose. While this kind of love may inspire fidelity, it may just as well lead to destructive emotions. Being devoted to a political cause, we may feel rage or despair if the cause is defeated. Likewise, in loving another human being we may become vengeful or crushed if we are abandoned by the one we love. Our fidelity and love may turn into fear and hate, feeding aggression against what we perceive as threatening. This is why Augustine condemns cupiditas as the root of all evil and all sin. In loving what we can lose, we are liable both to be hurt and to hurt others. 14. Augustine here identifies a problem that was most deeply understood by the Greek and Roman Stoics, with whom we began to acquaint ourselves in the previous chapter. The Stoics argued that the deepest cause of our vulnerability is not the fact that our bodies are frail, that accidents may befall us, or that other people may betray us. Rather, what makes us vulnerable is our belief that these things matter and define who we are. By attaching ourselves to things we cannot finally control, e.g., the fate of our loved ones or our political community, we risk being shattered by what happens. We become dependent on what we can lose and thereby open to grievances or grief. In contrast, the aim of Stoicism is to make us independent of everything that may upset us. This requires that we stop believing in the value of anything that can make us suffer. If something is taken away from us, we will not feel bereaved because we are not attached to anything that can be lost. And if someone violates us, we will not be angry or retaliate because we are not attached to any part of ourselves that is vulnerable to harm. Through the practice of detachment, we will maintain peace of mind regardless of what happens. The goal of Stoicism is literally apathy, apatheia, the freedom from all passions, since passions hold us hostage to a world that is beyond our control. Such a Stoic solution is rejected as an illusion by Augustine. 15. As he emphasizes, we cannot transform ourselves into self-sufficient and independent beings. We are essentially dependent and passionate creatures. We cannot retreat into a state free from need and desire, since we have to reach outside ourselves for support to sustain our own existence. The solution, then, cannot be to extinguish our desire or withdraw our love. The decisive factor is rather who or what we love. Love, Augustine advises, but be careful what you love. 16. If you love someone who is finite, you will come to grief. At best, such love is interrupted by death or separation. At worst, it leads to violent upheavals and painful betrayals. According to Augustine, you should therefore convert your love for finite beings, cupiditas, into a love of God's eternal presence, caritas. When you love yourself or extend your love to others, you should not be attached to their finite existence but love God through them. This is the meaning of the Christian imperative to love your neighbor as yourself. As Augustine explains, the imperative does not mean that you should love your neighbor for his or her own sake. On the contrary, it means that you should neither love yourself nor your neighbors in their own right. Neither your own self nor your neighbors have any value in themselves, but only by belonging to the eternity of God. Hence, Augustine underlines that you should not enjoy frui anything in this life as an end in itself. Rather, you should use what you love as a means for devotion to the eternity of God. 17 If you have a friend, a spouse, or a child, you should not love them for their own sake, you should use them as a means for the end of loving God. Through this conversion of your love, you will no longer depend on other finite beings but only on God. If your friend becomes your enemy, you can still love him and forgive even his most atrocious deeds, since you are not attached to his particular existence or his particular deeds but are using him as an occasion to love God. Similarly, if your spouse betrays you, you will not be angry or devastated, since you love God through her and this love cannot be affected by anything she does. Finally, if your child dies you will not mourn, since you only love your child insofar as he or she already belongs to the eternity of God. Augustine and the Stoics present different methods for achieving the same religious goal, to be absolved from loss, attaining peace of mind. The difference is that Augustine does not think such a religious fulfillment can be achieved in this life. As long as we are part of a historical world, we can be misled to love this life for its own sake, and we must continually be concerned about our salvation, which depends on the grace of God. Salvation itself, however, is understood as the end of all care. Salvation would be to attain a state where all striving has come to an end, all action has come to rest, and all desire has been stilled. Augustine takes it for granted that we all strive towards such peace, whether we know it or not. Even those of us who devote ourselves to a life in this world are actually longing to repose in the peace, the kies of God's eternal being. Our heart is restless till it finds rest in thee, as Augustine famously remarks in his Confessions. 18. The ultimate aim of our lives would thus be to rest in peace. This assumption is the common denominator for all religious ideals of eternity. They would have us think that fulfillment, the highest state of being, consists in being liberated from care. Even though one always has to take care, the religious goal is to be free from all concern. Our attachments to finite life are thus devalued as restrictions that prevent us from attaining salvation. As long as we are attached to a finite life, including our own way, can never be relieved from concern. Depending on what happens, we may be moved to pain or enjoyment, hope or despair. For the one who embraces a religious ideal of eternity, such vulnerability may be recognized as a necessary evil on the way to salvation. But it cannot be seen as part of the good itself. The most instructive example is the Buddhist notion of nirvana. To attain nirvana is emphatically described as being invulnerable. In nirvana, you are untouched by any concerns and safe from all possible harm. You do not worry about anything, since you have attained a state of perfect rest and absolute permanence. In Buddhism, such a state is the only one that counts as truly satisfactory. All other forms of experience are deemed to be fundamentally unsatisfactory. The key term here is dukkha, which is often rendered as suffering, but more exactly translated as unsatisfactoriness. The Buddhist claim is that all experiences of finite life, including our most extraordinary experiences of well-being and bliss, are unsatisfactory, since they are impermanent. Even when they last for a long time, we can lose them at any moment. This is why Buddhism advocates detachment from everything that is impermanent. To be attached to finite life is to put yourself at risk, to expose yourself to being hurt by what happens. In contrast, Buddhism holds that you should detach yourself and aspire to rest in the peace of nirvana. 19. By subscribing to the value of absolute permanence, Buddhism devalues everything that is impermanent. The mere fact that something is not eternal is enough for it to be unsatisfactory and unworthy of our devotion. However, when one removes everything that is impermanent, when one removes everything that comes into being and passes away, one is literally left with nothing. In nirvana, there is no death but also no birth, no unrest but also no activity, no aging but also no growth, no distress but also no passion. Nothing can ever disturb the peace, which also means that nothing can ever happen. The apparent paradox of nirvana haunts all religious conceptions of eternity. Absolute fullness is inseparable from absolute emptiness, and absolute presence is inseparable from absolute absence. My argument is that we should reject the idea that such a state of being is a goal worth striving for. A religious redemption from loss, whether through an immanent detachment or a transcendent eternity, is not a solution to any of our problems. Rather than making our dreams come true, it would obliterate who we are. To be invulnerable to grief is not to be consummated, it is to be deprived of the capacity to care. And to rest in peace is not to be fulfilled, it is to be dead. This is a therapeutic argument. I am asking us to let go of a way of thinking that leads to a dead end, to recognize that the peace of eternity only resides in the grave. Rather than try to become invulnerable, we should learn to see that vulnerability is part of the good that we seek. Thereby we can learn to see that our finitude and the finitude of what we love is not in itself a restriction. Our bonds to finite life are not only what constrain us but also what sustain us, opening us to the world and to others. This therapy will not exempt you from the risks of being committed to a finite life. You cannot bear life on your own, and those on whom you depend can end up shattering your life. Moreover, since your own powers are finite, they may become depleted and make life unbearable. These are real dangers, but they are not reasons to try to transcend finitude altogether. They are reasons to take our mutual dependence seriously and develop better ways of living together. The recognition of mutual dependence requires secular faith. It requires that you keep faith with others even though there are no guarantees. And it requires that you keep faith with what you love even though it makes you vulnerable to loss. This is difficult. All the dangers Augustine identified in loving what can be lost are actual possibilities. Your love may lead to anger when there is harm, grief when there is death, despair when hope is crushed. But the same vulnerability is also what makes you receptive to the world, to yourself, and to others. You cannot shut down your sense of uncertainty and risk without also shutting down your capacity to feel joy, connection, and love. Only by acknowledging the importance of something beyond your control, that is, only through vulnerability, can you be moved by what happens. The precious quality of joy is inseparable from a sense of its precariousness, and the value of connecting to another person would not be felt without the risk of disconnection. Vulnerability, then, is not only passive exposure but also a condition for any form of active commitment. To be committed to something is to be vulnerable to success and failure. If you are committed to doing something, you are putting yourself at risk, since you will experience it as a failure if you are not able to do it. Yet it is only by taking that risk of being committed that you can enjoy and appreciate what you do. Similarly, if you are committed to someone, you are open to the wonder of receiving another person in your life, but you are also exposed to the danger of betrayal and loss. You cannot protect yourself against what happens through a solemn equanimity. Rather, you will experience what happens in terms of bliss and pain, success and failure, possibility and peril. Augustine himself is sensitive to how deep such commitments can be. In Book 4 of his Confessions, he recalls a friendship that lit up his time as a teacher of rhetoric in Tagaste. Augustine's account of this friendship is so radiant that many scholars have wondered if the two young men were lovers. Augustine here speaks of a bliss that illuminated his life as never before. The friendship was sweet to me beyond all the sweetnesses of life that I had experienced, and my soul could not endure to be without him. 20 Because of this intense attachment and receptivity, Augustine also becomes more vulnerable to the rhythms of time. He longs with impatience when his friend is absent and is seized by joy when he returns. Time spent together is an elevation to new heights, time apart an aching absence. The experience of love thus brings a sharper focus to Augustine's life, but it also makes him more deeply dependent on another. This predicament is expressed most poignantly in a line that Augustine invokes from the Roman poet Horace: "He was half my soul." On the one hand, this means that Augustine had become so intimate with his friend that he shared the very substance of his being. On the other hand, it means that Augustine could be separated from himself, torn apart in the very substance of his being if he were to lose his friend. And this is exactly what happened. After less than a year of their passionate relationship, his friend died, leaving Augustine haunted and bereaved. "My heart was darkened over with sorrow, and whatever I looked at was death. My own country was a torment to me, my own home was a strange unhappiness. All those things that we had done and said together became, now that he was gone, sheer torture to me. My eyes looked for him everywhere and could not find him. And as to the places where we used to meet, I hated all of them for not containing him, nor were they able to say to me now, 'Look, he will soon come,' as they used to say when he was alive and away from me. I had become a great riddle to myself, and I used to ask my soul why it was sad and why it disquieted me so sorely. And my soul did not know what to answer. If I said, 'Trust in God,' it very rightly did not obey me, because the man whom I had lost, my dearest friend, was more real and better than the fantastic God in whom my soul was asked to trust. 21. Augustine here keeps faith with his love for his friend, even though it makes him suffer from the pain of loss and run the risk of despair. This is an act of secular faith because it is devoted to someone who is finite and affirms a vulnerability that is also the source of love. The reason why that grief penetrated me so easily and so deeply, Augustine recalls, was that I had poured out my soul like water onto sand by loving a man who was bound to die. 22 The Christian Augustine deplores this expenditure of love. He should have invested his love in the eternity of God rather than binding it to a life that could be lost. Yet Augustine's own account of his experience testifies to a secular faith that remains legible in the Confessions. Given the fidelity to his friend, Augustine holds that an irreplaceable life has been lost, and he refuses to be consoled by the thought of God, since his beloved friend was more real and better than the fantastic God in whom my soul was asked to trust. 23. Augustine's official narrative maintains that the God he refused was not the true Christian God he discovered later in his life. But Augustine's writing also tells another story. The reason he refused to seek comfort in God was not because he had an inadequate understanding of divine eternity, but because he loved his friend and the life they shared together as an end in itself. He wanted their lives to go on, rather than ascend to eternity. As Augustine himself makes clear, such secular love is incompatible with a religious love of eternity. A religious love of eternity treats the mortal beloved as a means and must be careful not to love him in his own right. As Augustine explains in the first book of his Confessions, my sin was in this, that I looked for pleasures, exaltations, truths not in God himself but in his creatures, myself and the rest, and so I fell straight into sorrows, confusions, and mistakes. 24. Accordingly, Augustine implores his soul not to be foolish by trying to hold on to what passes away. Unless the soul turns toward the eternity of God, it is fixed to sorrows, since all things that are temporal will cease to be. 25. With remarkable precision, Augustine locates the risk of mourning not only in passionate love but also in the basic enjoyment of his physical senses. Merely to enjoy the light that illuminates the world is for Augustine a dangerous temptation, since it makes him dependent on something that is transient. That corporeal light, he explains, as a tempting and dangerous sweetness. 26. Enjoying the light of the day leads him to want more light and to suffer when it is absent. Because he loves the light that makes the world visible, if suddenly the light is withdrawn, I seek for it with longing. And if it is absent for long, my mind grows sad. 27. Similarly, when Augustine recites and is moved by a song, he warns himself against becoming attached to the sounds and words that vanish in time. Do not let my soul attach itself to these words with the glue of love, glutine amore, through the sensations of the body. For all these things move along a path toward non-existence. They tear the soul apart with contagious desires. 28. The attachment to a song or a melody is here a small-scale version of the attachment to a life that is torn apart by time, dissentio. Instead of pursuing the passions of such a life, Augustine urges his soul to turn toward God's eternal word as the place of peace that is imperturbable. 29. This turn toward eternity is the movement of his religious conversion. 3. As Augustine is well aware, even the most religiously devout person must live in a secular world, in being part of history and dependent on social relations. The decisive aspect of religious conversion, however, is that the secular world is treated as a means and not as an end in itself. If you go to church for the sake of experiencing the warmth of the community with friends, family, and other members of the congregation, Augustine would reproach you for using the religious ritual as a means for the secular end of maintaining and celebrating social bonds. Augustine even worries that the use of music in Mass will make the congregation take too much pleasure in their bodily sensations and interactions, enjoying an experience that is temporal rather than contemplating the eternity of God. While Augustine acknowledges the great utility of music in worship, it should only serve as a means and not be enjoyed as a source of pleasure in itself. Thus, when it happens to me that the music moves me more than the subject of the song, I confess myself to commit a sin deserving punishment. 30. Augustine's aim is to convert the passion of a secular experience that is bound by time into a passion for the eternity of God. He wants to persuade us that it would be better to enjoy the stillness of eternity than to suffer from the drama of living on in time, torn between the past and the future. Yet Augustine's own account gives us good reasons to reject his appraisal of eternity. The attraction of eternity is supposed to be that there you will lose nothing. 31. But if you can lose nothing in eternity, it is because there is literally nothing left to lose. Nothing that happens can matter anymore, and it is no accident that the activities offered in heaven turn out to be remarkably monotonous. All our activity will consist in singing Amen and Alleluia, Augustine explains in one of his sermons, and we shall praise God not just for one day, but just as these days have no end in time, our praise does not cease. 32. Leaving aside the question of whether one could sing or praise something forever, the real questions are why one would want to and how any significant aspect of who we are could survive the transformation to timeless rapture. Being absorbed in eternity, there would be nothing left for you or me to do, since nothing could begin or end. As far as I am concerned, I would be dead. That eternity would entail the death of the self can be seen in Augustine's own Confessions. Augustine provides a profound account of how the life of the self depends on the sense of time. The impossibility of reposing in a timeless presence, which Augustine laments as a fallen condition, is the possibility of living a life that is open to change and still has a future. Indeed, only someone who is subject to time can have a future at all. This future is never guaranteed, but if you close it down, you close down any possibility of leading a life. The condition of time is what allows anything to come into being. But it is also what destines everything to pass away. As Augustine reminds us, all the moments of our lives pass away and no one can follow them with his bodily senses. Nor can anyone grasp them tight even when they are present. 33 Because the movement of time makes everything disappear, we are altogether dependent on memory and anticipation. Even sense perception is a matter of retaining what happens and relating it to what may come. Any given moment of our life is passing away, so we must hold on to it through memory and open ourselves to the future through anticipation to experience anything at all. Moreover, Augustine makes clear that the distension of time reaches all the way into the deepest recesses of his soul. Even in his most devoted contemplations and engaged activities, he is torn by time, revealing his soul to be a dissentio animi. In pursuing anything, he must stretch himself from the past toward the future, and in so doing he runs the risk of breaking apart. This is why Augustine places such a profound emphasis on the power of memory. Without memory he could not hold himself together over time and not maintain his identity for even a moment. While the power of memory is fragile and exceeds his grasp, it gives him the chance of leading a life. I cannot comprehend the power of my memory, he writes, since I cannot even call myself apart from it. 34. When Augustine turns to investigate his memory, he is therefore investigating the very condition of his existence. The power of memory may give continuity to his life, but it also reminds him of everything that is discontinuous with his current sense of self. While memory opens an interior space where he can resuscitate who he has been, there I meet myself and recall myself, it also reminds him of everything that is hidden away, scattered, and neglected. 35. Moreover, Augustine is acutely aware of how even the most steadfast memory is susceptible to change, wear down, and be erased. Nevertheless, Augustine confesses that amazement grips me when considering how memory can retain events of his life, allowing them to live on even though they have ceased to be. 36 This is a distinctly secular sense of wonder. The object of his amazement is not a timeless eternity but the power of memory that belongs to a finite being. Indeed, Augustine openly avows that he could not live without it. So great is the power of memory, so great is the force of life in a human being whose life is mortal. 37. In contrast, for the religious Augustine, memory is at best a means for ascending to God. You are my true life, he says in turning toward God, I will transcend even this my power which is called memory. I will rise beyond it to move toward you. 38 Thus, while Augustine pursues a remarkable secular investigation of the depths of memory, his religious aim is not to remember but to forget the self. As he explicitly asserts, God must be loved in such a way that, if at all possible, we would forget ourselves. 39. The same contrast between secular insights and religious piety can be traced in Augustine's explorations of love. Just as Augustine's philosophical work on memory speaks to a secular understanding of the self, the poetic and erotic qualities of his writing in the Confessions radiate beyond their purported religious aims. Even God is famously addressed as though he were a mortal beloved, tenderly invoked as, my beauty, most beautiful one, my life, my light, my sweetness. Furthermore, in expressing his longing for God, Augustine speaks the language of a lover in the grip of fervent physical desire for his beloved. Late have I loved you, beauty so old and so new, late have I loved you. You called and cried out loud and shattered my deafness. You were radiant and resplendent, you put to flight my blindness. You were fragrant, and I drew in my breath and now I pant for you. I tasted you and I hunger and thirst for you. You touched me, and I burn for your peace. 40. The moving quality of this passage is intimately bound up with a sense of timing, evoking an event he could not have expected but which transformed his life. Late have I loved you renders an experience of something that happened before it was too late, as a matter of great fortune and precious circumstance. But the phrase also recalls that it could have been too late. This sense of peril persists in the deep dependence on another that Augustine expresses, with hunger and thirst making the fulfillment of his love a matter of life and death. As such, Augustine's words could go to the heart of a secular experience of love. In secular love where both lover and beloved are finite, the precariousness of time is part of what makes the love valuable and important. Everything that is given may be taken away, and without this risk there would be nothing at stake in being devoted. Your love can animate and illuminate, but your receptivity to the beloved also leaves you vulnerable to someone who is beyond your control. From Augustine's religious perspective, however, the experience of vulnerability is only a means toward the end of union with God. As long as he is still searching for his salvation, he must endure desire and remain at the mercy of what happens. But the goal is to attain a state of being reposing in the absolute presence of God, where desire has come to an end and nothing can shatter him ever again. He may burn with desire for the peace of God, but if this desire were fulfilled, every flame of passion would be extinguished. Augustine's own writing thus allows us to see that a religious consummation of love would spell the death of erotic life. Augustine wants to convince us that this is a good thing. By dramatizing the risks of erotic passion, he wants to make us feel that being in the grip of desire is a lack that needs to be filled, a sickness that needs to be cured. He thus refuses to see what the power of his own erotic language reveals. The risk of being shattered is not a weakness to be overcome but remains in the fulfillment of love itself. The possibility of being touched is inseparable from the peril of being wounded, and the exposure to loss is part of the experience of rapture. Augustine's blindness may be willful, since the vision is difficult and painful. To see that what you love is finite and to see that the finitude of what you love is part of why you love it is hard. It can really hurt, and there is no way to lose the pain except by losing the love itself. Yet the bond between love and grief is what I am asking us to see. To pursue this vision would be to write a secular as distinct from a religious confession. Such a confession would take up Augustine's explorations of how the identity of the self depends on the fragile operations of memory and how the experience of time cuts through every moment. Like Augustine in his Confessions, it would declare, "See, my life is distended, ecce distentio est vita mea." 41 But unlike in Augustine, the distension of time would not be regarded as a fallen state from which we need to be redeemed by a religious revelation of eternity. Rather, the distension of time would be seen and felt as the opening of life itself. The task would be to own the fact that this is the only life we have, for better and for worse, rather than seeking to leave this life behind. While Augustine denounces the glue of care, cure glutino, that binds us to the world, a secular confession would maintain that it is only through finite bonds that we can seize our lives and become who we are. I turn here to the secular confession at work in Karl Ove Knausgaard's My Struggle. First published in Norwegian and now the subject of wide international acclaim, My Struggle can be read as a contemporary response to Augustine. Ranging over 3,600 pages, the 6 volumes of My Struggle are framed by Knausgaard's resolution to tell the truth about his life in detail. He places himself under the obligation to account for his life as it is actually lived, writing only about things he has experienced while confessing to how he experienced them, no matter how quotidian, painful, or intimate the details may be. The power of his project does not draw on a life of great adventures or unconfessing scandalous thoughts and deeds. Rather, it stems from an extraordinary level of attention devoted to an ordinary life. As readers, we get to follow the narrator and protagonist Karl Ove, avowedly identical to the author, in the midst of everyday life. At the time of writing My Struggle, he is in his early 40s, absorbed and overwhelmed by being married with 3 young children. While this domestic life keeps getting in the way of his writing, he makes it a centerpiece of the story itself. We spend many pages going grocery shopping, pushing baby prams in the city, and attending to daily exchanges with his children, all rendered with a fidelity to everyday life that neither idealizes nor deprecates the experiences in question. We become attuned to the weight of waking up too early while trying to meet the demands of family life, the sinking feeling of facing an apartment in chaotic disorder, and the numbness that follows from an endless array of tasks. Yet the same attunement also yields the radiant moments of everyday life. Precisely because Knausgaard perseveres in exploring his mundane existence, he loosens the hold of habit and makes us see the world anew. The same holds for those moments when Knausgaard shifts focus from his present life and descends into his past, excavating the world of being 25, or 18, or 12, or 7. His achievement is not simply an act of remembering but of reliving, inhabiting the way the world was given at a time, letting the constraints and the promises, the mistakes and the fortunes, reverberate with the same force they had when first experienced. The impact of falling in love at the age of 7, or despairing over the future at the age of 12, is here revived with the same depth as the pain of losing a parent or the bliss of having a child in adult life. As a result, Knausgaard enables the reader to turn back to his or her own life with a more profound attention and concern. This effect is one described not only by prominent critics but also by the large number of general readers who have been captivated by Knausgaard's work. When My Struggle was released in Norway, selling more than 500,000 copies in a country of less than 5 million people, readers testified to how Knausgaard, in opening up his life through writing, had opened their own lives to them. The same testimony can be found among many of his readers in the United States and elsewhere. The transformative effect of Nosgard's writing does not depend on sharing his cultural background or personal circumstances. You are a potential addressee of his work by virtue of being a time-bound, practically committed agent who can be moved to explore and deepen your commitment to the life you are leading. Nosgard's writing can give you new access to your own life, not necessarily because you identify with his experiences but because my struggle exemplifies a devotion to life as it is lived, a devotion that you can take up and practice in relation to your own existence. The key here is the sustained act of attention that characterizes Nosgard's writing. When he dedicates 20 pages to exchanges over breakfast with his daughters on a rainy Wednesday morning, or seeks to pry open every sensation and emotion that resonated in his 12-year-old self on the way home from swim practice one particular winter night, he is not simply imposing his life on us. He is teaching us and himself how we can remember what we tend to forget. By describing the quotidian in painstaking detail, he opens our eyes to how much is going on even during days when nothing seems to happen. And by resuscitating his former selves, he sensitizes us to all the vanished moments that remain inscribed in use, triggering memories that can open painful wounds but also bring us back to life. The appeal of Nosgard's writing is not that it forces you to see his life with your eyes. Rather, his writing enables you to see your life with his eyes, with the level of attention he bestows on a life. Thereby you can come to recognize the myriad ways in which you are indeed alive, even when you seem dead to yourself or lost in the mundane events of everyday existence. As you take care of the tasks at hand, what you see bears the weight of your love and your evasions, the history of who you have been and may turn out to be. Evenings that no one else can remember live in you, when the snow touched your face or the rain caught you unprepared, when you were all alone and yet marked by all the others who have made you who you are. There are things you cannot leave behind or wish you could retrieve. And there is hope you cannot extinguish, whether buried or insistent, broken or confident, the one never excluding the other. Such a distended life is what Nosgard's prose allows you to recognize as your own. Stretching toward the past and straining toward the future, an entire world emerges through you. You did not make this world, you were made by it, and now you sustain it. This is your life. There is nothing else. But what there is and what you do binds you to the world in ways that are deeper than you can ever disentangle. The struggle is how to make this life your own. That is the starting point for Nosgard's project. When my struggle begins, he finds himself detached from the life he is living. He endures what he has to do, but he has withdrawn from being truly involved in what happens. At a remove from his existence, he feels as though he has nothing to lose, and by the same token his life appears to be meaningless. The life around me was not meaningful. I always longed to be away from it, he writes. So the life I led was not my own. I tried to make it mine, this was my struggle. 42. The struggle to make life his own is not a quest to become independent or self-sufficient. His life is not his own in the sense that he would be able spontaneously to decide who he is or what he is going to do. On the contrary, there is a keen awareness in Nosgard of how we belong to a world we did not create and depend on others who exceed our control. To own your life is not to free yourself from this dependence. Rather, your existence is inseparable from the ways you are engaged in and committed to being in the world. For example, you may find yourself, as Nosgard does at the beginning of my struggle, married with children and overcome by a sense that you cannot make it work. You are trying to succeed, trying to be there for your loved ones, but keep failing and feel yourself disintegrating in the process. To disown your life in this situation is to settle for mere perseverance, going through the motions while numbing yourself and dreaming of being somewhere else. Nosgard is attuned to this temptation, and he himself repeatedly disowns his life. Yet the struggle he engages in through his writing is to own his life. He actively seeks to identify himself with what he is doing and acknowledge what he loves. This is an ongoing struggle. To own what you do and what you love is to put yourself at stake, to recognize in practice that your life depends on the fate of your commitments. To own your life is not to own what you love, it is not your possession, but to own that you love what you love. This is the condition for anything to matter to you, for anything to have meaning, but it also puts your life at risk. If you own what you do, you are bound to be deeply affected by how it is received. Precisely because you are engaged in a meaningful activity, precisely because you are doing something that matters to you, you are susceptible to the experience of failure. Likewise, if you own that you love what you love, you make yourself vulnerable to what happens. Your dreams may come true or your hopes may be shattered. Because you have something that matters to you, you have something to lose. To own your life, then, is not to have it as your sovereign property. On the contrary, to own your life is to expose yourself. Only someone who owns his life, only someone who makes his life depend on what he does and what he loves, can have the experience of it being taken away from him. Hence the temptation to disown your life, to bury your hopes before they fail to come true, to withdraw your love before it makes you suffer. These are paths of detachment, where you can come to seek protection from the pain of failure or loss by divesting yourself in advance. There are certainly situations where such strategies make sense and some degree of detachment is necessary to endure our lives, otherwise anything could break us. But as a principle, detachment is a dead end. It can lead to nothing but the destitution of meaning or a nihilistic rejection of the world. The animating principle of Knausgaard's writing is rather one of attachment, which is all the more profound because it remains faithful to the ambivalence of any attachment. The credo of his work, "I will show," is a phrase that recurs throughout my struggle and is difficult to translate. Det gjelder a fest blikket, Knausgaard writes in Norwegian. The phrase could be rendered as, "One must focus the gaze," or, "What matters is to focus the gaze." But the Norwegian verb that we would then translate as to focus, a fest, literally means to attach, and the phrase is clearly a personal injunction rather than a simple statement. So a better translation would be, attach yourself to what you see, focus your gaze by attaching yourself to what you see. This is the imperative of my struggle. The imperative can be understood in three different senses. The three senses are intertwined, but it is useful to distinguish them to see different aspects of Knausgaard's writing. The first sense of the imperative is to focus your gaze on the life you are actually living. This explains why Knausgaard can devote more pages to apparently trivial activities than to transformative life events. If he is going to focus his gaze on the life he is actually living, he cannot just capture the moments of trauma or bliss that glow in the dark: birth, death, love, mourning. He must also capture the stretches of time out of which they emerge and the things he does on days he would not remember: setting the table, cleaning the house, flipping through books, taking a walk on a gray afternoon, staring out the window. Knausgaard has an extraordinary ability to open up and dilate such moments, making even dull experiences come alive with the sensory, perceptual, and reflective richness of being in the world. Yet it is not enough to focus your gaze on what you do, you must also acknowledge the ways in which you are attached to what you see. This is the second sense of the imperative. Accordingly, Knausgaard seeks to render the waves of boredom and elation, ambition and frustration, intense joy and absent-minded occupation that form the rhythms of his days. Above all, he tries to focus his gaze on what means the most to him. Here too it is a matter of acknowledging how he is attached to what he sees, even at the cost of confessing painful ambivalence. We learn of the absorbing love affair that brought him and his wife together, but also of the fears, the petty grievances, the daily resentments, and the storming conflicts that almost tear them apart. In focusing his gaze on his children, there can be an exceptional tenderness in attending to their unique personalities and the daily dramas of their vulnerable, growing selves. But there are also detailed, excruciating accounts of how he loses sight of who they are and what they need of parental love, clouded by anger, exhaustion, or resignation. Knausgaard's writing could here be described as a form of mindfulness, but one must then separate mindfulness from Buddhist meditation, with which it is often associated. According to Buddhism, you should focus your inner gaze and attend to your attachments with the aim of detaching yourself from the struggles they entail. By paying attention to the thoughts and feelings that arise in your consciousness, you are supposed to learn to disengage from them, to not identify with what you think and feel. The goal is to attain a state of pure consciousness, where there is perfect serenity because you have ceased to care. Thus, while certain meditation techniques can be adapted for the secular purpose of re-engaging with the world, helping you recover from negative experiences, or simply increasing your concentration and energy, the religious aim of Buddhism is quite different. On a secular understanding, meditative detachment is a relative and temporary means employed for the sake of being able to better engage the struggles that follow from being attached to life. In Buddhism, on the contrary, absolute detachment is an end in itself. Since all attachments entail suffering, only absolute detachment can bring about the elimination of suffering that Buddhism holds out as your salvation. What ultimately matters is not who you are or what you do. What ultimately matters is that you attain a state of consciousness where everything ceases to matter so that you can rest in peace. The aim of Knausgaard's mindfulness is the opposite. By attending to the struggles that emerge from his attachments, he seeks to identify more deeply with them, to become more attached to the life he is living. This is the third sense of his imperative. You must attach yourself to what you see, even at the cost of suffering, because without attachment there is no meaning, nothing to care for, and no one who binds you to the world. To counter such nihilism is the animating ambition of Knausgaard's secular confession. Indifference is one of the 7 deadly sins, actually the greatest of them all, because it is the only one that sins against life, he writes at the end of the 2nd volume. And in the final, 6th volume he presses home the stakes of being able to focus your gaze, attaching yourself to what you see. I know what it means to see something without attaching yourself to it. Everything is there, houses, trees, cars, people, sky, earth, but something is missing nonetheless, because it does not mean anything that they are there. They could just as well be something else, or nothing at all. It is the meaningless world which appears like that. It is possible to live in the meaningless world too, it is just a matter of enduring, and that one will do if one must. The world can be beautiful, but it does not make any difference to you, it does not affect you. You have not attached yourself to what you see, you do not belong to the world and can, if push comes to shove, just as well leave it. 43. This is the position of someone who has disowned his life. What renders the world meaningless or meaningful is not an objective feature of what there is but proceeds from the degree of your attachment to what you see. This does not imply that you are free to decide the meaning of the world. But it does entail that any meaningful engagement depends on your attachment to others and to being in the world. Your capacity to attach is not simply up to you, it can be enabled or disabled by what happens to you, but whether and how you attach makes all the difference in the world. The difficulty of owning such a life is an integral part of Knausgaard's writing. He struggles with the temptation to disown his life and dwells on the many ways in which we may come to give up on our existence. The quotidian way is the slow death of a gradually increasing indifference, but prominent in his work is also the reckless renunciation of obligation at the depths of alcoholism, the short-circuiting of emotion at the heart of depression, and the ultimate self-destruction of suicide. Knausgaard explores these forms of disowning one's life without having recourse to moralizing judgment. Yet, in and through his explorations, he recalls us to the fact that it is only by owning our lives as essentially being in the world that we have a chance at a meaningful existence. This is the secular conversion at work in Knausgaard's Confessions. By focusing his gaze on his life and attaching himself to what he sees, he turns us around, not toward eternity but toward our finite lives as the site where everything is at stake. Like all conversions, this is not one that can be achieved once and for all, it is a continuous struggle to own our lives. But unlike a religious conversion, a secular conversion does not aim to bring the struggle to an end. Rather, to own our lives is to acknowledge that struggle belongs to the very life we want to lead. If we want our lives to matter, we want to have something that we can lose. It is thus instructive to compare Knausgaard's and Augustine's confessions. Augustine initiated the genre of confessional autobiography with a move that was particularly radical in his religious context. Before Augustine, texts devoted to the lives of holy men, hagiographies, were all written in the third person, with the saint himself withdrawing from the world, leaving someone else to recount his path to transcendence. In contrast, Augustine tells the story of his own life, confessing his doubts, his carnal desires, and his sins. Rather than hide behind a third-person standpoint, he owns the first-person standpoint like no one before. We learn about his aging body, his psychological dramas, and even his nocturnal emissions. In my memory, Augustine confesses, there still live images of the past acts that are fixed there by my sexual habit. These images attack me, in sleep they not only are pleasurable but even elicit consent and are very like the act itself. 44. To expose himself in such detail may seem risky for an aspiring theological authority, but for Augustine it is part of a strategy. He exhibits his finite life to inspire a sense of how shameful and inadequate it is by comparison with the eternity of God. This is what Augustine calls, making truth, veritatem facere. To make truth is not only to tell the truth, to confess what one has done, but also to make truth come into being in oneself by relinquishing the sinful attachment to life in this world and instead turn toward God. Augustine's explicit motivation for writing his Confessions is to enable such making of truth in himself and in others. Why then do I put before you in order the story of so many things? He asks in addressing God. Not, certainly, so that you may come to know them through me, but to stir up my own and my readers' devotion toward you. 45. Yet Augustine's vivid account of the life he is supposed to leave behind also opens the possibility of a secular inheritance of his work, where making truth is not a matter of devoting oneself to God but of remaining faithful to a finite life. The great writer Jean-Jacques Rousseau was the first to take up this possibility in his own epical Confessions from 1769, but Knausgaard pushes it further. Unlike Rousseau, Knausgaard does not claim to be exceptional, and he does not hold out the promise of a timeless presence. He is the subject of an ordinary life that will irrevocably end, and yet he devotes more attention to its minute details than would have been thinkable for either Augustine or Rousseau. The one obligation he recognizes as the writer of my struggle is to be true to this life. Nevertheless, Knausgaard himself is liable to devalue his life from a religious perspective. At one point in the final volume, he is reading the Church Fathers, of whom Augustine is the most prominent, and comes to feel that his own experiences are impoverished in contrast to their mystical ecstasies. Nosgard now maintains that his own search for meaning is pathetic compared to the devotion of the mystics, and condemns himself as one of the world's many soulless and banal human beings. 46. This is in line with the sense of shame Augustine hoped to inspire. From a religious point of view, a finite life without redemption is indeed soulless and banal. This view is inherited even by many who do not have religious faith, regarding their lives as futile because they lack a sense of the eternal end. Nosgard is tempted by it in a number of the essayistic reflections that pervade My Struggle. He repeatedly claims that art aspires to retrieve a sense of the holy, while lamenting that we can no longer attain it. The longing and melancholia that romantic art expresses is a longing for this, he writes, with reference to a religious sense of the holy, and a mourning of its loss. At least that is how I interpret my own attraction to the romantic in art. 47. According to this conception, art would strive to open a world that is holy, in the sense of being untouched by time and finitude, a world where everything is present in itself but which we cannot enter because we are fallen, incapable of living in the indifference of the divine, and the all-extinguishing light of the good. 48. Since these religious ideas are so familiar and supposedly profound, they are likely to be taken as a guide to Nosgard's work. Yet that would be a mistake. Throughout My Struggle, and particularly in the final volume, there are numerous statements or small essays that appear to present the philosophy of the book. Many of them are in conflict with one another or internally contradictory, and to take them at face value would be to miss almost everything that is important in them. Nosgard is a tremendous essayist, but his particular talent is to allow his essays to emerge as part of the narrative. The theoretical reflections exist on the same plane as the practical actions. They reflect how someone thinks and feels at a particular time rather than expressing the perspective of someone who is outside the narrative and in control of its meaning. To understand the philosophical poetics of My Struggle, then, we must attend to what happens in the narrative alongside the many and often contradictory statements of intent. The view that our secular lives are soulless and banal, that we need to be saved from our time-bound existence, belongs to the tendency to disown his life. While this tendency persists throughout My Struggle, the very writing of the book goes in the opposite direction. Far from regarding his life as soulless or banal, the writer of My Struggle depends on the faith that there is enormous significance and depth in the experiences of a finite life, worthy of being explored down to the most subtle nuances and emotional reverberations. The aim is to attach himself more deeply to his life, rather than transcend it. From this perspective, it is Augustine's mystical ecstasies that are soulless and banal, since they seek to leave the world behind in favor of an eternal presence where nothing happens. What is profound in Augustine is not the ascent to heaven but the descent into time and memory. It is the latter, descending movement that Nosgard follows in his practice as a writer. The key issue here is time. By using the first person like no one before, Augustine dramatizes what it means to be torn apart by time. Even his abstract philosophical speculations in the Confessions are marked by his concrete existence as he is longing and languishing, seized by hope or fear, elated by an insight or frustrated by an impasse. Accordingly, when Augustine pursues his philosophical analysis of time consciousness in the Confessions, he also makes his readers feel how the problem of time is an intimate, personal concern. The investigation of time is itself a temporal activity, and Augustine foregrounds the effort to articulate his own arguments as an ongoing line of thought that at any moment may be broken. Likewise, when Augustine analyzes the work of memory, he does so by descending into the caves and caverns of his own memory, exposing the ways in which the integrity of his self is breached by a past he cannot fully recover. 49 Moreover, as Augustine is writing his Confessions, he is still vulnerable to change, and this drama becomes a part of the book itself. Intensifying the sense of his own vanishing presence, Augustine even highlights the fleeting time in which he composes his text. Consider what I am now, at this moment, in ipso tempore, as I set down my Confessions. 50. The same turn toward his own passing presence is pursued by Nosgard in My Struggle. Today is February 27, 2008. The time is 11:43 p.m. We read early in the first volume, as he records the night when he begins to work on the book. 51. A couple of pages later we learn that 6 days have passed for Nosgard at the time of writing, as we find him at his desk again. It is now a few minutes past 8 o'clock in the morning. It is March 4, 2008. I am sitting in my office, surrounded by books from floor to ceiling, listening to the Swedish band Dungan while thinking about what I have written and where it is leading. 52. These explicit marks of time recur throughout My Struggle, returning with a particular frequency in the final volume, when he is trying to complete the book. I am sitting all alone as I am writing this. It is June 12, 2011, the time is 6:17 a.m, in the room above me the children are asleep, at the other end of the house Linda is asleep, Outside the window, a few yards out in the garden, angular sunrays descend on the apple tree. The foliage is filled with light and shadow. 53. These apparently simple observations encapsulate the poetics of my struggle. Knausgaard's writing develops a careful attention to the time and place where he finds himself. The fundamental form of such attention is the turn toward what is happening at this very moment, trying to capture life as it unfolds right now. The aim is to slow down the experience of temporality, to dilate moments of time and linger in their qualities. This movement does not yield a stable presence but, on the contrary, a stronger sense of how the present moment is ceasing to be and has to be held in memory, as it opens onto a future that exceeds it. By instilling this sense of transience, Knausgaard seeks to awaken his own attention and the attention of his readers. He wants to counteract habit, to prevent himself from taking his life for granted and see the world anew. This attempt to break with habit, to deepen the sensation of being alive, to make moments of time more vivid, is necessarily intertwined with a sense of finitude. It is because his life is finite that he cannot take it for granted, and his desire to linger in a moment is animated by the awareness that it is passing away. Indeed, the sense of transience is an essential part of the radiance of the moment itself. Seeing the world anew is inseparable from the sense that the world you see anew is finite. It has not always been, it will not always be, and therefore it must be seized before it vanishes. The moments of rapture, then, are always marked by their own finitude. For example, in the third volume Knausgaard gives an extraordinary account of his first love, at the age of 7. This is his earliest recorded experience of how the world can light up because of his attachment to what sees. Inside me, he writes, there suddenly existed a new sky under whose vaults even the most familiar of thoughts and actions appeared new. 54. This new sky is Anne Lisbeth, with her thick, light blue jacket, white cap, and dark, fierce eyes. One afternoon, as they play together in the forest, they pretend that he is a sailor who returns to her after a long separation. They run toward each other and, as she embraces him, his world is transformed. My heart was racing, for I was not only standing at the bottom of a forest with the sky far above me, I was also standing at the bottom of myself and looking up into something light and open and happy. Her hair smelled of apples. Through the material of her thick padded jacket I could feel her body. Her cold, smooth face against mine, almost glowing. 55. This experience of standing at the bottom of himself is the experience of being attached to what he sees, bound to the world through the love for another. As autumn turns to winter, his love for Anne Lisbeth makes him absorb every shifting nuance of what happens. When the snow began to fall, we wandered around searching for suitable places to jump from, slide down, or dig holes in. Her hot, red cheeks then, the gentle but distinct smell of snow that changed so much according to the temperature, but that was everywhere around us nevertheless, all the possibilities that existed. One time the mist hung between the trees, the air was thick with drizzle and we were wearing waterproof clothing that was so frictionless on the snow that we could slide down it like seals. We climbed to the top of the slope, I lay on my front, Anne Lisbeth sat astride me, Solveig astride Gare, and we slid down on our stomachs all the way to the bottom. It was the best day I had ever experienced. We did it again and again. The feeling of her legs clamped round my back, the way she held my shoulders, the howls of delight she gave when we picked up speed, the fantastic somersaults when we reached the bottom, rolling around with our legs and arms entwined. All while the mist hung motionless amid the wet, dark green spruce trees, and the drizzle in the air lay like a thin film of skin on our faces. 56. The sense of possibility that is felt here, all the possibilities that existed, pervades every moment of bliss in my struggle. The moments are not self-contained or timeless. On the contrary, their excitement resides in a sense of futurity, opening up ways of feeling and acting that were not possible before. By the same token, the moments are fragile. His love for Anne Lisbeth makes him receptive and elated, but also torn by a sense of imminent loss. The most contradictory feelings coursed through me. One moment I was on the verge of tears, the next my chest was bursting with happiness. 57. This pain of bliss will recur in all the moments of happiness in my struggle. The more attached he is to what he sees, the more vulnerable he is to bereavement. But this agony is also part of what enlivens and deepens his experience. If he could not lose his proximity to Anne Lisbeth, he would have no sense of the miracle of being close to her. There would be no urgency to absorb the situation, to enhance his attention to what happens, to strive to retain what he is feeling, since nothing of value could be lost. Knausgaard's writing is at its most powerful when it strains to capture this relation between attachment and loss, receptivity and vulnerability. The second time he falls in love, at the age of 16, winter is on the verge of turning into spring and the upheaval takes place in him as much as in the landscape around him. Few things are harder to imagine than that a cold, snowbound landscape, so marrow-chillingly quiet and lifeless, will, within mere months, be green and lush and warm, quivering with all manner of life, from birds warbling and flying through the trees to swarms of insects hanging in scattered clusters in the air. Nothing in the winter landscape presages the scent of sun-warmed weather and moss, trees bursting with sap and thawed lakes ready for spring and summer. Nothing presages the feeling of freedom that can come over you when the only white that can be seen is the clouds gliding across the blue sky above the blue water of the rivers gently flowing down to the sea, the perfect, smooth, cool surface, broken now and then by rocks, rapids, and bathing bodies. It is not there, it does not exist, everything is white and still, and if the silence is broken it is by a cold wind or a lone crow caw-cawing. But it is coming, it is coming. One evening in March the snow turns to rain, and the piles of snow collapse. One morning in April there are buds on the trees, and there is a trace of green in the yellow grass. Daffodils appear, white and blue anemones too. Then the warm air stands like a pillar among the trees on the slopes. On sunny inclines buds have burst, here and there cherry trees are in blossom. If you are 16 years old all of this makes an impression, all of this leaves its mark, for this is the first spring you know is spring, with all your senses you know this is spring, and it is the last, for all coming springs pale in comparison with your first. If, moreover, you are in love, well, then it is merely a question of holding on. Holding on to all the happiness, all the beauty, all the future that resides in everything. I walked home from school, I noticed a snowdrift that had melted over the pavement, it was as if I had been stabbed in the heart. I saw boxes of fruit under an awning outside a shop, not far away a crow hopped off, I turned my head to the sky, it was so beautiful. I walked through the residential area, a rain shower burst, tears filled my eyes. 58. This is an apparently romantic account of vitality, where the overflowing emergence of spring mirrors the upsurge of love. The barren, frozen landscape is flooded with glowing colors and released by animated movement, pulsating both in nature and in the teenager who finds himself attached to what he sees. Yet the sense of vitality is inseparable from a sense of finitude. The life that emerges has not always been, it is coming to be, and will not always be. The experience of beauty is therefore a stab in the heart, and he is seized by the desire to hold on to everything that will not last, holding on to all the happiness, all the beauty, all the future that resides in everything. Seized by this desire, he has the sense of seeing beauty for both the first and the last time. Seeing the beautiful for the last time, his experience can be all the more radiant, all the more intense, because he is on the verge of losing what he loves. The sense of finitude, however, is already at work in his experience of beholding something as beautiful for the first time. The colors of the world are alight and at the same time they already bear their future fading within themselves. Indeed, the anticipated fading of the colors is part of what makes them glow. When he is seized by the colors of the world, the sense that they will fade is part of what makes the colors absorbing, part of what compels him to pay attention to their qualities and linger over their beauty. The distension of time, how every moment trembles on the verge of the past and the future, thus appears in the light of secular passion. Distension is not only the negative condition of loss but also the positive condition of wonder. Only someone who is torn open by time can be moved and affected. Only someone who is finite can sense the miracle of being alive. V. Knausgaard's great predecessor is the modern writer who explored the experience of time more deeply than any other, Marcel Proust. Knausgaard recalls that he not only read Proust's In Search of Lost Time, but virtually imbibed it. 59 And my struggle bears the imprint of many passages from Proust. The influence is already visible in the basic form of the project. In Search of Lost Time devotes 7 volumes, stretching over more than 3,000 pages, to a man recollecting his life. My struggle apparently follows the same model, devoting 6 volumes, also stretching over more than 3,000 pages, to a man recollecting his life. While Knausgaard transforms the Proustian project in an important way to which I will return, it is illuminating to dwell on what he learns from Proust. The protagonist, Marcel, is himself in the process of learning throughout. In Search of Lost Time. From early childhood he wants to become a writer, but he is plagued by doubts about his talent, and not until the end does he discover what the subject of his book should be, namely, his own life. Rather than a transcendent topic of writing, which has always left Marcel's imagination blank, it is, this life, the memories of its times of sadness, its times of joy, 60 that he comes to see as the basis for his book. The greatness of true art, he declares, lies in rediscovering, grasping hold of, and making us recognize, this reality which we run a real risk of dying without having known, and which is quite simply our life. 61. Accordingly, Marcel emphasizes that his work will be devoted to the thing that ought to be most precious to us, namely, our true life, our reality as we have felt it. 62 This is why he can dwell on the experience of falling asleep for more than 30 pages, or seek to distill every nuance of an erotic touch, a flickering memory, an awakening sensation. Through the power of his prose, he wants to sharpen our perception and refine our senses. The aim is not to transport us to another life but to make us genuinely experience the life we are already living. And as Marcel understands, to achieve this aim we must transform our relation to time. If habit tends to deaden and dull our experience, it is because it reduces the impact of time on our senses. Even though every day is different and there is no guarantee that there will be another one, habit makes us feel as though our life has been all the same and will continue indefinitely. Thus, when we get used to seeing something we love, we tend no longer to notice its details or marvel at its existence. Likewise, when we get used to living with someone we love, we run the risk of taking him or her for granted and no longer appreciating the unique qualities of the beloved. The key to breaking habit is to recall that we can lose what we love. Far from devaluing life, the dimension of loss is part of what makes it emerge as valuable. We may know that we are going to die, but the role of art is to make us feel what that means and thereby intensify the commitment to our life. Accordingly, when Marcel comes to narrate his own life, he is all the more attentive to the impact and nuances of his past experiences. Even many events that were unremarkable or unhappy return with a luminous quality in his memory, since they appear as irreplaceable in the light of loss. The value of a past experience may thus be enhanced when it is infused with the pathos of being lost, just as the value of a current experience may be enhanced by the sense that it will be lost. Yet Marcel pursues his insight only in relation to a distant past and not in relation to his ongoing life as he is writing. In Search of Lost Time ends with the revelation that leads Marcel to become an author and to write the book we have been reading. Nevertheless, we never learn under what circumstances Marcel is writing the 7 volumes, how much time it takes, and what he is struggling with as he is trying to complete the book. To be clear, In Search of Lost Time is not Proust's autobiography. It does not tell the story of Proust's life but is the autobiography of the fictional character. Marcel, who within the frame of the novel writes the story of his life. We know that Proust worked on In Search of Lost Time for more than 13 years and was unable to finish the book before his death, struggling to enter revisions in the galley proofs up until the end. Within the frame of the novel, however, we do not get to witness an analogous struggle on the part of Marcel as the supposed author of the pages we are reading. We have no sense of what his daily life is like as he is writing, or what happens to him during the years it takes to compose his autobiography. All his efforts are devoted to giving meaning and significance to his past, not to his ongoing life. This is the structure that Knausgaard transforms. Within the frame of my struggle, the current life of the narrator, Karl Ove, is itself part of the story, and we are even told exactly how long it takes for him to write the 6 volumes. He begins to work on the first volume at 11:43 p.m. on February 27, 2008, and he completes the last volume at 7:07 a.m. on September 2, 2011. To be sure, the beginning and end of the narration cannot be dated with such complete precision, but what is important is the ambition to situate his writing as part of an ongoing life. We learn in detail about how his work on the book is interrupted by childcare, practical worries, relationship troubles, and personal anxiety. All these things belong to the subject matter of the book itself. The struggle is not only to recover the past, but also to grasp hold of and engage with the life that continues. Knausgaard thereby reveals a difficulty that Proust tends to conceal. If you focus only on the distant past, as Marcel does, it is relatively easy to gain a new appreciation of your life, since you can transform the past into an object of contemplation that no longer makes any direct demands on your engagement. You can dwell on details you previously overlooked, absorb the impact of events you did not understand at the time, and even feel a surge of nostalgia for things you did not enjoy when you first experienced them. Indeed, the sense that all these things are irrevocably gone can make them appear more precious than they actually were. Your nostalgia, then, can come to shelter you from the demands of a life that still has to be lived. It is telling that In Search of Lost Time ends with Marcel withdrawing from the world to write his book. His life is effectively over and the only thing that remains for him is to tell his story. Of course, Marcel still has to live, but we are supposed to forget about this in favor of an immersion in the past. The few times we catch a glimpse of him in the act of narration, it is the image of someone who has reduced his engagements to a minimum and apparently places no value on his current life. The strange human who, while he waits for death to release him, lives behind closed shutters, knows nothing of the world, sits motionless as an owl, and like that bird can only see things at all clearly in the darkness. 63. In contrast, the structure of my struggle looks like a deliberate inversion of the one that shapes In Search of Lost Time. While Marcel's book ends with him becoming an author through the decision to write the story of his life, Karl Ove's book begins with him already being an author who decides to write the story of his life and ends with the declaration that he is no longer an author after the completion of his book. I will enjoy, really enjoy, the thought that I am no longer an author, are the last words of my struggle, followed by a separate page with two sole sentences that address his wife and children, for Linda, Vanya, Heidi, and John. I love you. 64. Where Marcel ends by retreating from life into literature, Karl Ove ends by retreating from literature and turning toward life. This is not a strict opposition, since Marcel retreats into literature to understand and appreciate life, while literature is an essential part of Karl Ove's ability to understand and appreciate life. Nevertheless, the way he transforms the ending of In Search of Lost Time indicates the challenge Karl Ove poses to himself. The retreat into writing is supposed to lead back into his actual life and not out of it. He explicitly wants to change and become a better person in his daily existence. In addition to recovering the past, his task in My Struggle is to keep faith with what he is seeing and living now, not years later when he is looking back on it. Moreover, he has to confront the difficulty of appreciating his life and sustaining his deepest attachments. Loving his wife and children is not something that can be accomplished once and for all. It is an act of devotion that has to be sustained every day and one that can always fail, with joy giving way to tedium, loving care compromised by indifference or frustration, and the sense of wonder lost in deadening habit. The aim of My Struggle is not to purify one from the other, but to confront the daily, interminable battle between them. This is why we find the narrator in the midst of life, rather than at a remove from life as in the case of Marcel. Karl Ove is never at rest, and even when he retreats to the writing desk he is caught up in the practical engagements of everyday life. The engagements may be painful or passionate, tedious or elevating, but the point is to make them all glow in their concreteness. Thus, at different intervals in telling the story of his life, Karl Ove moves from recounting the past to depicting himself at the time of writing. Within the space of a sentence, we can pass from a young Karl Ove in action to his older self recollecting the events several decades later. The first time this happens is early in the first volume, when we learn about his current life situation on the evening in February when he begins to work on the book. After an immersive description of one night when he was 8 years old, Nosgard looks up from his desk and speaks to us in ipso tempore at the very moment of writing. As I sit here writing this, I recognize that more than 30 years have passed. In the window before me I can vaguely make out the reflection of my face. Apart from one eye, which is glistening, and the area immediately beneath, which dimly reflects a little light, the whole of the left side is in shadow. 2 deep furrows divide my forehead, 1 deep furrow intersects each cheek, all of them as if filled with darkness, and with the eyes staring and serious, and the corners of the mouth drooping, it is impossible not to consider this face gloomy. What has engraved itself in my face? Today is February 27, 2008. The time is 11:43 p.m. I who am writing, Karl Ove Nosgard, was born in December 1968, and I am accordingly, at this moment, 39 years old. I have 3 children, Vanya, Heidi, and John, and I am married for the second time, to Linda Bostrom Nosgard. All 4 are asleep in the rooms around me, in an apartment in Malmö, where we have now lived for a year and a half. Apart from some parents of the children at Vanya and Heidi's nursery, we do not know anyone here. This is not a loss, at any rate not for me. I don't get anything out of socializing anyway. I never say what I really think, what I really mean, but always more or less agree with whomever I am talking to at the time, pretend that what they say is of interest to me, except when I am drinking, in which case more often than not I go too far the other way, and wake up to the fear of having overstepped the mark. This has become more pronounced over the years and can now last for weeks. When I drink I also have blackouts and completely lose control of my actions, which are generally desperate and stupid, but also on occasion desperate and dangerous. That is why I no longer drink. I do not want anyone to get close to me, I do not want anyone to see me, and this is the way things have developed. No one gets close and no one sees me. This is what must have engraved itself in my face, this is what must have made it so stiff and mask-like and almost impossible to associate with myself whenever I happen to catch a glimpse of it in a shop window. 65. This is not only the night when he begins to write the book, it also marks the degree 0 of his project. The man who looks at himself here is someone who can barely recognize himself. He has withdrawn from the world, but by the same token he has disowned his life and lost hold of himself. The writing of my struggle is an attempt to reverse this process, to turn him back toward his own life. He who never says what he really thinks and really means will now do so for thousands of pages. And he who does not want anyone to see him, who does not want anyone to get close to him, will now expose himself and make his life visible for anyone to see. This is not to say that he has a hidden kernel of identity that is independent of others and ready to be revealed at will. On the contrary, the difficulty of owning his life is that he is inseparable from the way he is acting in the world. Even withdrawing from others is a form of being with them, and seeking to leave the world behind is itself a way of being in it. To own his life is to acknowledge this dependence, to recognize for better and for worse that he is attached to what he sees. The project of owning his life, then, begins with a literal self-reflection. He sees his face in the dark window and has to grapple with what has happened to him. In a way, all of my struggle can be seen as an attempt to answer the question he asks here: what has engraved itself in my face? He descends into the past to recover his life, but also to be able to engage the present and the future. Consequently, he has to confront what Proust calls embodied time, temps incorpore. Embodied time designates how we carry the past with us, even when we are not aware of it or in control of how it affects us. This embodied time is for Proust the very condition of writing an autobiography. Because the past is inscribed in our bodies, we have the chance of reconnecting to our former selves, recalling not only what we did but also how it felt, and thereby retrieving a genuine sense of our lives. For the same reason, however, our connection to the past is tenuous. We may never gain access to many of the experiences that are stored in us, and even when we do, the meaning of the past is never given in itself but refracted through our current sense of self and our projections of the future. Moreover, if our memories are embodied, it means that they can be damaged or effaced by what happens to the body. The duration of the past is not secured by an immaterial soul, but depends on the retention of time in a frail and material body. Thus, when Marcel discovers the importance of embodied time, he is haunted by an awareness of all the factors that may eradicate the memories that are retained in his body. I felt the present object of my thought very clearly within myself, but also that, along with my body, it might be annihilated at any moment. 66. The discovery of embodied time inspires him to write in search of lost time, but it also marks the precariousness of his project. At the end of the last volume, on the verge of beginning to write, Marcel worries about how brain damage or various accidents may prevent him from composing his autobiography. And indeed, before starting to work on his book, Marcel falls down a staircase and suffers from a memory loss that heightens his anxiety over not being able to write. I asked myself not only, is there still enough time? But also, am I still in a sufficiently fit condition? 67. In pursuing the implications of embodied time, Marcel is thus finally led to the dead body, which underlines the finitude of the lived time to which he is devoted. After death, he writes on one of the last pages, time leaves the body, and the memories so indifferent, so Paulino are effaced from her who no longer exists, and soon will be from him whom at present they still torture, but in whom they will eventually die, when the desire of a living body is no longer there to support them. 68. While the problem of the dead body appears only at the end of Proust's novel, it is foregrounded from the beginning of my struggle. Like Proust, Nosgard wants to evoke the depths of time in our lives, how we go far beyond our physical location in space by bearing the past with us and projecting ourselves into a future. It is this distension of time that allows us to have a history and a lived experience. Yet in Nosgard there is a strong parallel awareness of how the dimension of lived time with its hopes and fears, hidden riches and emotional upheavals depends on a material body that will remain after the distended life has expired. Thus, with a remarkable incision, the first sentences in the first volume of my struggle force us to witness the very transition from a living to a dead body. For the heart, life is simple, it beats for as long as it can. Then it stops. Sooner or later, one day, this pounding action ceases of its own accord and the blood begins to run toward the lowest point of the body, where it gathers in a small pool, visible from the outside as a dark, soft patch on ever-widening skin. As the temperature sinks, the limbs stiffen and the intestines drain. The enormous hordes of bacteria that begin to spread through the body's innards cannot be halted. Had they tried only a few hours earlier they would have met with immediate resistance, but now everything around them is still, as they delve deeper and deeper into the moist darkness. They advance on the Havers channels, the crypts of Lieberken, the Isles of Langerhans. They proceed to Bowman's capsule in the Renes, Clark's column in the spinalis, the black substance in the mesencephalon. And they arrive at the heart. As yet, it is intact, but deprived of the activity for which its whole construction has been designed. There is something strangely desolate about it, like a production plant that workers have been forced to flee in haste, one may imagine, the stationary vehicles shining yellow against the darkness of the forest, the huts deserted, a line of fully loaded cable buckets stretching up the hillside. The moment life departs the body belongs to the dead. Lamps, suitcases, carpets, door handles, windows. Fields, marshes, streams, mountains, clouds, the sky. None of these is alien to us. We are constantly surrounded by objects and phenomena from the realm of the non-living. Nonetheless, there are few things that arouse in us greater distaste than to see a human being caught up in it, at least if we are to judge by the efforts we make to keep corpses out of sight. In larger hospitals they are not only hidden away in discreet, inaccessible rooms, even the pathways there are concealed, with their own elevators and basement corridors, and should you stumble upon one of them, the dead bodies being wheeled by are always covered. When they have to be transported from the hospital it is through a dedicated exit, into vehicles with tinted glass. In the church grounds there is a separate, windowless room for them. During the funeral ceremony they lie in closed coffins until they are lowered in the ground or cremated in the oven. 69. For a novel that is so devoted to the first-person standpoint, it is striking to begin with a view of life that only can be given from a third-person standpoint. No one can experience the moment of death that Knausgaard describes. We can infer it when we observe another body at the moment of death, but when it happens to ourselves we are gone. And yet we belong to this body that is not under our command. We are altogether dependent on our body, cannot exist without it, but our body is not dependent on us. After we are gone it can remain as an object in the world, indifferent to our absence. Presumably, this is why the dead body is so uncanny and tends to be hidden away. The dead body reminds us that we are not only in the world but also of the world, made of materials that will degrade and decompose. The materialist reminder runs throughout my struggle. Specifically, Knausgaard employs a bifocal vision, where every existential phenomenon is seen both in its own right and is dependent on a physiological machinery. The paradigmatic example is the heart, which is the major and apparently conventional metaphor in my struggle. The heart in Knausgaard is explicitly a metaphor for the living principle of his existence, expressed most forcefully in the intuitive experience of love. The heart is never mistaken, is the phrase he employs repeatedly, to explain his life-changing decisions. The heart in this sense designates his deepest and most intimate sense of self. At the same time, the heart is treated not metaphorically but literally. As in the opening paragraph quoted above, Knausgaard repeatedly lays bare the heart as a physical mechanism that is utterly indifferent to his sense of self. The heart beats and then it stops beating, whether he wills it or not. The dissection of his heart becomes not only an intimate confession but also an exploration of his own biological material constitution, as though he were opening his heart in both a romantic and a surgical sense. Knausgaard thus pushes the notion of embodied time to a stark conclusion. Looking at pictures of himself as an infant, he asks, is this creature, his infant self, the same person as the one sitting here in Malmö writing? And will the 40-year-old creature who is sitting in Malmö writing this one overcast September day in a room filled with the drone of the traffic outside and the autumn wind howling through the old-fashioned ventilation system be the same as the grey, hunched geriatric who 40 years from now might be sitting dribbling and trembling in an old people's home somewhere in the Swedish woods? Not to mention the corpse that at some point will be laid out on a bench in the morgue. Still known as Karl Ove. 70. Both the tenuous connections and the ultimate fragility of embodied time are here underscored, as he makes vivid the radical changes of his body across a lifetime. In composing his autobiography, Karl Ove has to reckon with physical decomposition and is haunted by the absolute termination of his life that will have taken place when his body is transformed into a corpse. Thus, Knausgaard persistently reminds us of the automatic functions of our bodies, the decaying matter that we are made of, and the geological time that dwarfs the span of our existence. Yet this materialist perspective does not serve to diminish the importance of our lives. The fact that the duration of your existence is but a speck on the scale of geological time does not mean that it is insignificant. Likewise, the fact that your first-person standpoint, the unique experience of your life, depends on a set of physical properties does not mean that it is an illusion. It only means that your life is finite. Such finitude does not devalue your life, but is an essential part of why it can matter and take on significance, against the backdrop of its possible dissolution. Death, Knausgaard writes in the final volume, is the background against which life appears. If death had not existed, we would not have known what life is. 71. Death is the background against which life can light up as something cherished and irreplaceable, but it is also the background that can extinguish all light. Death makes life meaningless, because everything we have ever striven for ceases when life does, and it makes life meaningful, too, because its presence makes the little we have of it indispensable, every moment precious. 72. Death is here understood as an existential category, but it also opens onto the organic death of the body. Indeed, to confront the corpse in its material existence as the fate of everyone we love is a challenge Nosgard repeatedly poses to himself and to his reader. As we have seen, the first volume of My Struggle begins by depicting the moment of death in bacterial detail. The final paragraph of the same volume returns to the corpse, as Karlove visits the morgue to see the body of his deceased father one last time. Now I saw his lifeless state. That there was no longer any difference between what once had been my father and the table he was lying on, or the floor on which the table stood, or the wall socket beneath the window, or the cable running to the lamp beside him. For humans are merely one form among many, which the world produces over and over again, not only in everything that lives but also in everything that does not live, drawn in sand, stone, and water. And death, which I had always regarded as the most important dignity in life, dark, compelling, was no more than a pipe that springs a leak, a branch that cracks in the wind, a jacket that slips off a clothes hanger and falls to the floor. 73. A body has stopped breathing and thereby ceased to function as a living being, instead becoming an object among other objects in the world. Dad was no longer breathing, we read a bit earlier. That was what had happened to him, the connection with the air had been broken, now it pushed against him like any other object, a log, a gasoline can, a sofa. 74. To see the living body thus reduced to its dead counterpart is to see that nature is indifferent to our interests and desires, leaving the body to wither away when we can no longer draw on the world to sustain ourselves. He no longer poached air, because that is what you do when you breathe, you trespass, again and again you trespass on the world. 75. This ability to interact with the world and project yourself into a future is precisely what is lost in death. No longer poaching the air but simply subject to its physical pressure, the individual body decomposes and is incorporated into a cycle of matter and transformation. There are two traditional ways of addressing this material death and the anxiety it may provoke. The first is to argue that we have an immortal soul that is separate from the decomposing matter of our bodies. Even though our bodies perish, we do not really die but ascend to a higher existence, independent of any body or endowed with an incorruptible body. The second strategy is to argue that we are continuous with matter and therefore have no reason to fear death. Because the matter of our bodies is transformed into something else, nothing substantial is actually lost but only takes on another form. This is, for example, the Stoic view of death. Yes, you will cease to be what you are, but become something else of which the universe then has need, as the Roman Stoic Epictetus holds in an influential argument. 76. While these two perspectives are apparently opposed, they are united in their denial that death entails the loss of a life we should try to hold on to. In the first case, we are told to detach from the life that is lost in favor of an immortal soul. In the second case, we are told to detach from the life that is lost in favor of the continuation of matter. Both perspectives thus deny the tragedy of death. Only a secular faith which remains committed to a life that irrevocably is lost in death can counter these two forms of denial. Indeed, only a secular faith can account for why death is a tragic loss at all. The sense of tragic loss depends on keeping faith in the irreplaceable value of a life that is gone forever. Nature does not care whether we live or die, but that makes it all the more imperative that we care and remember what has been taken away. Precisely in and through a materialist vision of death, Nosgard's writing is devoted to secular faith. In forcing us to look at the dead body, he makes vivid what separates the dead from the living. For the living, time is distended, we recall a past and project ourselves into a future. This is the time of our lives, the time that Nosgard is dedicated to exploring. The dead no longer see anything or feel anything, no longer recall a past and project a future. Our fidelity to the person who has died requires that we acknowledge this absolute loss of life. When faced with a dead body, we can remember that this body belonged to someone who lost everything in death. In mourning the death of another, we recognize that her own standpoint on her life is absolutely gone. Only by acknowledging the absolute loss of her own first personal life can we remain faithful to the memory of a person who is irreplaceable. Moreover, only by anticipating our own death, only by running ahead into the risk of losing everything can we bring our own finite life into focus. The remarkable thing with Nosgard's writing is how the experience of mortality is allowed to be the source of both fear and love, terror and beauty. The anxiety before death is not something that can or should be overcome. Rather, it is an expression of love for a life that will cease to be. Likewise, being bound to a mortal body can indeed be a source of terror. You may be crippled by injuries or ravaged by brain chemistry, and in the end all the living spirit you gather will dissipate in dead matter. Yet, being bound to a body that is beyond your control is also the condition for being touched and moved, the chance of being receptive to the vanishing beauty of the world. Even in the most serene moments of bliss, Karl Ove is thus aware of mortality. The precious existence of those he loves is inseparable from their precarious material conditions. I looked at Linda. She sat with her head against the seat, with her eyes closed. Vanya's face was covered by hair, she lay like a tussock in her lap. I leaned forward a little and looked at Heidi, who gazed back at me uninterestedly. I loved them. They were my crew, my family. As pure biomass it was not very remarkable. Heidi weighed perhaps 10 kilos. Vanya perhaps 12, and if one added my and Linda's weight we reached perhaps 190 kilos. That was considerably less than the weight of a horse, I would think, and about as much as a well-built male gorilla. If we lay close together our physical range was not much to brag about either, any given sea lion would be more voluminous. However, regarding what cannot be measured, which is the only important thing when it comes to families, regarding thoughts, dreams and emotions, the inner life, this group was explosive. Dispersed over time, which is the relevant dimension for understanding a family, it would cover an almost infinite surface. I once met my grandmother's mother, which meant that Vanya and Heidi belonged to the 5th generation, and fate permitting they could in turn experience 3 generations. Thus, our little heap of meat covered 8 generations, or 200 years, with all that entails of shifting cultural and social conditions, not to mention how many people it included. A whole little world was being transported at full speed along the highway on this late spring afternoon. 77. The gentle happiness here is all the more radiant because of the bifocal vision. On the one hand, the tender evocation of an intimate love, in which each member of the family is seen as an origin of the world, with thoughts, dreams, and emotions that distend beyond anything that can be measured. On the other hand, the reminder that this entire world depends on a limited biomass, with a determinate weight and height, here even described as a heap of meat, that is being transported along the highway. Remarkably, the latter perspective does not serve to denigrate the value of the lives that are interwoven. They can be lost forever if the car meets a fatal accident on the highway, transforming their biomass into a heap of dead meat. Yet the risk is not held out as a morbid fantasy, but as a reminder of how their lives are a treasure that cannot be taken for granted. Anticipating death in the midst of life is a way of focusing his gaze on the ones he loves, attaching himself to what he sees, making their unique existence vivid. The love that radiates here is the love of a life that is secular in Augustine's sense, bound by time, marked by history, dependent on generations that have come before and may come after. Throughout my struggle this temporal dimension is shown to hold the key to the passions of our lives. The distension of time marks every moment, but it can be stretched out in different ways and discloses the depths of who we are. Thus, Nosgard explores the sedimentation and resuscitation of events in an individual body, the crystallization of a moment through memory and anticipation, the texture of time in a love relationship, intervals of pleasure and pain, the dead time of trauma, and the elation of bliss. These are all forms of embodied time, through which we distend our lives beyond our physical location in space. At the same time, we are necessarily bound to a physical body. The wager of my struggle is to hold these two perspectives together. We are spirit but also matter, and the former depends on the latter. We can compose our lives, give them form and meaning, but in the end we will disappear in a meaningless process of decomposition. Nosgard makes us confront such decomposition, while keeping faith in the value of finite existence. He turns us back to our lives to see both form and formlessness, integration and disintegration. My struggle thus moves in the opposite direction from the book whose title it takes over. Nosgard's Norwegian title Min Kamp is a direct translation of Mein Kampf, the title of Adolf Hitler's autobiography. This may seem like a gratuitous provocation, but the choice of title is motivated in the final volume, where Nosgard devotes more than 400 pages to Mein Kampf and its context. Nosgard gives a detailed account of the crisis of the times, as well as the complications of Hitler's childhood and early adulthood, while showing how Mein Kampf systematically subordinates Hitler's life story to ideology. The grittiness of everyday life is veiled by euphemism, the complexity of persons reduced to a typology of characters, and everything that is failure or suffering integrated in a narrative of gradual purification. Most importantly, all ambivalence, all doubts and hesitations, are dissolved in a discourse of certainty. In a remarkable move, Nosgard here shows how Hitler excludes a second-person mode of address. In Mein Kampf, there is an I, a we, and a they, but there is no you that would allow for an intimate relation. Hitler does not allow himself to be seen in any form of frailty, and he does not obligate himself to anyone else in his or her frailty. He merges himself with a strong, idealized we and projects all weakness onto an external they. Hitler's way of narrating his life is thus bound up with his larger ideological scheme for making sense of the world. In Hitler's universe, there is a pure, good, we, that is in peril of being corrupted by them, the impure and evil others who most prominently are figured as the Jews. To the extent that we are in trouble, to the extent that our lives are unresolved or difficult, it is because of them, because of their corrupting influence. If only they, the evil forces, could be eliminated, we would be saved. Nazi ideology is thus another version, a particularly sinister version of the religious longing for purity. Nosgard acknowledges and reckons with such longing for purity, but his writing is an active resistance to any temptation of purification. Indeed, my struggle is devoted to the very imperfection that Mein Kampf sets out to erase. Nothing will save us, since irresolution, difficulty, and frailty are essential parts of the lives we care about. And no one can offer us a final salvation, since everyone who enters our lives is themselves finite. To own our lives is to acknowledge this essential finitude, as both the chance of being together and the risk of breaking apart. This is why my struggle, which apparently is so devoted to the I, ultimately turns out to be dependent on you. In turning toward you, Karl Ove exposes himself in his dependence on a world that is beyond his control. But he also trains you to see and to acknowledge your own dependence and the dependence of others. This recognition of finitude does not offer any guarantees that we will lead a responsible life and take better care of one another. But without the recognition of finitude, the questions of responsibility and care could not even take hold of us. To turn toward you, to focus our gaze on another and attach ourselves to what we see, is the deepest movement of secular confession. We are turned back to our lives, not as something that is our property but as a form of existence that is altogether finite and altogether dependent on others. This is not the end of responsibility, it is the beginning. He is born against all reasonable expectations. At the time, his mother is 91 and his father 100 years old. No one else believes they can have a child. And yet he is born. His father thinks the birth is a divine miracle, a fulfillment of the promise given to him by God. Through the Son, the Father shall establish a new people that will flourish and keep the memory of his name. I will bless you and make your name great, God has promised him, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. 1. The Father's future as well as the future of his people depends on the continued life of his Son. All their hopes rest on this child. And yet the Father is ready to kill the child, kill his Son with his own hands, when God commands him to do so. Without raising any objections, the Father rises early in the morning and takes his Son with him. After traveling for 3 days, they arrive at the mountain where the sacrifice will take place. The Father draws the knife and is ready to kill his Son, ready to give everything away, but then God intervenes to stop him, as a reward for his obedience. Now I know that you fear God, he is told, since you have not withheld your Son, your only Son, from me. 2. As a reward for his obedience, the future that the Father has been willing to give up, the future of his Son and the future of generation after generation on earth, is given back to him in abundance. Because you have done this thing and have not withheld your Son, God explains, I will bless you and I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven and as the sand on the seashore. 3. The story of Abraham's devotion to God and the sacrifice of his beloved son Isaac is both one of the most enigmatic and most poignant episodes in the Bible. Sparsely told as an existential drama of religious faith, it continues to provoke passionate responses and troubled questions. These questions are all the more pressing because Abraham is regarded as the father of faith in all 3 major monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, Islam. How we understand Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac is therefore a central part of how we understand religious faith. The moral of the story may seem clear: man should subordinate his will to the command of God, but how we should respond to it remains an open question. Is Abraham a model of true faith because he obeys God even when doing so requires the sacrifice of what is dearest to him? Or does he exemplify a dangerous fanaticism that does not stop at anything in following what it takes to be the command of God? While these questions have been debated for centuries, no one has pursued them with the philosophical depth and literary imagination of a young Danish philosopher in 1843. During a stay in Berlin, Søren Kierkegaard set out to bring the story of Abraham and Isaac back to life for a contemporary audience. The resulting work is Fear and Trembling, a book that more than any other has made Kierkegaard live on as an author and thinker. Professional philosophers as well as lay readers, religious believers as well as atheists, keep returning to Fear and Trembling as a profound exploration of what it means to have faith. This is a question that occupied Kierkegaard throughout all his works, but Fear and Trembling remains the book that attracts the most readers and inspires the most intense discussions. Kierkegaard himself seems to have predicted this response from posterity. "Oh, some day after I am dead," he writes in a journal entry from 1849, "fear and trembling alone will be enough to immortalize my name as an author. Then it will be read and translated into foreign languages. People will practically shudder at the frightful emotion in the book." Yet, as with the original Abraham story, it is far from clear how we should respond to the frightful emotion of fear and trembling. Kierkegaard himself regarded fear and trembling as part of his lifelong project to demonstrate how demanding it is to have religious and especially Christian faith. In Kierkegaard's 19th-century Denmark, the majority of the population identified as Christian and the official religion of the state was Christianity. According to Kierkegaard, however, Christian faith had been reduced to a nominal belief and a social identity, as though it were enough to profess belief in God, be a member of the church, and attend service on Sundays in order to be a Christian. In contrast, Kierkegaard emphasizes how true Christianity requires that your entire existence be transformed by your faith. Christian faith is not reducible to what you believe but depends on how you believe. Merely to think or say that you believe in God is not sufficient. Your faith in God has to change how you act, feel, and respond to what happens in your life. Kierkegaard can thus be seen to revive the classical theological distinction between living and dead faith. The distinction is first formulated in the letter of James, further articulated by Thomas Aquinas in his Summa Theologica, and most powerfully developed by Martin Luther in his catechetical writings. A living faith is one on which you are prepared to act, and it shapes how you are affected by what happens to you. At its strongest, it is the faith on which you are ready to stake your life. Such faith which ventures everything on what it has heard concerning God, be it life or death, constitutes a Christian man, as Luther maintains. 5. A dead faith, by contrast, is one that does not make any real difference for how you live, something you claim to believe even though such faith is not manifested by your actions and even though you would never make your life depend on it. In Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard invokes Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac as the most challenging example of what it means to have a living religious faith. To underline the challenge, Kierkegaard evokes Abraham's wholehearted and life-defining love for Isaac. Isaac is the most precious in his life, and Abraham embraces him with a love that is inadequately described by saying he faithfully fulfilled the father's duty to love the son. 6. Furthermore, Kierkegaard emphasizes that Abraham really does sacrifice Isaac. Even though Abraham in the end does not have to go through with the actual killing, the biblical story makes clear that he has completed the sacrifice of Isaac in his heart. Indeed, Abraham is rewarded precisely because God sees that he has given up Isaac. "You have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." Thus, rather than allow the reader to conclude that the sacrifice of Isaac was only a hypothetical test, Fear and Trembling emphasizes that Abraham had to be resolved to kill his beloved son. Moreover, Abraham had to sustain his resolution for several days, in the concrete presence of the one he was going to sacrifice. With his characteristically precise imagination, Kierkegaard recalls the weight of these actions. "We forget that Abraham only rode an ass, which trudges along the road, that he had a journey of 3 days, that he needed some time to chop the firewood, to bind Isaac, and to sharpen the knife." 7. By telling the story of Abraham's sacrifice, Kierkegaard wants the reader to imagine him or herself in the same situation. His narrative strategy is to make you engage with the story from a first-person standpoint, to ask yourself what you would have done. Imagine that you have waited your whole life for the birth of your son, whom you love with all your heart, and now you are commanded to kill him. Imagine further that you have to make this sacrifice, not for any reason in the world and not to save anyone else, but only for the sake of your commitment to God. Imagine finally that you are able to make this sacrifice with an unshakable trust in God. The greatness of Abraham, according to Fear and Trembling, is that he is not paralyzed by the anxiety, the distress, the paradox of having to kill Isaac, and instead ventures everything on his faith in God. Kierkegaard holds that anyone who has a living religious faith must be ready to make such a sacrifice, to give up the finite Isaac for the eternal God. To prove your religious commitment, you must be able to renounce your secular devotion to any form of living on, including the living on of your most beloved child, by virtue of your complete faith in the eternal. At the same time, Kierkegaard recognizes that the question of faith precedes any religious commitment and is a general feature of human existence. To approach Fear and Trembling, then, we first need to understand how Kierkegaard identifies faith as an issue that is always at stake in our lives. While his ultimate aim is to defend a version of religious faith, his own work provides profound insights into the dynamic of secular faith that he seeks to overcome. A good place to start is the general definition of faith in Kierkegaard's concluding unscientific postscript: "Without risk, no faith." Faith is the contradiction between the infinite passion of inwardness and the objective uncertainty. 8. This may seem like a difficult definition, but by unpacking Kierkegaard's terminology we can see how it makes sense. Kierkegaard's notion of objective uncertainty refers to how all knowledge is subject to time. While we can develop methods for better understanding what happened in the past, it is always possible that new evidence may come to challenge what we thought we knew, or that new questions present the given evidence in a different light. Thus, no matter how subjectively certain we may be about what has happened, there is an element of objective uncertainty in our knowledge, since our account of the past cannot ever be definitive and may be refuted. Likewise, we may develop better methods for predicting what will happen, but the future remains objectively uncertain, since we cannot know what has not yet taken place. These forms of uncertainty mark our experience of the present itself, which is already becoming past and becoming related to the future. A moment is never a still point of certainty but always passing away, forbigående, and opening itself to what may come, tillkommende. This is why life in Kierkegaard's most famous phrase can only be understood backwards but must be lived forwards. We have to act in view of the future, but we cannot know the consequences of our actions, since these consequences are given only in retrospect. Moreover, as Kierkegaard emphasizes, your own self is inseparable from this temporality. You are not a stable essence but always existing temporally. You are not a given being but always in a process of becoming that may transform your sense of who you are. Because of the objective uncertainty, faith is a necessary condition of experience. Neither the past nor the future can be known and have to be taken on faith. This temporal condition, what I call the necessary uncertainty of secular faith, binds faith to risk from the beginning. Given that your relation to the past and the future depends on faith, you may be deceived by what you think is certain, mistaken about what you take for granted, and shattered by what you never expected. Your vulnerability to these risks is due to the existential commitment of secular faith. Because you are existentially committed to someone or something, you can feel the pain of being deceived, mistaken, or shattered. Moreover, temporal finitude is intrinsic to why an existential commitment matters in the first place. It is because something can be lost and because such loss would have irreversible consequences that there is anything at stake in being faithful. Continued fidelity to someone or something is inseparable from the apprehension of loss. This risk of loss is the motivational force of secular faith. The risk of loss is an essential part of keeping faith, at the same time as it makes all fidelity precarious, something that must be continually achieved. The three aspects of secular faith, necessary uncertainty, existential commitment, motivational force, can be illuminated in and by Kierkegaard's own texts. Existential commitment is the aspect of secular faith that most occupies Kierkegaard. He understands that our lives can matter to us only if we are existentially committed to what we do. Passion and appropriation are two of Kierkegaard's favorite words to describe such a commitment. For an activity to matter in an existential sense, it is not enough that you learn to do it correctly. You have to be passionate about doing it right and appropriate the activity as your own by putting yourself at stake in it. Passion and appropriation are a matter of inwardness, because they can be given only from a first-person standpoint. I can study what you do from a third-person standpoint, but whether or not you are existentially committed to what you do, whether you have actually put yourself at stake in what you are doing, can be decided only from your first-person standpoint. Moreover, even from your first-person standpoint, your commitment is not decided once and for all but is something that must be sustained. Kierkegaard describes this capacity for passionate appropriation as infinite, not because it is indestructible but because it consists in its own activity and defines what matters in your life. Your infinite passion is your capacity to be wholeheartedly devoted to your life as a finite being. For the same reason, your infinite passion exposes you to loss. Even if you sustain your devotion, even if you keep faith with what you love, the object of your faith and devotion can itself be taken away from you. For example, if you dedicate your life to music or athletics, your body may break in such a way that you can no longer pursue the activity that made your life meaningful. Likewise, when you love another person, he or she can leave you behind, and when you are devoted to a political project, it can disintegrate despite your best efforts. This is why there is no faith without risk. To recall Kierkegaard's definition, the infinite passion of inwardness, your devotion to someone or something, is always at odds with the objective uncertainty, the temporal finitude that may take away your object of devotion. Accordingly, the more you devote yourself to something, the more you allow a given passion to define who you are, the more you put yourself in peril. By committing yourself to a person, a political struggle, or a way of life, you become dependent on something whose continued existence is objectively uncertain. Yet Kierkegaard maintains that it is only through such an existential commitment that you can become a self. Biologically we may be described as human beings, but who we are, self, in Kierkegaard's existential sense is defined by what we are committed to as well as how we sustain those commitments. This is why our self can live in more than a biological sense, but also why it can die before our biological death. If you fail to sustain a life-defining commitment or have to give it up because it has become unsustainable, you suffer an existential death of yourself, even though your life continues. Kierkegaard can thus be seen to have a deep grasp of the dynamic of secular faith. An instructive example is his account of marriage. By marriage, Kierkegaard does not mean the legal procedure consecrated by a wedding, but the existential act of committing to another person for life. Such a life-defining commitment is eternal in a secular sense. To say that I will be committed to you forever is not to say that we will live forever or that our love can never end. Rather, it is to promise that I will sustain my love for you every day of my life. As Kierkegaard puts it, the person who by marriage binds another person's life to his own, who by marriage makes a commitment that no time will dissolve and every day will require to be fulfilled, from that person a resolution is required. 9. While the resolution is eternal in the sense of being binding for my whole life, it is by the same token temporal, since it can exist only through a continuous devotion. Accordingly, in the covenant of marriage, eternity is not finished with time, but the covenant is eternity's beginning in time. Moreover, the eternal resolution of marriage must remain with the wedded pair in the union of love through time, and there is to be celebration at its remembrance and power in its recollection and hope in its promise, emphasis added. 10. The resolution of marriage is not a religious devotion to a timeless eternity but a secular devotion to living on in time. The very joy of the resolution, its celebration of the continued love, must rely on the precarious remembrance of the past and the uncertain promise of the future. The resolution does not secure my future, it only decides what is at stake for me in the future. In making the life-defining commitment of marriage, I acknowledge that who I am and what matters to me is defined by my love for you. By the same token, who I am and what matters to me is dependent on what happens to us, exposed to a future that exceeds my control. Kierkegaard emphasizes that this risk is not external but internal to the resolution itself. The person who is ignorant of the danger, who excludes the danger and does not include an actual conception of it in the resolution, he writes, that person is not resolved. 11. To be resolved is thus to reckon with finitude. In sustaining my commitment to you, I must continually forego other possible ways of living my life. Without this finitude where the commitment to one future closes down other possible futures, my commitment would be meaningless and automatic, since there would be no alternatives. There would be nothing at stake in wedding my life to you, since I could not do otherwise. Furthermore, my resolute commitment must always reckon with the finitude that is inherent in the marriage itself. Our love may break under the strain of conflicts, be drained of vitality because the other is taken for granted, or slowly languish in habitual patterns. This finitude is what calls for a resolution in the first place. As Kierkegaard reminds us, love perishes in adversity if no resolution holds it firm, it perishes in prosperity if no resolution holds it firm, it degenerates in the everyday if no resolution encourages it. 12. Finally, even the most resolute and life-defining commitment is finite because we can literally die. Even if we remain faithful to our love for as long as we live, our lives will come to an end. We can only be married until death do us part, leaving one of us to mourn the other. Kierkegaard's radical argument is that finitude in all these senses is vital for any meaningful commitment. Even if it were possible to have a life of guaranteed happiness, the dangers of the life of resolution, 13, are still preferable, since they are the conditions for a life worth living. For anything to matter, for anything to be at stake, the chance of happiness and flourishing must be shadowed by the risk of loss. Thus, in a striking passage, Kierkegaard recommends that the bridal couple, before going to the house where the wedding reception is held, go to the house of sorrow, that is, to the earnest consideration from which one does not obtain the bridal veil but the resolution. 14. This relation between resolution and finitude runs throughout Kierkegaard's work. As he argues in his remarkable text, At a Graveside, the thought that everything ends with death, that all is over when we die, is not a reason to devalue life. On the contrary, the thought of death is the source of any earnest engagement with life and makes the given time all the more precious. The earnest understanding, Kierkegaard writes, is that if death is night then life is day, that if no work can be done at night then work can be done during the day, and the terse but impelling cry of earnestness, like death's terse cry, is this very day. 15. Kierkegaard's own insights can thus be employed against the religious ideal of being absolved from the pain of loss. A Stoic life of tranquil apathy or a Buddhist life of peaceful detachment is meaningless for Kierkegaard. He does not want to be free from passions, he wants to be passionately engaged and wholeheartedly committed. Moreover, Kierkegaard understands that such passion is inseparable from vulnerability. In passionately identifying myself with a project, a political cause, a romantic relationship, a creative ambition, I risk my own life and identity, which may be shattered if the project fails. Far from being a reason for detachment, the risk is for Kierkegaard part of what makes the project meaningful and a matter of earnest engagement. Without the anticipation of loss, one could never be resolved to make the most of the time that is given. Nevertheless, Kierkegaard himself ultimately subscribes to a version of the religious ideal of being absolved from the pain of loss. This absolution does not take place through detachment but rather through faith in God's power to redeem anything that is lost. Religious faith would thus enable you to be wholeheartedly committed and live with the danger of loss, without being defeated by any actual loss. It is true that he who expects something in particular may be disappointed, Kierkegaard writes in one of his edifying religious discourses, but this does not happen to the believer. 16. Rather, even faced with the most terrible loss, the religious believer asserts, there is an expectation that the whole world cannot take from me, it is the expectation of faith, and this is victory. I am not deceived, since I did not believe that the world would keep the promise it seemed to be making to me, my expectation was not in the world but in God. This expectation is not deceived, even in this moment I sense its victory more gloriously and more joyfully than all the pain of loss. If I were to lose this expectation, then everything would be lost. Now I have still conquered through my expectation, and my expectation is victory. 17. This is the blueprint for Abraham's religious faith in fear and trembling. As long as Abraham keeps his faith in God, he is insulated from the actual experience of losing what he loves. For Kierkegaard, this is the deepest virtue of religious faith. As long as you keep religious faith, you cannot be defeated by loss. If you lose your religious faith, then everything is lost, but as long as you keep it you are safe. Abraham is the supreme example, since he keeps faith in God's promise regardless of what happens in the world. God has promised that Isaac will live a flourishing life, so Abraham keeps faith in this promise even when God's own command and his own action killing Isaac apparently undermine the promise. Thus, Abraham can maintain his love for Isaac and take the greatest risks, including the risk of sacrificing his own son, without ever being shattered. Even if Abraham has to kill Isaac, he believes that God will bring Isaac back to life, and as long as he keeps this expectation he cannot be defeated. In contrast, secular faith necessarily remains vulnerable. As long as you keep secular faith, you can be defeated by loss. Affirming your life-defining commitment as a parent and loving your child wholeheartedly does not protect you from the pain of conflict, the bereavement of broken hopes, or the possible devastation of losing your child. On the contrary, it is because you are keeping faith with your child and holding on to your life-defining commitment as a parent that you are all the more vulnerable to these experiences. Such vulnerability is the condition for any form of responsiveness to and responsibility for what happens to the one you love. In being devoted to someone who is finite, I have to be responsive to what befalls him or her, even if the events are adverse to my own hopes and desires. I am committed to fight for him or her to live on and flourish, but also bound to recognize if and when there is defeat. If I am Abraham and maintain my secular faith, I believe that Isaac's life is priceless. I am devoted to his well-being as an end in itself, but I also believe that his life can be lost. Indeed, it is only by acknowledging and being responsive to Isaac's finitude that I can care for him. As we will see, it is precisely the capacity to care for Isaac, to be responsive and responsible with regard to his faith, that Abraham has to sacrifice for the sake of his religious faith. In Kierkegaard's account, Abraham has a life-defining commitment to being a father. Abraham does not only have a sense of duty in caring for his son, he loves Isaac wholeheartedly and with such devotion that there would not be many a father in the realms and lands of the king who would dare to maintain that he loved in this way. 18. Furthermore, Isaac is for Abraham the promise of his own future and of a blessed future for his people. It is through Isaac that Abraham makes sense of his life, and it is only through Isaac that his legacy can survive. Thus, in having faith that Isaac will be born and live on, Abraham puts his own life at stake. His love for Isaac dramatizes as Kierkegaard is keen to explore an existential experience that goes beyond the particular details of biblical mythology. While most prospective parents do not have to face the unlikely odds of trying to have a child when they are as old as Abraham, any aspiring parent can feel the gravity of his situation. Regardless of the age of the parents, nothing can guarantee that a child will be born, and nothing can secure his or her life after birth. To commit oneself to becoming a parent, in this case a father, is thus a particularly poignant experience of objective uncertainty. I cannot know if I will become a father, and if I do, I cannot know what it will be like until I am already in the situation. I can certainly acquire knowledge about what it means to be a father from a third-person standpoint and benefit from learning about the experiences of others. But no amount of information or knowledge is sufficient to prepare me for the first-person experience of becoming a father. Rather, I have to commit myself in advance of the experience and thereby make a leap of faith into the unknown. The leap is risky because I cannot know who I will turn out to be as a father, or who my child will turn out to be, or what will happen to my child. Furthermore, this objective uncertainty is an ongoing part of being a father. As long as I have a child, I am bound to a future that exceeds my control. To be a father in more than a biological sense, to make fatherhood an integral part of my identity, to care about my child in an active and passionate sense, requires that I sustain an existential, life-defining commitment to my child. This is why parenthood can be such a transformative event, reorienting my deepest relation to the world, making life more palpable and more meaningful. Yet the same existential commitment that makes me receptive to wonder and joy also makes me vulnerable to what happens. Even if my child causes me great grief, and even if a rational calculation would compute that I would be better off not being a parent, I cannot give up the commitment except by giving up my own sense of who I am. The vulnerability to grief is a common denominator for all forms of secular faith, which are devoted to something or someone who is finite. In keeping faith with my child, I am bound to what Kierkegaard calls external factors, since I am devoted to someone whose fate exceeds my control. I can love and care for my child, but my love and care cannot secure the future of my child. The same holds for all forms of secular faith, which are committed to persons or projects that can live on and flourish but also come to an end. Even if my internal resolve is intact and I keep my faith, I can still suffer from an irrevocable loss because of circumstances that are external to my will. Hence, in secular faith I can lose my object of devotion even if I keep faith. In contrast, Kierkegaard advocates a religious faith that cannot ever lose its object of devotion as long as it keeps faith. The decisive difference concerns the relation to the future. As Kierkegaard emphasizes, there is a trembling of anxiety in every relation to the future, since we cannot know what will happen and may lose what we want to keep. The more we are devoted to something, the more powerful the anxiety, since our own being is at stake. Thus, if I am a father, the prospect of losing my son is anxiety-producing, both because I care about him in his own right and because I would be devastated if I lost him. To live with such anxiety, which is intrinsic to any form of secular faith, is, according to Kierkegaard, to live in despair. As he makes clear in the Sickness unto Death, being in despair is not limited to an experience of existential breakdown. Rather, even the greatest bliss is for Kierkegaard a matter of despair, insofar as, deep within the most secret hiding place of happiness there dwells also anxiety, which is despair. 19. Being in despair, then, encompasses everyone who does not have religious faith. Anyone who lives with any form of anxiety, an unrest, an inner strife, a disharmony, an anxiety about an unknown something or a something he does not even dare to try to know, an anxiety about some possibility in existence or an anxiety about himself, 20, is in despair. Only those who have religious faith are free from despair. Religious faith is a state in which despair is completely rooted out, a state in which there is no despair at all, by virtue of complete faith in God. 21. Kierkegaard emphasizes, however, that such freedom from despair cannot be achieved through naive optimism or simple trust that everything will work out. On the contrary, the religious believer must confront the fact that every anxiety for which he feels alarm can come upon him at the very next instant, including horror, perdition, and annihilation. 22. The true test of religious faith does not take place when things are going well, but when the world commences its drastic ordeal, when the storms of life crush youth's exuberant expectancy, when existence, which seems so affectionate and gentle, changes into a pitiless proprietor who demands everything back. 23. The task is to confront the worst possible scenario, to face what Kierkegaard calls the anxiety of the possible, the possibility that you will lose everything that matters to you in the world and still maintain your religious faith. Only someone who passes through the anxiety of the possible, Kierkegaard writes, is cultivated to have no anxiety. 24. If you lose your religious faith when the worst happens to you, when your trust in the world is shattered, you reveal that you never actually had religious faith. The decisive moment is when a person is brought to his extremity, when, humanly speaking, there is no possibility. Then the question is whether he will believe that for God everything is possible, that is, whether he will believe. 25. When God commands the sacrifice of Isaac, Abraham is brought to such an extremity. Humanly speaking, there is no possibility left for him if he kills Isaac. Following God's previous command, Abraham has already abandoned his native land, and the promise of establishing a new community is altogether dependent on the existence of his son. If Abraham kills Isaac, he will shatter the very possibility of making sense of his life and his actions. He will have uprooted his family for nothing, annulled the birth of his beloved son, and extinguished the future of his people. When he returns from the killing, his own wife will not be able to understand or recognize him. How can he have done this to their son, to her, to everything they had together? Moreover, Abraham will not even be able to recognize himself. Being a father is a life-defining commitment for Abraham, which means that it gives him an identity across time. Even if other things change, he can still recognize himself through his devotion to Isaac and his commitment to their future. In killing Isaac, however, he will do what is unthinkable for himself as a father and undercut any chance of recognizing himself in his deed. Nevertheless, Abraham is able to face the prospect of killing Isaac without despair, since he believes that for God everything is possible. In Kierkegaard's account, Abraham can even go through with the killing of Isaac and still maintain his trusting expectation that his life will be saved. Even though Abraham cannot know how it will be possible, he has faith that God will enable him to go on and to flourish even if his entire world is devastated. This is why Abraham is celebrated as a hero of religious faith in Fear and Trembling. The benefit of religious faith is supposed to be that it saves you from all forms of despair and enables you to go on with your life regardless of what happens. As Kierkegaard explains in The Sickness Unto Death, the believer has the ever-infallible antidote for despair possibility, because for God everything is possible at every moment. 26. To prove that you have such faith, however, there has to be a way of testing it. It is easy enough to claim that you believe everything is possible for God, but the vital test is to prove that you believe it through how you act and how you respond. In The Sickness Unto Death, Kierkegaard describes the test as follows. Imagine that someone with a capacity to imagine terrifying nightmares has pictured to himself some horror or other that is absolutely unbearable. Then it happens to him, this very horror happens to him. Humanly speaking, his collapse is altogether certain. At this point, then, salvation is, humanly speaking, utterly impossible, but for God everything is possible. This is the battle of faith. The believer sees and understands his downfall, humanly speaking, in what has happened to him, or in what he has ventured, but he believes. For this reason he does not collapse. He leaves it entirely to God how he is to be helped, but he believes that for God everything is possible. To believe his downfall is impossible. To understand that humanly it is his downfall and nevertheless to believe in possibility is to believe. So, God helps him also, perhaps by allowing him to avoid the horror, perhaps through the horror itself. Point 27. While this passage does not explicitly invoke the example of Abraham, it illuminates the test of religious faith that is at the center of fear and trembling. If Abraham kills Isaac, his collapse and downfall are humanly speaking altogether certain. There will be no possible support from his loved ones and no possible way to make sense of his life, since his own action will have made him unrecognizable to himself. In short, his life will be absolutely unbearable, and, humanly speaking, utterly impossible. When Abraham raises the knife to kill Isaac, he understands all this. He understands that, humanly it is his downfall, and yet he believes that God will make it possible for him to go on with his life. Even in full knowledge that he is killing Isaac, Abraham keeps faith that God will give him a new Isaac, or restore to life the one sacrificed. 28. Abraham does not believe that Isaac will be given back to him as a matter of fact, and he does not know how it will happen. Rather, Abraham renounces all forms of calculation and leaves it entirely to God how he is to be helped. 3. The example of Abraham may seem extreme, but the formal features it exhibits are necessary for the test of religious faith that Kierkegaard envisages throughout his work. As long as you are supported by your family, your friends, or your community, what enables you to go on with your life may be a secular rather than a religious faith. To test if your religious faith is living or dead, to test if you actually trust in God or merely say that you do, you need a scenario in which you do not rely on anything other than faith in God. This is why the Danish words for test and trial, prove and provelse, are consistently used to describe Abraham's sacrifice in fear and trembling. A living religious faith must be able to overcome even the most extreme loss without recourse to anything other than faith in God. If you have faith in God, no circumstance can bring you to despair. If you have faith in God, you cannot be broken. We can thus further specify the difference between secular and religious faith. My secular faith that life is worth living may carry me through devastating experiences, but it is essentially fragile, since I cannot sustain it on my own. My secular faith, my ability to hope for the future, relies on others who recognize me, as well as on my own ability to recognize myself. Even if I am all alone, my own sense of myself is inseparable from how I have been received by others and how they have given me resources to live on. Thus, if my son dies, I may be able to go on with my life despite the terrible grief, but at every step of the way I will depend on the world of which I am a part. If I can recollect my love for my son, if I can recognize myself as a loving father who inadvertently lost his son, I may be able to work through the grief and renew my commitment to the future. The pain will never entirely go away, but the memories of what we shared together may give me sustenance. If I am fortunate enough, the experience of having loved will enable me to love again. However, if there is no one to console me, no one to hold and comfort me, no one who gives me hope for a viable future, I may succumb to despair. Moreover, if I utterly betrayed or even killed my son, if I sacrificed him for no justifiable reason, I will have destroyed my own sense of myself, my own ability to love, and will be bound to despair. There will be no way to go on, since my world will have collapsed and my identity will be irreversibly broken. The risk of such despair is built into any life-defining commitment. To have a life-defining commitment is to acknowledge that I am not self-sufficient but essentially a relational being. My identity is not given but relies on forms of recognition that must be upheld or transformed and that remain fragile at their core. My life-defining commitments give me a world and an identity, but they also underline my finitude and the risk that my world can break down. In secular faith, the risk of despair is not only a negative threat but also intrinsic to my positive identity and engagement. The risk of despair, the anticipation that my world can break down, recalls me to what matters in my life and why it remains important what I do. My very life is at stake in my finite relations. For Kierkegaard, by contrast, religious faith is supposed to annul the risk of despair. If you have religious faith, you believe that you can lose everything and still be saved, since for God everything is possible. Religious faith thus requires a double movement, whereby you renounce trust in the world in favor of trust in God. Rather than rely on finite relations, you place your faith in God. The first movement of religious faith is what Kierkegaard calls infinite resignation, which plays a central role in fear and trembling but is most fully elaborated in the concluding, unscientific postscript. Infinite resignation does not mean that you give up hope, but that you renounce all forms of hope that depend on a finite world. Instead, you maintain that the highest good is an eternal happiness beyond the finite. The task is to make eternal happiness into your absolute telos, the goal or end for which you strive. At the same time, you can never achieve eternal happiness as long as you are finite, so the striving for the absolute goal becomes a task that cannot be finished in this life. Rather, the striving for eternal happiness is expressed through the renunciation of all finite goals as inadequate. In accordance with his emphasis on a living religious faith, Kierkegaard underscores that such renunciation cannot be merely theoretical but must be enacted in practice. To make the movement of infinite resignation, you must demonstrate to yourself that you are willing to give up everything that is finite for the sake of eternal happiness. If to him an eternal happiness is his highest good, Kierkegaard writes in the postscript, this means that in his acting the finite elements are once and for all reduced to what must be surrendered in relation to the eternal happiness. 29. And again, if there is something he is not willing to give up for its sake, then he is not relating himself to an eternal happiness. 30. To make the movement of infinite resignation, however, is not to leave the finite behind. Rather, it is to live in the finite while being literally insensitive to the fate of the finite. As Kierkegaard puts it, when the individual has the absolute orientation toward the absolute telos, everything is changed, the roots are cut. He lives in the finite, but he does not have his life in it. Just as the dentist loosens the gum tissue and cuts the nerve and lets the tooth remain, so also is his life in finitude loosened, and the task is to have the tooth not grow fast again. 31. Kierkegaard is here talking about an inward transformation. When the individual severs the nerves that make him sensitive to the finite, his outward life may still appear to be the same. He can pursue finite goals and maintain his worldly relations, but through the movement of resignation his bonds to them are loosened in such a way that he is ready to renounce them if that is required. Nevertheless, just as the tooth may grow fast again, the threads that bind the individual to the world may reassert themselves. He continues to live in the finite and therefore runs the risk of devoting himself to a finite goal or a finite being as an end in itself. This is why Kierkegaard stresses that the movement of resignation cannot be made once and for all but constantly has to be undertaken anew, to ensure that one never treats anyone or anything finite as absolute, an end in itself but only as relative. The individual is certainly in the finite, and the difficulty is indeed to preserve the absolute choice in the finite, but just as he took away the vital power of the finite in the moment of resignation, so the task is to repeat this. Suppose the world offers the individual everything. Perhaps he accepts it, but he says, "Oh, well, but this, oh, well, signifies the absolute respect for the absolute telos." Suppose the world takes everything away from him, he may wince, but he says, "Oh, well, and this, oh, well, signifies the absolute respect for the absolute telos. 32. Kierkegaard here describes how you can remove your dependence on external factors by continually making the movement of resignation. Regardless of what happens in the external world, regardless of whether everything is given to you or everything is taken away from you, your response should be the same: "Oh, well." Through the movement of resignation, you free yourself from the vital power of the finite, by not allowing anything that happens to confirm or shatter your hope. You still live in the finite, but you do not have your life, your heart in it. Your hope is invested in an eternal happiness, and this hope cannot be refuted by anything that happens in or to the finite. Hence, for all his insights into the dynamic of marriage, Kierkegaard holds that it must be subordinated to the absolute goal of eternal happiness. Do not forget that marriage is not the absolute telos, and therefore what is absolutely true of the absolute is only imperfectly true of marriage. 33. If I stake my happiness on marriage, the fate of my commitment is not only up to me, it also depends on how you receive what I do. Being committed in marriage entails that I cannot sovereignly decide the meaning of my actions or the terms of my commitment. I have to be responsive to what you say and do, which includes the risk that you may end our marriage. Indeed, even if I devote myself completely to you, there is no guarantee that you will remain faithful. Deep within every person's soul, Kierkegaard reminds us, there is a secret anxiety that even the one in whom he has the most faith could also become unfaithful to him. 34. As he emphasizes, no merely human love can completely drive out this anxiety, which can very well remain hidden and undetected in the friendly security of a happy life relationship, but which at times can inexplicably stir deep within, and which, when the storms of life begin, is immediately at hand. 35. In contrast, God remains faithful every day of your life. Whatever happens to you, He remains faithful to you in death. He meets you again in the hereafter as a trustworthy friend. 36. The demanding task is to keep faith in God. As long as you have given yourself completely to Him, had your whole life in Him, He will never let you down, since He Himself eternally guarantees His own fidelity. 37. For Kierkegaard, devotion in marriage must therefore be subordinated to or renounced in favor of a religious devotion to God as the highest good and to eternal happiness as one's own highest good. He explains the move through the following contrast. In erotic love, the individual is still involved with another human being and can hear that person's yes or no. In every enthusiasm-inspired project, the individual still has something external, but in relation to eternal happiness the individual has only himself to deal with in inwardness. 38. Even if I commit myself to you in the most wholehearted way, you may negate my will and defeat my hope by saying no. Likewise, even if I devote myself to the project of our marriage with my utmost enthusiasm, being willing to do anything to sustain it, there is still something external to my will, since the project may fail despite my best efforts and most fervent hopes. However, as long as I keep eternal happiness as my absolute telos, my hope is safe from any possible defeat. Unlike in marriage, where I have to deal with another person who may be resistant to my will or leave me behind, in relation to eternal happiness the individual has only himself to deal with in inwardness. Moreover, the inwardness of religious faith disarms the real risks of objective uncertainty. A marriage is objectively uncertain in the sense that it can actually break and leave me shattered. Eternal happiness, however, is objectively uncertain in the sense that it can neither be proved nor disproved. As long as I keep faith in eternal happiness, it cannot be taken away from me, since the only criterion for its existence is my own faith that it will be given to me. No external criteria can refute my hope for eternal happiness, and nothing external to my own will can force me to give it up. Eternal happiness cannot be given to me by the finite, but for the same reason it cannot be taken away from me by the finite. It has nothing to do with anything in the external world, but is entirely a matter of my inward relation to my absolute telos. The mistake of monasticism, according to Kierkegaard, is to think that such a movement of infinite resignation requires one to withdraw from the world. He gives monasticism credit for recognizing that devotion to God as the highest good and to eternal happiness as one's own highest good requires the renunciation of one's family and secular aspirations. But for Kierkegaard it is deeply misleading to think that the inward resolution to renounce the finite needs to be expressed in outward behavior. Nothing is accomplished by merely withdrawing to a monastery, since a monastery belongs as much to the world and to finite life as any other place on earth. Anyone who makes the movement of infinite resignation should become a stranger in the world of finitude, but he should not define his difference from worldliness by foreign dress. This is a contradiction, since with that he defines himself in a worldly way. 39 What matters is not outward manifestation, whether I wear a monk's robe or secular clothes, but inward transformation. Indeed, withdrawing to a monastery may deceive me into thinking that I have already accomplished infinite resignation, though I have not even begun to make the movement. Rather than devote myself to God and to the pursuit of my eternal happiness, I may be enjoying the camaraderie with the other monks, the rousing emotions of our communal singing, and the sense of self-control I attain through the spiritual exercises. Moreover, for Kierkegaard, the need to withdraw to a monastery testifies to a religious faith that is lacking in strength, since it needs the external support of a pious environment. The one who can truly make the movement of infinite resignation should be able to do it while remaining in the midst of the temptations of worldly joy. For example, a husband who is making the movement of infinite resignation should be able to stay with his wife and children, apparently as devoted as ever to them, even though at every moment he is renouncing his care for them and is ready to give them up. Kierkegaard even recommends such an arrangement as a good exercise for strengthening one's internal power of renunciation. The person who relates himself to the absolute telos may very well live in the relative ends just in order to practice the absolute relation in renunciation. 40. We can thus begin to understand why Kierkegaard treats the sacrifice of Isaac as paradigmatic for what it means to have a living religious faith. Even if you do not receive an explicit command from God to sacrifice your son, the absolute telos of eternal happiness requires that you subordinate and ultimately surrender any finite object of your love. This movement of infinite resignation is at the core of what Kierkegaard calls religiousness A. Religiousness A is not one religion among others, but the genus of which all specific forms of religious devotion, including Christianity, are the species. As Kierkegaard puts it, infinite resignation is the last stage before faith, so that anyone who has not made this movement does not have faith, for only in infinite resignation do I become conscious of my eternal validity, and only then can one speak of grasping existence by virtue of faith. 41 The infinite resignation of religiousness A is thus the common denominator for all forms of religious faith worthy of the name. The reason is simple: if you are not willing to sacrifice the finite for the eternal, your living faith, the faith that is revealed by how you actually respond to what happens, is secular rather than religious. You may profess that you believe in God and eternity, but as long as you are not ready to renounce the finite, your supposed religious faith is dead, a matter of mere words. Or as Kierkegaard emphasizes, if it does not absolutely transform his existence for him, then the individual is not relating himself to an eternal happiness. If there is something he is not willing to give up for its sake, then he is not relating himself to an eternal happiness. 42. Nevertheless, in Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard acknowledges that the movement of infinite resignation leaves something to be desired. In making the movement of infinite resignation, I have to give up any particular hope I have for my finite life, teaching myself to say, oh, well, even if my beloved son dies. According to Fear and Trembling, there is peace and rest. 43 In this movement of infinite resignation, which reconciles one to existence. 44 But the peace and rest are bought at the price of having to renounce the beloved in this life. If I am Abraham and only able to make the movement of infinite resignation, I will go ahead and sacrifice Isaac, renounce him as an end in himself, but I will give up my hopes for Isaac in this life. The true Abraham, however, makes a second movement simultaneously with the movement of infinite resignation, the movement of faith. This movement holds that everything is possible for God, even if it seems impossible or absurd from a human perspective. 45 Thus, even in sacrificing Isaac, Abraham keeps faith in God's promise that Isaac will live a flourishing life. By virtue of his religious faith, Abraham can renounce his son while at the same time believing that he will get him back. Indeed, Kierkegaard emphasizes that even in killing Isaac, Abraham had faith specifically for this life, faith that he would grow old in this country, be honored among the people, blessed by posterity, and unforgettable in Isaac. 46 Likewise, Kierkegaard's modern version of Abraham, the knight of faith, is presented as someone who is utterly committed to finite life. Unlike his counterpart, the knight of infinite resignation, who can make only the first movement of renunciation, the knight of faith can make the double movement through which he fully expects to receive the finite even after having given it up. Whereas the knight of infinite resignation becomes a stranger and an alien. 47 In the world of finitude, the knight of faith is described as the only happy man, the heir to the finite. 48 Since he has this security that makes him delight in finitude as if it were the surest thing of all. 49 These descriptions of the knight of faith have led many Kierkegaard scholars to claim that he has found a way to combine devotion to God with devotion to finite life. 50 Yet the double movement of religious faith actually denies the experience of finitude by precluding the experience of irrevocable loss. To say that Abraham embraces finite life is a hollow claim, since his religious faith insulates him from ever acknowledging the finitude of the finite. Regardless of what happens to Isaac, Abraham has faith that his son will emerge unscathed, which deprives him of the capacity to care for Isaac. He can even kill Isaac without thinking that this act compromises his love for his son and without worrying about what it will do to Isaac. Kierkegaard underscores this point through a scenario in which Isaac actually dies and Abraham still keeps faith. Let us go further. We let Isaac actually be sacrificed. Abraham had faith. He did not have faith that he would be blessed in a future life but that he would be blessed here in the world. God could give him a new Isaac, could restore to life the one sacrificed. He had faith by virtue of the absurd, for all human calculation ceased long ago. 51. Through his faith in God, Abraham can thus retain his hopes for his beloved son in this life, even when he is literally destroying Isaac's life. To construe this double movement of religious faith as a genuine commitment to finite life is fatally misleading. In practice, the one who makes the double movement of religious faith is even more brutally indifferent to the fate of the finite than the one who performs the single movement of infinite resignation. The knight of infinite resignation kills Isaac, but at least he recognizes the loss of Isaac. The knight of faith also kills Isaac, but through the double movement of religious faith he does not recognize the actual loss of Isaac because he is fully confident that he will get him back even though he has taken his life. He can stand there with Isaac's severed head in his hand and still believe that he will live happily ever after with his son. The brutal effects of such faith are evident from Kierkegaard's own text. Early on in Fear and Trembling, we are presented with 4 alternative stories of the sacrifice of Isaac, in which the fathers fail to live up to the supposed greatness of the true Abraham who is a knight of faith. What all the Abrahams have in common is that they love Isaac and nevertheless follow God's command to sacrifice him. Unlike the true Abraham, however, the failed Abrahams cannot overcome the conflict between their love for Isaac and their obedience to God. The first Abraham is resigned to sacrificing Isaac, but he tries to explain to Isaac why he will kill him. When Isaac cannot understand him, and how could he understand why his father would kill him? Abraham instead pretends to be a madman who wants to kill Isaac out of his own desire, so as to spare Isaac the anguish of having been sentenced to death by God himself. The second Abraham does exactly what the true Abraham does. He travels for 3 days to Mount Moriah, where he is ready to sacrifice Isaac, but after the event he loses all his joy in the world, since he cannot forget that God had ordered him to do this. 52. The third Abraham also does exactly what the true Abraham does, but is then seized by remorse because he has been willing to sacrifice his son. The fourth Abraham, finally, also sacrifices Isaac, but as he draws the knife he cannot suppress how dreadful it is to kill Isaac. His left hand is clenched in despair, and a shudder goes through his whole body. 53. The true Abraham, by contrast, is not torn between his love for Isaac and his obedience to God. He does not try to explain anything to Isaac or to protect him from the terror of the ordeal. Furthermore, he loses none of his happiness in the world and feels no remorse because of the sacrifice, but is immediately ready to rally to finitude and its joy. 54. When Isaac is given back to him. Finally, as he draws the knife to kill Isaac, his hand is not clenched in despair and no shudder passes through his body. He did not doubt, he did not look in anguish to the left and to the right, he did not challenge heaven with his prayers. He knew it was God the Almighty who tested him. He knew it was the hardest sacrifice that could be demanded of him, but he knew also that no sacrifice is too severe when God demands it, and he drew the knife. 55. This steadfastness of the true Abraham is held up as exemplary of religious faith and celebrated as the greatest virtue of all. But it is easy to see that the consequence of Abraham's religious faith is that he is utterly reckless with regard to Isaac. Abraham loves Isaac with all his heart, but because of his religious faith Abraham is deprived of the ability to care for Isaac, in the sense of being responsive to what happens to him. He does not try to protect Isaac, feels no remorse for sacrificing him, and does not tremble when he draws the knife to kill him, since he has complete faith that Isaac will be restored no matter what happens to him. Abraham's brutality is a direct effect of giving up secular faith through the double movement of religious faith. Only by maintaining my secular faith as a father can I be responsive to Isaac's fate. To be responsive I have to be devoted to his well-being, but I also have to believe that his well-being is fragile and that his life can be lost. The precariousness of Isaac's life is an intrinsic part of why I care for him, and in caring for him I am therefore beholden to external factors. In contrast, the double movement of religious faith aims to remove the dependence on external factors, so that my love for Isaac can become an entirely internal affair. In the first movement of infinite resignation, I give up my care for Isaac's fate in the external world. Whether I express my infinite resignation by actually killing Isaac or by spiritually renouncing my care for what happens to him, saying, "Oh, well, whether he lives or dies, the principle is the same." By demonstrating to myself that I can sacrifice any concern for external outcomes, any concern for the worldly fate of what I love, I deprive the finite of its power over me. This in turn paves the way for the second movement of faith, which holds that I will receive Isaac even though I have renounced or killed him. The second movement depends on faith in a God for whom everything is possible, but it could never be sustained without a continuous movement of infinite resignation. To keep my faith that I will get Isaac regardless of what happens, I have to keep renouncing my care for what actually happens, e.g., that I am killing him. Accordingly, Kierkegaard emphasizes that the double movement of religious faith must be made simultaneously. At every moment in his sacrifice of Isaac, Abraham has to make both the movement of infinite resignation and the movement of faith. Only through such a double movement can he kill Isaac while at the same time maintaining that he loves him. As long as he makes the double movement, he can never experience the devastating loss of Isaac, since at every moment he renews his faith that the son will be given back to him. This is how Abraham's love of Isaac becomes an entirely internal affair, where any concern for Isaac in his own right is eliminated. By virtue of his religious faith, Abraham is no longer responsive to what actually befalls Isaac, or to how he may be feeling, except insofar as it aligns with Abraham's own hopes. The impact of any negative outcome is immediately renounced in favor of the faith that he will receive exactly what he wants, since God can do anything that is needed to arrange it. That is how Abraham sacrifices his care for Isaac. Because Abraham believes that he ultimately cannot lose his son, he can take Isaac's life. IV. The same carelessness is evident in the modern knight of faith, even if it is less immediately apparent and portrayed as an affirmation of finite life. The modern knight of faith walks the streets of Copenhagen rather than the path to Mount Moriah and seems to belong entirely to the world. 56. He finds pleasure in everything, takes part in everything, and every time one sees him participating in something particular, he does it with an assiduousness that marks the worldly man who is attached to such things. 57. For those readers who think that a genuine attachment to finite life can be combined with a living religious faith, he is the true hero of Fear and Trembling. Yet, as soon as we observe how the knight makes the double movement of religious faith, we can see that he continually renounces any actual attachment to the world and any actual experience of finitude. Fear and Trembling makes this clear through a parable of how the knight falls in love with a princess. As Kierkegaard explains, when he is here talking about romantic love, he is using it as an example of the dynamics of any wholehearted commitment, demonstrating how one should respond to it if one is a knight of faith. The parable is meant to show how the double movement of religious faith works in practice, but it also reveals what motivates the movement in the first place and how it is a defense mechanism against the threat of loss. On Kierkegaard's own account, the knight is wholeheartedly committed to the beloved before he begins to make the double movement of religious faith. Indeed, this love is the entire substance of his life, 58, and he is willing to embrace it. He is not cowardly, he is not afraid to let the love steal into his most secret, his most remote thoughts, to let it twist and entwine itself intricately around every ligament of his consciousness. If his love comes to grief, he will never be able to wrench himself out of it. He feels a blissful delight in letting love palpitate in every nerve, and yet his soul is as solemn as the soul of one who has drunk the poisoned cup and feels the juice penetrate every drop of blood, for this is the moment of crisis. Having totally absorbed this love and immersed himself in it, he does not lack the courage to attempt and to risk everything. He examines the conditions of his life, he convenes the swift thoughts that obey his every hint, like well-trained doves, he flourishes his staff, and they scatter in all directions. But now when they all come back, all of them like messengers of grief, and explain that it is an impossibility, he becomes very quiet, he dismisses them, he becomes solitary, and then he undertakes the movement. 59. The vivid phenomenological description goes to the heart of what it means to be committed to another finite being, with both the excitement and the trembling registered in the most precise Kierkegaardian prose. The wholehearted commitment is rendered literally as letting the love palpitate in every nerve, flow through every drop of blood, steal into his most secret and remote thoughts, entwine itself around every ligament of his consciousness. Moreover, the wholehearted commitment is explicitly a risky venture, something that requires courage and puts the lover's life at stake. To absorb and immerse himself in the blissful delight of love is inseparable from having a lethal poison spread through his body. The moment of falling in love is the moment of crisis, which is to say the moment that requires a decision. If he allows the blissful poison of love to continue soaring through his body, he will be bound to a finite being who can transform and illuminate his life but who may also shatter his existence. This is why his thoughts which fly out as doves of hope all come back as messengers of grief. The princess is not unattainable. We later learn that the knight can receive her love and live with her day after day, but their relationship is an impossibility if he demands to be sheltered from the pain of loss. On the contrary, his wholehearted commitment must entail Thathus' own life be at risk in his love for her. If his love comes to grief, he will never be able to wrench himself out of it. If the knight here decided to remain wholeheartedly committed, he would have the courage of secular faith. The anticipation of loss, the doves of hope that come back as messengers of grief, would make him all the more resolved to be with the beloved and make the most of their time together. Instead, the knight begins to make the movement of religious faith in order to protect himself against the threat of loss that his thoughts have anticipated. When they all come back, all of them like messengers of grief, and explain that it is an impossibility, he becomes very quiet, he dismisses them, he becomes solitary, and then he undertakes the movement, emphasis added. The first step is the movement of infinite resignation, through which the knight renounces the love that is the substance of his life. 60 Before the princess can be taken away from him or leave him, he voluntarily gives her up, to free himself of his dependence on her. He has grasped the deep secret that even in loving another person one ought to be sufficient to oneself. He is no longer finitely concerned about what the princess does, and precisely this proves that he has made the movement infinitely. 61 By virtue of this movement of infinite resignation, the princess can no longer hurt him. What the princess does cannot disturb him, it is only the lower natures who have the law for their actions in someone else. 62 Whereas, the one who has resigned infinitely is sufficient to himself. 63 To avoid the pain of losing his beloved against his will, the knight thus prefers the pain of giving her up in advance. Rather than being at the mercy of his beloved, he actively renounces her, since the latter move allows him to remain in control. By my own strength I can give up the princess, and I will not sulk about it but find joy and peace and rest in my pain. 64 Yet, while the knight is reconciled to giving up the object of his love, the princess he does not want to give up the love itself, the activity of loving. Instead, he wants to find a way of loving that will ensure him against ever losing the object of his love. Thus, he tells himself that he never really loved the princess in her own right. Rather, his love was the expression of an eternal love, and should be endowed with a religious character, through which it is transfigured into a love of the eternal being, and given an eternal form that no actuality can take away from him. 65 The love of the eternal being, God, cannot be fulfilled in this life, but by the same token it cannot be refuted in this life and allows the lover to pursue his love unimpeded by any external circumstances. Accordingly, the knight explains that, every time some finitude will take power over me, I starve myself into submission until I make the movement, for my eternal consciousness is my love for God, and for me that is the highest of all. What I gain thereby is my eternal consciousness in blessed harmony with my love for the eternal being. 66 If the knight does not go further than to renounce the finite for the eternal, he remains a knight of infinite resignation. What distinguishes the knight of faith, however, is that he makes another movement at the same time as he makes the movement of infinite resignation. Now let us meet the knight of faith on the occasion previously mentioned, falling in love with the princess. He does exactly the same as the other knight did. He infinitely renounces the love that is the substance of his life, he is reconciled in pain. But then the marvel happens. He makes one more movement even more wonderful than all the others, for he says, nevertheless I have faith that I will get her, that is, by virtue of the absurd, by virtue of the fact that for God all things are possible. The absurd does not belong to the differences that lie within the proper domain of the understanding. It is not identical with the improbable, the unexpected, the unforeseen. The moment the knight executed the act of resignation, he was convinced of the impossibility. Humanly speaking, that was the conclusion of the understanding, and he had sufficient energy to think it. But in the infinite sense it was possible, that is, by relinquishing it, but this having, after all, is also a giving up. Nevertheless, to the understanding this having is no absurdity, for the understanding continues to be right in maintaining that in the finite world where it dominates this having was and continues to be an impossibility. The knight of faith realizes this just as clearly, consequently, he can be saved only by the absurd, and this he grasps by faith. Consequently, he acknowledges the impossibility, and in the very same moment he believes the absurd. 67. Both of the knights want to have the object of their love without ever losing it. Both of them also understand that such having absolute possession is impossible in a finite world. That is why both of them renounce the woman they love. Because her presence cannot be guaranteed because she may abandon them, they give her up in advance. The real object of their love, they tell themselves, is not any finite woman but an eternal God who will never leave them as long as they remain faithful to Him. The Knight of Resignation accepts that such devotion to God entails the sacrifice of his loved ones, e.g., his wife and son, but he is reconciled to the pain because he renounces them in favor of the eternal being of God. The Knight of Faith does the same, but at the same time he believes that he will get his loved ones back precisely by renouncing or even killing them. This faith is absurd and, as Kierkegaard emphasizes, defies any possible understanding. There is absolutely no reason to think that you will receive the very thing you are renouncing and that the son you are killing will come back to live happily with you. For Kierkegaard, however, the absurdity is the point, since it underlines that the movement of religious faith requires that you relinquish any concern for external probabilities in favor of internal conviction. By virtue of the absurd to get everything, to get one's desire totally and completely, 68 That is how fear and trembling glosses the religious faith that defies any finite understanding. Rather than find rest in the pain of resignation, the Knight of Faith can find joy by virtue of the absurd, and live happily every moment. 69 Since he has this security faith in the absurd that makes him delight in finitude as if it were the surest thing of all. 70. By the same token, however, the Knight of Faith does not have any real sense of finitude, since he takes the sting out of every loss and removes any lethal force from experience. He may claim that he is wholeheartedly committed to his wife and son, but he only dares to love them by renouncing his care for their fate in the world. Regardless of what happens to them, he maintains his internal conviction regarding what will happen, and as long as he keeps this faith he lives happily every moment. Any devastating outcome, even the killing of his own son, is immediately transformed into the renewal of hopeful expectation, since he drains the deep sadness of life in infinite resignation. He knows the blessedness of infinity, and is continually making the movement of infinity, but he does it with such precision and assurance that he continually gets finitude out of it, and no one ever suspects anything else. 71. Those readers who want to see an affirmation of finitude in Kierkegaard have certainly not suspected anything else. But when we pay attention to the movements of the Knight of Faith, it is clear that he does not actually care about the fate of the finite, even though he apparently is fully immersed in finite life. On his way home in the evening, with a spring in his step and seemingly taking pleasure in everything he sees, the Knight of Faith is looking forward to a special hot meal of roast lamb's head with vegetables, 72 that his wife will have prepared for him. If he meets someone along the way, he will talk about this delicacy with a passion befitting a restaurant operator, and to see him eat would be the envy of the elite and an inspiration to the common man, for his appetite is keener than Esau's. 73. Yet, if there turns out to be no dinner, curiously enough, he is just the same. Be Cinderlight knock han or Aldels den Sam. 74 Even though he is fully invested in the prospect of eating the delicious meal, it makes no difference to him if it does not appear. The mundane example is important, since the knight is supposed to make the double movement of religious faith at every moment of his life, regardless of whether it concerns the existence of a beloved son or the apparently trivial existence of a delicious meal. Indeed, the Knight of Faith is convinced that God is concerned with the smallest things. 75 Even when there is no roast lamb's head with vegetables, he keeps faith that he will get the dinner, just as Abraham keeps faith that he will get Isaac even when there is no sacrificial lamb and he has to kill Isaac himself. This may seem absurd, but the point is again that it looks that way only to someone who accepts the authority of the external world over the internal conviction of religious faith. The Knight of Faith is rather full of confident hope of having dinner with his wife or a flourishing future with his son, while being unmoved by any refutation of his hope. If there is no dinner and he turns out to have killed Isaac, curiously enough, he is just the same. Nothing can disturb his state of hopeful expectation, since he renews it at every moment through the double movement, renouncing his care for any given negative outcome. There is no dinner, Isaac is dead, while relaunching his faith that everything will be given to him by God, for whom everything is possible. Thus, with the freedom from care of a reckless good-for-nothing, he lets things take care of themselves, since he does not do even the slightest thing except by virtue of the absurd. 76. The Knight of Faith thereby demonstrates what it would mean to be free from despair. While Kierkegaard promotes the elimination of despair as a desirable achievement of religious faith, his own account reveals why it is undesirable and why it would undermine the capacity to care. Recall that Kierkegaard defines despair as encompassing all forms of anxiety, ranging from the smallest worry to the most severe existential breakdown. Recall further that he defines religious faith as the complete eradication of despair. To have religious faith is not merely to sustain hope but to eliminate the very possibility of being in despair. Not to be in despair must signify the destroyed possibility of being able to be in despair, Kierkegaard explains in The Sickness unto Death. If a person is truly not to be in despair, he must at every moment destroy the possibility. 77 This elimination of despair is achieved anew at every moment through the double movement of religious faith. As long as the knight maintains his religious faith, he is not anxious about anything that may happen in the future, and he cannot be brought to despair even if the worst happens to him. For the same reason, however, the knight of faith is not actually at stake in any of his commitments. If I am at stake in my commitments, then I must run the risk of despair if I betray my commitments or if everything to which I am committed breaks down. The risk of despair is not a possibility that can be eliminated but a necessary boundary condition for any life-defining commitment. If I have a life-defining commitment, there are things I cannot do in a world I cannot lose on pain of losing myself. The knight of faith believes, on the contrary, that he will be able to go on with his life even if everything is taken away from him, and at every moment he overcomes any form of anxiety. It is therefore no accident that he turns out to be utterly insensitive and irresponsible with regard to what happens. In destroying his ability to be in despair, he is also destroying his ability to care about anyone or anything that is finite. Fear and Trembling acknowledges that such faith may seem to be not only absurd, but also frightening, terrible, and dreadful. Yet these characterizations are not meant to repudiate religious faith but to make it appear even more awe-inspiring and sublime. Like many of Kierkegaard's books, Fear and Trembling is signed by a pseudonymous author, in this case Johannes de Silentio, who narrates the story and speaks directly to the reader. Johannes admits that he himself does not have religious faith and often finds himself shattered, or paralyzed, when thinking of Abraham. But this does not prevent Johannes from regarding Abraham as the greatest of all, and from chastising himself for falling short of the religious faith that is required to sacrifice Isaac. If such faith seems absurd or terrible, it is because one fails to trust fully in God and still has a secular commitment to Isaac as a finite being who can be irrevocably lost. From the perspective of religious faith, there is, on the contrary, nothing absurd or frightening about sacrificing your child if God demands it. As Kierkegaard himself explains in his later papers, when the believer has faith, the absurd is not the absurd, faith transforms it. Therefore, rightly understood, there is nothing at all frightening in the category of the absurd. 78. Hence, in the writings that Kierkegaard signs with his own name rather than with a pseudonym such as Johannes de Silentio, he can be seen to promote the double movement of religious faith even more emphatically than in Fear and Trembling. For example, in his Christian Discourses, Kierkegaard elaborates at length why the true religious believer should not have a care in the world, since he or she fully expects that God will provide for everything. Commenting on Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, "Do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink," Kierkegaard argues that a true Christian does not worry about any bodily or material needs, since he has faith that God will provide the daily bread that is needed. 79. To renounce your care for bodily and material needs is of course deeply difficult, but the difficulty of the challenge makes it all the more valuable for Kierkegaard as a test of religious faith. Unlike the lilies and the birds who supposedly live without care, a human being has many reasons to worry, so in order to be a true Christian he must continually sacrifice his cares for the sake of faith. Even if the Christian is poor and does not receive any bread in the literal sense, he does not worry about what to eat insofar as he is really a Christian. He may be poor in a worldly sense, but he is, without the care of poverty, 80 and therefore rich in a religious sense. He treats everything, including his own poverty, as a gift from God and trusts that God gives everything that is needed. Even at the moment of starving to death from not receiving any actual bread, the Christian does not worry about his life. Instead, he believes that, just as he will certainly receive the daily bread as long as he has to live here on earth, he will someday live blessed in the hereafter, and such, an eternal life, is, certainly beyond all comparison with food and drink. 81. Those who claim to be Christian but still care about the fate of their finite lives, Kierkegaard chastises for lacking a living religious faith. If you are poor and cannot renounce the care for poverty, if you are dying and cannot renounce the care for your life, if you are a loving parent and cannot renounce the care for your child, then you are not a Christian. You may claim that you trust in God, but if you cannot prove it through your actions and through how you respond to what happens, then your religious faith is dead, something you claim to believe even though it does not actually shape how you think and feel. A living religious faith is rather achieved through a double movement, where you renounce the cares that follow from being finite and instead place your trust in God. Even though you are starving, you believe that you will be nourished, even though you are dying, you believe that you will live forever, and even though you are killing your son, you believe that he will be given back to you. While Kierkegaard underlines that such religious faith cannot be attained once and for all, it has to be achieved anew at every moment, he holds that it is the best and most desirable way of living. I know a way out of your difficulty, which will give you full assurance of victory, Kierkegaard maintains in one of his edifying religious discourses. Act in the conviction that even if the opposite of what you wish results from your action, you will nevertheless have conquered. 82. This is, of course, exactly the logic of Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac in fear and trembling. Abraham passes the most difficult test of religious faith, since he is able to sacrifice his care and put his life in the hands of God even when it entails risking everything that matters to him. Even in killing Isaac, Abraham keeps faith that his beloved son will be given back to him by God. Thus, while Kierkegaard promotes a living religious faith as the highest of all, his own texts reveal why such faith must be completely irresponsible with regard to any other concern. Having religious faith means not being responsive to anything that calls your faith into question, even if it is the cry of your child as you are taking his life. The consequence of Kierkegaard's argument may seem extreme, but it makes explicit something that is implicit in all religious ideals of being absolved from the pain of loss. Being responsive to Isaac's fate requires that you are devoted to a life that can be lost. Only by loving Isaac for his own sake while recognizing that his life is essentially fragile can you care for him. And yet it is precisely such care that religious ideals of absolution demand that you give up. To achieve absolution you cannot love finite beings including your own children as ends in themselves, since all such love makes you vulnerable to loss. This is why Buddhists and Stoics, as well as religious mystics across many different traditions, preach detachment as the path to salvation. For example, the widely influential Christian mystic Meister Eckhart emphasizes that the man who is in absolute detachment is carried away into eternity where nothing temporal affects him, since true detachment means a mind is little moved by what happens, by joy and sorrow, honor and disgrace, as a broad mountain by a gentle breeze. 83. The practice of detachment is a movement of infinite resignation, which requires that you sacrifice your care for the finite in favor of the eternal. In order to be unmoved by what happens, you cannot be responsive to Isaac's fate. On the contrary, you must remain as insensitive as a mountain. Even though Kierkegaard, unlike Meister Eckhart, does not want to be immobile and untouchable, the effect of his religious faith turns out to be the same. While Kierkegaard does not stop with detachment, his religious faith still demands the sacrifice of any care for Isaac in his own right. Thus, in fear and trembling he recalls the stern declaration by Jesus in the Gospel of Luke, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple." On Kierkegaard's reading, Jesus here expresses how God demands an absolute love, for the sake of which all other loves must be renounced. That you should hate the ones you love does not mean that you should dislike them, in which case it would be easy to renounce them, but that you should sacrifice them for the love of God. Or as Jesus himself explains in the Gospel of Matthew, "Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of." The theological stakes are high, since the relation between Abraham and Isaac in the Old Testament is supposed to prefigure the relation between God and Jesus in the New Testament. The parallels between the two stories are striking and well established in the Christian exegetical tradition. A father, Abraham, God sacrifices his beloved son, Isaac, Jesus. In the binding of Isaac, the son is taken to Mount Moriah, where his father raises a knife to kill him. This prefigures the crucifixion of Jesus, where the son is nailed to the cross on Golgotha and slowly dies in agony. In both stories the sacrifice is rewarded and praised as a holy act. Because Abraham was ready to kill Isaac, God blesses his descendants. Because Jesus died on the cross, mankind is said to be redeemed from sin. Yet the story of Abraham that has been handed down to us may conceal an earlier version. As scholars of the Hebrew text have shown, there are strong indications that in the original version Abraham chooses to protect Isaac's life in defiance of the divine command. In the official version, Gen. 2:2, Abraham is ready to kill Isaac when an angel of the Lord stays his hand. The angel relays a message from God, who explains that Abraham has passed the test and therefore can dispense with the actual killing of Isaac. In a second speech, the angel further explains that Abraham will be rewarded for his obedience. Because he has completed the sacrifice of Isaac in his heart, showing that he is willing to kill even his beloved son for the sake of following a divine command, Abraham is allowed to keep Isaac as a gift from God. There are good textual grounds, however, for regarding the angelic speeches as a later insertion. Both in terms of style and structure, they diverge in striking ways from the rest of the text. Most importantly, if one removes the angelic speeches, one will find a consistent narrative where Abraham disobeys God's command. The angelic speeches would thus have been inserted to cover up Abraham's disobedience. As Omri Boehm has argued in a careful textual study, a later redactor interpolated the figure of the angel, thereby shifting responsibility for interrupting the test from Abraham to the angel. 84. While these philological arguments were not available to Kierkegaard, he does imagine a scenario where Abraham disobeys God and chooses not to sacrifice Isaac. If Abraham had doubted as he stood there on Mount Moriah, we read in fear and trembling, then he would have witnessed neither to his faith nor to God's grace, but would have witnessed to how appalling it is to go to Mount Moriah. 85. For Kierkegaard, this is the worst possible scenario. Kierkegaard's entire argument depends on the assumption that Abraham showed complete devotion to God and had total trust in his promise. Otherwise Mount Moriah would not be the sublime site of religious faith that Kierkegaard celebrates, but rather, a place of terror, for it was here that Abraham doubted. 86. In Kierkegaard's account, then, it is not the killing of Isaac that would make Mount Moriah a place of terror. From Kierkegaard's religious perspective, the terrible scenario is not that Abraham would murder his son but that he would lose his trust in God and not follow his command. Yet what Kierkegaard laments as doubt, with regard to religious faith, can just as well be read as an affirmation of secular faith. If Abraham disobeys God, it is because he is committed to Isaac as an end in himself. Moreover, it is because he believes that Isaac can actually and irrevocably die. This is the core of secular faith. What you love is worth fighting for even though it is finite, and calls for your care because it is finite. In contrast, the double movement of religious faith makes Abraham completely irresponsible with regard to Isaac's finitude. Because Abraham believes that God can restore anything that is lost, he can sacrifice the care for his son. Indeed, because Abraham believes that God will return Isaac to him, he can kill Isaac without even thinking or feeling that he is compromising his fatherly love. The ability to sacrifice his beloved son is displayed even more emphatically by God in relation to Jesus. Through the incarnation, the eternal and immutable God becomes a finite human being, Jesus of Nazareth. He is born, he lives, and he dies. While Jesus claims to be the Son of God, he is recognizably human in being seized by doubts and hopes, insecurities and joys, longing and despair. Most dramatically, his last days lead up to an utterly painful and humiliating death. Persecuted by the authorities, he hides outside the city and cannot sleep at night. His disciples betray him and he himself vacillates in fear. He is arrested, beaten, ridiculed, and tortured. Finally, he is put to death in the most debasing way. A crucifixion in Roman times was the lowest and most quotidian way of being executed. Many times a day criminals were left to die hanging from a cross. That this should be the fate of the Messiah, the Son of God himself, was incomprehensible and shattering for those who had placed their trust in him. Rather than establish the kingdom of God on earth, Jesus died alone and helpless on the cross. On its own, the story of Jesus' death is a wrenching story of abandonment. His disciples desert him and his own Father leaves him to die on the cross. Yet the crucifixion of Jesus is the most celebrated sacrifice in human history. On churches all across the world, the cross is held forth not as a sign of injustice and torture but as a sign of redemption. Indeed, the sacrifice of Jesus is held to be the key to our salvation. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. John 3:16. Why would this be the case? Why would salvation and eternal life require the sacrifice of a beloved Son? As Jesus explains, we should follow his example and sacrifice our lives for God. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will save it. Luke 9:24. As long as we are devoted to our lives, including the lives of those we love, we can suffer from loss. By trying to protect your own life or the life of your son, you are all the more vulnerable with regard to what may happen, since whoever wants to save their life will lose it. However, if you renounce your care for what you love and put your trust in God, every loss will be redeemed, since whoever loses their life for God will save it. Even faced with the death of what you love, you can renew your faith in divine salvation, as long as you renounce your care for the death that has actually taken place. This is the double movement of religious faith, and the Christian understanding of the crucifixion is a paradigmatic example. To look at Jesus on the cross and see an image of salvation rather than irrevocable loss, you must make the double movement. Through the movement of infinite resignation you renounce your care for the finite Jesus who died on the cross, while maintaining through the movement of faith that God redeems the loss. Following an established religious logic, giving up the attachment to mortal life is a step on the way to overcoming death. Jesus' sacrifice, allowing himself to be crucified and then being resurrected in a movement of heavenly ascent, is supposed to show that we can be liberated from mortal life. For if we have been united with him in a death like his, St. Paul maintains, we shall certainly be united with him in a resurrection like his. Rom. 6:5. The suffering of Jesus is thus taken seriously, but only as a necessary step on the way to salvation. The temporal finitude of Jesus is only an intermediary stage on the way back to the timeless infinity of God. Even though God became mortal, was humiliated and died on the cross, he is just the same. Nothing has impaired him and nothing has been lost. To affirm such a double movement, you must sacrifice or repress the fate of the mortal beloved. Just as Abraham in fear and trembling can leave Isaac for dead by virtue of his living religious faith, the Christian can leave Jesus for dead by virtue of belief in the resurrection. While Christ returns to God with whom he has always been united in the eternal Trinity, the finite Jesus, the one who can suffer and be moved by the passions, must be discarded and left behind. Thus, in both the Gospels of Matthew and Mark, Jesus' last words express a sense of utter abandonment. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? After repeating this cry, Jesus gives up his last breath and dies. While his death is held to be an expression of God's pure love, it remains a brutal sacrifice for anyone who cares to see. God's love, agape, is boundless and constant, but for the same reason it is unmoved by anything that happens. God does not love anything more than anything else. He loves those who kill his Son as much as he loves the Son himself. Since it is God's nature to love, he loves everything regardless of any factors that are external to himself. In theological terms, his love is entirely spontaneous and unmotivated, since it has nothing to do with the qualities or the fate of what he loves. Regardless of who the beloved is and regardless of what happens to the beloved, God is just the same. What the crucifixion reveals, then, is the emptiness of divine love. The reason God has abandoned his Son is that he could never care about him in the first place. It makes no difference to God that his beloved Son is tortured and put to death. Curiously enough, he is eternally just the same. Yet the emptiness and meaninglessness of divine love should not lead us to despair. Rather, it should recall us to finitude as the condition for any sense of responsibility and love. Only someone who is finite, only someone who understands what loss means can care for the beloved. Only someone who is finite can allow the world to matter, and only someone who is finite can take responsibility for anyone else. The death of Jesus thus leaves itself open to being read in the light of secular passion. On such a reading, Jesus has to be finite not in order to redeem us from death but in order to be someone who can love and be loved. Recall here the extraordinary sequence in the Gospel of John, when Jesus on the cross says, "I thirst," is given to drink, then says, "It is consummated," and dies, with a soldier subsequently thrusting a lance into his side, water and blood pouring out. 87 The Christian move is to distinguish this body that is subject to need, dissolution, and decomposition from the glorious body of resurrection that is exempt from death. Yet the moment of consummation of fulfillment of Scripture is here the moment when the body of the beloved is shown to be a body of flesh and blood. If this body is resurrected, it is not because it ascends to heaven or is transformed into an incorruptible body, but because it is commemorated by those who love him, compelled to remember him precisely because he died and thereby allowing him to live on, in a process of communion that itself is subject to dissolution and death. Everything thus depends on how we apprehend the death of Jesus. Rather than celebrate his death as a pathway to heaven, we should recognize that Jesus died, as every beloved has always died, with no afterlife apart from those who cared to remember him. To behold the death of Jesus in this way is to acknowledge that every life, even the life of the most beloved, ends in death. The death of the beloved is irrevocable. It is a loss that cannot be recuperated since there is no life other than this life. From a Christian perspective, this is the most devastating scenario. If there is no resurrection of the dead, Paul writes in his first letter to the Corinthians, and if Christ has not been raised, then our proclamation has been in vain and your faith has been in vain. 1 Cor. 15:13-14. Indeed, Paul emphasizes that, if for this life only we have hoped in Christ, we are of all people most to be pitied. If there is no life other than this life, a life that ends in death, then life is vain and futile, according to Paul. All that is left is to eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Yet Paul's conclusion is the wrong one. That life ends in death does not entail that our long-term commitments are futile, leaving us only with the physical pleasures of eating and drinking in the time that remains. On the contrary, the peril of death is an intrinsic part of why it matters what we do and why it matters that we devote ourselves to someone or something living on beyond ourselves. We have to take care of one another because we can die, we have to fight for what we believe in because it lives only through our sustained effort, and we have to be concerned with what will be passed on to coming generations because the future is not certain. This is the double movement of secular faith. You run ahead into the risk of irrevocable death, you acknowledge that everything will be lost, and yet you are resolved to make the most of the time that is given. You see that even the most beloved will die, that he actually can perish, that his life irrevocably can come apart, and yet you maintain your love for him. You see that death is utter darkness, and yet you seek to maintain the light that will be extinguished. Every time you care for someone who may be lost or leave you behind, every time you devote yourself to a cause whose fate is uncertain, you perform an act of secular faith. Through your passion, you apprehend that death is constitutive of life, and yet you do not renounce your commitment to living on. You do not give in to death but seek to prolong the life of what you love. You see that death is senseless, and yet you seek to make sense of life. Only through such a movement of secular faith can you be responsive to Isaac's fate. In fear and trembling, Abraham closes his eyes to Isaac's suffering by virtue of religious faith. With calm resolve he takes time to chop the firewood, bind Isaac, and sharpen the knife without a tremble passing through his body. While Kierkegaard wants us to behold this scene as a tremendous example of piety, we can see that it is a disaster and that the dream of a God for whom everything is possible is a nightmare. Through the double movement of religious faith, Abraham infinitely renounces his care for what actually happens, to make room for his faith that God can restore anything that is lost. Likewise, Christian faith transforms the vision of Jesus' suffering, infinitely renouncing the care for actual bodily injury, for actual death, in favor of the belief that suffering is a path to salvation. But insofar as you maintain your secular faith, you can see that there is no life after death and that torture is not redemptive. You can still see Isaac's suffering and respond to his impending death. You can see that his life is fragile, that he can die once and for all, but that does not diminish your love for him. On the contrary, the finitude you share is an essential part of why you love and care for him with all your heart. You would never take his life, even if God commanded you, because you understand that death does not make sense and does not redeem anyone. The story of Abraham and Isaac thus reveals, with utmost clarity, that the sense of responsibility cannot be based on divine command. In the Brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky famously claimed that if God does not exist, then everything is permitted. But Fear and Trembling shows that the truth is the other way around. If there is a God for whom everything is possible, then anything can be permitted, even the killing of your own child for no reason other than God's command. This is the truth that Kierkegaard forces you to confront. If you hold that your responsibility for Isaac is based on God's command, then you are committed to killing Isaac if that turns out to be the command. Moreover, if you make the double movement of religious faith, you will not even be able to apprehend how Isaac is calling out for your care. If you believe that he can be resurrected, that he will live on in eternity or be restored on earth, you will fail to see his fate in being put to death. Whether Isaac lives or dies ultimately makes no difference to you, since you believe that everything you lose will be returned. The faith that makes you responsive to Isaac's fate is therefore secular rather than religious. If you care for Isaac and seek to shelter him from death, your living faith, the faith that actually informs how you act and respond, is a secular faith, even if you claim to be religious. It is a secular faith because you are devoted to the living on of a finite beloved. You are committed to sustain a life that may be lost, to fight for a cause that may be shattered, and you would never give them up for a religious promise of redemption. If you object that God would never command the killing of Isaac, you profess faith in a standard of value independent of God, since you believe that it is wrong to sacrifice Isaac regardless of what God commands. Moreover, you profess secular faith in the irreplaceable value of a finite life. God has nothing to teach you about moral responsibility, since he cannot even understand a moral problem. He cannot understand what it means to lose someone irrevocably and thus cannot understand what it means to care for someone as irreplaceable. He is not constrained by anything, but for the same reason he is not committed to anything. Indeed, God is completely irresponsible because he is not bound by anything other than himself. Only someone who is committed, only someone who is bound by something other than herself can be responsible. Only someone who is committed can care. And only someone who is finite can be committed. Part 2. Spiritual Freedom. One late summer afternoon, I am sitting on top of a mountain in northern Sweden. The ocean below me is calm and stretches toward an open horizon. There is no other human being in sight and barely a sound can be heard. Only a solitary seagull is gliding on the wind. Like so many times before, I find it mesmerizing to follow a seagull as it hovers in the air and lingers over the landscape. For as long as I can remember, seagulls have been a part of my life. Every summer morning at our family house I wake up to their shrill vocals as they ascend over the mountains or descend into the sea. When we return from fishing they accompany us, waiting for their part of the daily catch. In the evenings, I often stand on the beach just to watch their line of flight. Even in foreign cities, the sight or sound of a seagull feels like a message from home and brings back a flood of memories. Yet I have never encountered a seagull the way it happens this afternoon. As the seagull stretches its wings and turns toward an adjacent mountain, I try to imagine how the wind may feel and how the landscape may appear for the seagull. Of course, I will never know what it is like to be a seagull. Nevertheless, inhabiting the question of what it means to be a seagull leads me to the notion of freedom at the heart of this book. In trying to apprehend a life that is so different from my own, I am reminded that I am both a natural being, in what I take myself to share with the seagull, and a spiritual being, in how I take myself to be different from the seagull. Let me begin with what the seagull and I have in common. We are both living beings. As such, there is always something at stake for us in our activities. We must do something, acquire nourishment, adapt to our environment to sustain our lives. Likewise, both of us are capable of self-movement and self-determination. The seagull walks or flies of its own accord, and no one except the seagull can determine how long it will linger in the air before diving into the ocean to catch a fish or settling down on a mountain to rest. Furthermore, both the seagull and I are responsive to a distinction between appearance and essence, between how we take things and what they turn out to be. If the seagull dives for a fish that it takes to be edible and it turns out to be inedible, the seagull will respond by discarding the fish. This is not simply a response to stimuli but a response to stimuli in terms of what counts as food for the seagull. The seagull is not merely an object in the world but an agent for which things appear as nourishing or damaging, appealing or threatening. Point 1. The agency is especially clear if we compare the seagull with the mountain on which it lands. The mountain is not alive. The mountain was there long before the seagull or I existed, and it can be there long after we are gone, but the mountain does not care. Whether the sun is shining or the rain is pouring down, whether there are earthquakes that rip it apart or centuries of stability that leave it intact, the mountain does not care. Nothing that happens to the mountain will ever make a difference for the mountain, since it has no self-relation. For the same reason, the mountain has no capacity for self-movement and self-determination. Because nothing is at stake for the mountain, it cannot do anything and cannot relate to anything as anything. The mountain has no purpose for itself and only acquires one for a living being that makes use of it in some way, as when the seagull lands on the mountain to rest. The seagull, by contrast, relates to the environment through its own sentience and responds to what happens in light of its own ends. For example, certain kinds of predators show up for the seagull as something to avoid, and certain kinds of fish show up as something to catch. These forms of purposive activity can become much more advanced in highly developed animals, but they are all forms of what I call natural freedom. Natural freedom provides a freedom of self-movement, but only in light of imperatives that are treated as given and ends that cannot be called into question by the agent itself. As distinct from natural freedom, spiritual freedom requires the ability to ask which imperatives to follow in light of for ends, as well as the ability to call into question, challenge, and transform our ends themselves. Philosophers often account for the difference between human beings and other animals in terms of a difference between norm-governed behavior and instinct-determined behavior. As human beings, we are socialized into a normative understanding of who to be, e.g., man or woman, black or white, working class or aristocrat, and we act in light of those social norms. In contrast, the behavior of all other animals is supposedly hardwired by their natural instincts. This way of describing the difference, however, is misleading for at least two reasons. First, an instinct is already expressive of a norm, since it specifies something that the animal ought to do and that it can fail to do, e.g., the seagull instinctually understands that it ought to eat fish and it can fail to find any fish to eat. Second, many animals can be socialized into forms of behavior that are not hardwired by their natural instincts. For example, there are cats that behave like dogs because they have been raised by huskies, and there are huskies that behave like cats because they have been raised by them. Such behavior is clearly not hardwired by the nature of cats or dogs but acquired through a specific way in which they are raised. The difference between human beings and other animals, then, cannot simply be explained by the difference between instincts and norms. Rather, the decisive difference is the difference between natural and spiritual freedom. Even when a cat behaves like a husky, she does not call into question the husky way of life but treats it as the given framework for her actions. She is able to learn the husky norms but not able to understand them as norms that could be otherwise. The cat cannot understand her norms as something for which she is answerable and which can be challenged by others, since she cannot hold herself responsible for the principles that govern her actions. The cat is responsive to success and failure in her pursuits, but whether the norms that govern her pursuits are valid, whether she ought to behave like a cat or a husky, is not at issue for her. For human beings, by contrast, the validity of norms is always implicitly and potentially explicitly at issue. We act in light of a normative understanding of ourselves, of who we should be and what we should do, but we can also challenge and change our self-understanding. We are not merely governed by norms but answerable to one another for what we do and why we do it. Even when we are socialized into an identity as though it were a natural necessity, as when we are taken to belong naturally to a certain gender, race, or class, there remains the possibility of transforming, contesting, or critically overturning our understanding of who we are. Who we can be as well as what we can do is inseparable from how we acknowledge and treat one another. How we can change our self-understanding therefore depends on the social practices and institutions that shape the ability to lead our lives. Moreover, any ability to lead our lives can be impaired or lost by damages to our physical and psychological constitution. Yet as long as we have a self-relation, as long as we lead our lives in any way at all, the question of who we ought to be is alive for us, since it is at work in all our activities. In engaging the question, what should I do? We are also engaging the question, who should I be? And there is no final answer to that question. This is our spiritual freedom. The difference between natural and spiritual freedom is not a matter of metaphysical substance, but a difference in the practical self-relation exhibited by human beings and other animals. Many kinds of animals exhibit forms of mourning, play, courage, deliberation, suffering, and joy. They may even in some cases, as studies of primates have shown, be able to experience a conflict of choice when certain instincts or loyalties are at odds with one another. Yet no other species we have encountered is capable of transforming its understanding of what it means to be that species. Changes in the environment can cause animal species or certain members of species to change patterns in their behavior, but the principles in light of which they act remain the same for as long as the species exist. In contrast, the understanding of what it means to be human as manifested in the actual behavior of human beings varies dramatically across history and across the world at any given moment of history. The difference between a monk who renounces filial bonds for an ascetic life in a monastery and a father who devotes his life to taking care of his children is not merely an individual difference in behavior. Rather, the two forms of life express radically different understandings of what it means to be human. The two men may not only have different degrees of courage, but what counts as courage for them is radically different. They may not only experience different degrees of grief and joy, but what counts as grief and joy for them is radically different. Even the experience of suffering is never merely a brute fact for us as human beings, but an experience we understand and respond to in light of what matters to us. Such mattering is not reducible to our biological physiological constitution, but depends on our commitments. We are certainly subject to biological constraints, and we cannot even in principle transcend all such constraints, but we can and do change our relation to these constraints. There is no natural way for us to be and no species requirements that can exhaustively determine the principles in light of which we act. Rather, what we do and who we take ourselves to be is inseparable from a historical normative framework that must be upheld by us and may be transformed by us. Let me be clear about the status of my argument. I am not asserting that only human beings are spiritually free. It is possible that we may discover other species that are spiritually free, or that we may create artificial forms of life that are capable of spiritual freedom. That is an empirical question, which I do not seek to answer. My aim is not to decide which species are spiritually free, but to clarify the conditions of spiritual freedom. Whether certain other animals are spiritually free or whether we can come to engineer living beings who are spiritually free is a separate and subordinate question, which in itself presupposes an answer to the question of what it means to be a free, spiritual being. Two clarifications are here in order. First, the distinction between natural and spiritual freedom is not a hierarchical distinction. That we are spiritually free does not make us inherently better than other animals, but it does mean that we are free in a qualitatively different sense. Because we can call into question the purposes of our own actions, we can hold ourselves to principles of justice, but we can also engage in forms of cruelty that go far beyond anything observed in other species. Second, the distinction between natural and spiritual freedom does not legitimize the exploitation of other animals. Many contemporary thinkers are critical of any distinction between humans and other animals, since they fear that such a distinction will serve to justify sexism or racism, as well as buttress the mistreatment of other species and the willful extraction of natural resources. Yet such posthumanism rests on a conflation of historical facts and philosophical arguments. As a matter of historical fact, it is true that a human-animal distinction often has been employed to classify certain genders or races as subhuman, and to legitimize ruthless exploitation of the non-human world. The critique of such politics is well taken, as is the reminder that we too are animals and dependent on the fate of our environment. However, it does not follow from these facts that any distinction between humans and other animals is illegitimate or politically pernicious. On the contrary, the pathos of posthumanist politics itself tacitly relies on a distinction between natural and spiritual freedom. When posthumanist thinkers take us to task for being sexist, racist, or too centered on our own species, they must assume that we are capable of calling into question the guiding principles of our actions. Otherwise, it would make no sense to criticize our principles and enjoin us to adopt different ideals. Likewise, it is clear that no posthumanist thinker seriously believes that other animals are spiritually free. If they were, we should criticize not only humans but also other animals for being sexist and too centered on the well-being of their own species. To deny the distinction between natural and spiritual freedom is therefore an act of bad faith. Any political struggle for a better treatment of other animals or for a more respectful relation to the natural environment requires spiritual freedom. We have to be able to renounce our prior commitments and hold ourselves to a new ideal. No one is inclined to place the same demands on other animals, because we implicitly understand the distinction between natural and spiritual freedom. It would be absurd to reproach the seagull for eating fish, but it can make sense for me to stop eating other animals, since I am capable of transforming my relation to the norms that structure my world. For a naturally free being like the seagull, there is a normative, ought, that guides its actions, e.g., to eat fish in order to survive, but it cannot call into question the norm, the ought itself. Natural freedom has a single ought structure, since the agent cannot question its guiding principles and ask itself what it should do. Spiritual freedom, by contrast, is characterized by a double ought structure. As a spiritually free being, I can ask myself what I should do, since I am answerable not only for my actions but also for the normative principles that guide my actions. There are not only demands concerning what I ought to do, there is also the question if I ought to do what I supposedly ought to do. To be clear, our spiritual freedom does not entail that we can question all the norms of our lives at once, and we are not free to invent our principles out of nothing. Rather, our spiritual freedom should be understood in terms of the philosophical model that is known as Neruth's boat. We are like sailors who have to rebuild their ship on the open sea, without ever being able to dismantle it in dry dock. We learn from the famous argument by the philosopher of science Otto Neruth. Where a beam is taken away, a new one must at once be put there, and for this the rest of the ship is used as support. By using the old beams and driftwood, the ship can be shaped entirely anew, but only by gradual reconstruction. Neruth presented his boat as a model for the acquisition and transformation of scientific knowledge, but his boat analogy can help us to grasp the conditions for any form of spiritual freedom. Point 2. In leading my life, I cannot retreat to an unshakable foundation or a view from nowhere. I find myself in Neruth's boat, which is out on the open sea from the beginning and until the end. Who I can be, how my boat is built, depends on socially shared norms, which I am bound to uphold, challenge, or transform through what I do. I can alter or replace parts of the boat, as long as enough of the other parts remain in place and keep myself afloat. I can even undertake major renovations, but my life depends on maintaining some form of integrity. Even if I try to wreck the boat or try to refrain from repairing the boat so that it will sink, I have to sustain that decision with integrity for it to be my decision. I have to try to wreck the boat and try to give up my life. I can ask myself what I am doing with my life and transform the commitments that define who I am. Yet all such transformations are possible only from the practical standpoint of trying to lead my life, just as all renovations of the boat are possible only from a practical standpoint that is trying to maintain the integrity of the boat. Even when I question who I am, even when I tear planks from the bottom of the boat, the questioning itself only makes sense because I am committed to having integrity as a person. To grasp anything as part of my life, as something that I do or experience, is not a theoretical observation of myself but a practical activity of spiritual self-maintenance in which I am always engaged. The activity of spiritual self-maintenance should not be conflated with self-preservation, and it is not necessarily conservative, since it is the condition of possibility for all forms of self-transformation. For anything I do to be intelligible is my action, and for anything that happens to be intelligible is something that I experience. I have to grasp it as part of my life. Moreover, since my life always runs the risk of falling apart, I must always sustain or renew my life in practice. The form of my self-consciousness is not primarily an explicit reflection regarding who I am, but the implicit activity of spiritual self-maintenance that is built into everything I do and everything I experience. The integrity of my life cannot be established once and for all but is inherently fragile. Indeed, the fragility of integrity, the risk of breaking apart and sinking to the bottom of the sea, is a necessary part of why it matters to maintain any form of integrity in the first place. For the same reason, my self-consciousness cannot place me outside of my life. Even in my most explicit forms of self-reflection, I cannot be detached. On the contrary, my self-consciousness only exists in and through the practical activity of sustaining my life, which means that there is no contemplative self to which I can withdraw. Even the project of retreating into passivity is still a project that requires my engagement, a project to which I have to hold myself, and by the same token a project that I can transform or call into question. This practical activity of leading my life is the minimal form of my self-consciousness and the condition of my spiritual freedom. 2. The distinction between natural and spiritual freedom proceeds from the secular notion of life that underlies all my arguments in this book. From a religious perspective, a life that ends in death is meaningless and without purpose. For life to have meaning and purpose, it must ultimately be grounded or absorbed in something that is infinite, something that will never die. My argument is, on the contrary, that any purpose of life depends on the prospect of death. This is not to say that death is the purpose of life. Death is not a purpose, not a completion or fulfillment of anything, but rather the irrevocable loss of life. The point, however, is that nothing can be at stake in life, that no purpose can matter without running the risk of death. Life can matter only in light of death. Our individual and collective efforts to sustain life bear witness to our relation to death. It is a central feature of our spiritual life that we remember the dead, just as it is a central feature of our spiritual life that we seek to be remembered after our death. This importance of memory, of recollection, is inseparable from the risk of forgetting. Our fidelity to past generations is animated by the sense that they live on only insofar as we sustain their memory, just as we will live on only insofar as future generations sustain the memory of us. This form of living on should not be conflated with a religious notion of eternal life. If we are compelled to keep the memory of the dead, if we make ourselves responsible for keeping them alive and use it, is because we recognize that they are dead. Likewise, if we are concerned that we will be remembered after we are gone, it is because we recognize that we will be dead. Without the prospect of death, without the prospect that our lives will be lost forever, there would be no purpose in maintaining either natural or spiritual life. Life cannot make sense as life without death. Only a finite life can make sense as a life. This is the argument that I will deepen in this chapter, in showing how finitude is the condition of possibility for both any form of natural life and any form of spiritual life. The starting point for my argument is the concept of life is characterized by self-maintenance. A living being cannot simply exist but must sustain and reproduce itself through its own activity. The concept of self-maintenance underlies all definitions of living organisms and living systems as self-organizing. To be alive is necessarily to have a self-relation, and any self-relation consists in the activity of self-maintenance. Non-living entities do not have any form of self-relation because they are not doing anything to maintain their own existence. A stone simply lies on the ground for an indefinite amount of time. Whether the stone is moved or broken has nothing to do with an activity of its own. This is the categorical distinction between the non-living and the living. Entities that exist without the activity of self-maintenance are intelligible neither as living nor as dead but as non-living. In contrast, an entity is intelligible as living if its existence depends on its own activity of maintaining itself. If the activity of self-maintenance ceases, the entity is no longer intelligible as living but as dead. Philosophically considered, the concept of life must be distinguished from specific biological forms of life. To assume that life depends on specific forms of biology is question-begging. We cannot define life merely by listing the traits we encounter in various species of life, since this begs the question of what makes it possible to identify these species as species of life in the first place. Current biological notions of life confirm the concept of life as self-maintenance, but they do not exhaust all possible forms of life. The concept of life is formal in the sense that it is not specific to a certain substance or substrate. We may be able to engineer forms of life that rely on an artificial substrate, and we may discover species of life, e.g., on other planets that do not exhibit the carbon base of our currently known forms of life. The philosophical question is what makes any life intelligible as a life. Identifying a material substance or a set of material properties is not by itself sufficient to make something intelligible as living. Rather, an entity is intelligible as living only insofar as it exhibits the purposive activity of self-maintenance. If E.T. lands in your living room, you can make sense of him as a living being, even though he is made of a material that you have never seen before. Likewise, if you land on another planet, whether the entities you encounter are living or not depends on the activity they exhibit rather than on the material of which they are made. Which kinds of material substrates are compatible with living activity is an empirical question that cannot be settled in advance. The philosophical task is rather to deduce the necessary features of life from the formal characteristic of self-maintenance. What is at stake is the very idea of life all the way from the most elementary forms of natural life to the most elevated forms of spiritual life. Point 3. The first feature we can deduce is that life must be inherently finite. The purposive activity of self-maintenance presupposes that the life of the living being depends on the activity, which is to say that the living being would disintegrate and die if it were not maintaining itself. Without this prospect of death, the purpose of self-maintenance would be unintelligible. Living activity is intelligible only for someone or something that has to keep itself alive in relation to an imminent possibility of death. If life could not be lost, there would be no vital interest in the activity of self-maintenance. The second feature we can deduce is that life must be dependent on a fragile material body. Life cannot be reduced to a specific material substrate, but it requires some form of material body that is in need of self-maintenance. The material body of a life must be fragile, in the sense that it must run the risk of disintegrating or ceasing to function. If the living being were not dependent on a fragile material body, there would be neither a subject nor an object of self-maintenance. To be alive is necessarily to be engaged in the activity of sustaining a material body that may cease to be animated. The third feature we can deduce is that there must be an asymmetrical relation of dependence between the living and the non-living. Any form of animation necessarily has a relation to the inanimate, the prospect of its own death, but the inverse argument does not hold. Inanimate matter does not need any form of animation in order to exist. While the living cannot exist without a relation to non-living matter can exist without any relation to the living. This is why it is intelligible that a material universe can exist before there are any living beings, and why it is intelligible that a material universe can remain after all forms of life are extinguished. The very existence of life is a fragile and destructible phenomenon. The concept of life as self-maintaining must therefore be distinguished from any idea of life as self-sufficient. The form of self-maintenance is not a form of sovereignty but a form of finitude. The reason a living being must maintain and reproduce itself is that it is not self-sufficient but susceptible to disintegration and death. These features of the concept of life make any life intelligible as a life. To be alive is a formally distinctive way of being an entity, which is characterized by the self-maintaining activity of a fragile material being. The concept of life has two genera, which I call natural life and spiritual life. In keeping with the concept of life itself, the genera of life are defined not in terms of material substances or material properties but in terms of two different forms of life activities. The genera of natural and spiritual life are two formally distinctive ways of being a living being, which are characterized by natural and spiritual freedom respectively. Point 4. The genus of natural life comprises all species that exhibit the traits of natural freedom. Any species that is engaged in the purposive activity of self-maintenance while being unable to call into question the purpose of the activity itself belongs to the genus of natural life. The genus of natural life thereby encompasses all known species of life except for human beings, all the way from plants to the most advanced primates. While these forms of life are vastly different, they all belong to the genus of natural life insofar as they remain within the bounds of natural freedom. Any forms of life that we would be able to engineer and any forms of life that we would discover on other planets would also formally belong to the genus of natural life, insofar as the life activities of these species were restricted to a form of natural freedom. The first trait of natural freedom is the activity of self-reproduction. Any form of natural life is acting for the sake of self-preservation or the preservation of the species and thereby exhibits a fundamental form of self-determination. The continuous reproduction of the individual organism across a lifetime, as well as its possible replication or procreation in the form of other individuals, are expressions of the natural freedom of self-determination. The capacity for self-determination can vary greatly among different species of natural life. There is a vast difference between a plant that can replicate merely by disseminating its seeds, or an insect that necessarily dies in the act of copulation, and an animal that can survive its own act of procreation to live on with its descendants. The latter has a greater capacity for self-determination, since it can care for its own progeny and recognize itself in a generational chain, rather than being immediately subsumed by the reproduction of the species. Yet all these forms of life remain within the bounds of natural freedom, insofar as they cannot call into question the purpose of procreation and cannot transform the given ends of generational life. The second trait of natural freedom is the ability of a living being to bear a negative self-relation. When faced with adversity, a living being does not passively submit to what happens but engages in some form of active resistance in accordance with its own self-determination. Even in disease or other forms of internal rupture, a living being is not simply negated but maintains itself in the negative experience of suffering. A stone, by contrast, cannot suffer from anything, since it has no self-relation and no ability to bear the negative within itself. The latter ability is a minimal condition for the natural freedom of self-determination. The ability to bear a negative self-relation makes it possible for a living being to strive to be itself, even when the striving entails great difficulty and pain. Moreover, the striving to be itself is intrinsic to any form of life. A living being always has to continue striving, not because it is incomplete or necessarily lacking anything, but because it has to keep itself alive. There is no final goal or completion of life, since life can come to an end only in death. Even in its fullest actuality, a living being must continue to strive to be alive, since life is essentially a temporal activity. The relation to the negative cannot be eliminated, since a living being is subject to constant alteration and has to maintain itself as it changes across time. The relation to the negative is therefore internal to the living being itself and part of its positive constitution. 5. The third trait of natural freedom is the relation to a surplus of time. The striving self-maintenance of a living being necessarily generates more lifetime than is required to secure the means of survival, so there is at least a minimal amount of free time for every living being. The capacity to engage with free time is of course something that varies greatly among different species of natural life. Even a simple plant generates free time in itself, since it does not necessarily have to devote all its time to absorbing the light, water, and other forms of nourishment that are needed for its sustenance. If you remove a plant from any form of nourishment, it can still survive for a period of time, which is why the plant is a source of surplus. A plant, however, does not have the capacity to use its free time for itself, insofar as there is no activity that is distinct from the activity of self-preservation in the life of plants. In contrast, animals that can play games, explore new aspects of their environment, or be absorbed in purring, have a capacity for self-enjoyment that is distinct from self-preservation. 6 Through this capacity, they are able not only to generate free time in themselves but the genus of spiritual life comprises all species that do have the capacity to ask themselves how they should spend their time. The only known species of spiritual life is human being, but in principle there is nothing that precludes the possibility of discovering or engineering other species of spiritual life. Whether other species of spiritual life in fact can be discovered or engineered is again an empirical question that is not within the purview of my argument. My aim is rather to establish the formal traits of spiritual freedom, which are required for any possible spiritual life and thereby define the genus. The traits of spiritual freedom are higher forms of the traits of natural freedom. To avoid any form of supernaturalism, an account of the traits of spiritual freedom must render intelligible how they can have evolved from the traits of natural freedom, which in turn have emerged from non-living matter. At the same time, it is important to emphasize that the purposive structures of natural freedom are qualitatively transformed in spiritual freedom. By virtue of spiritual freedom, I am a person and not merely a living being. The first trait of spiritual freedom is that the purposes of life are treated as normative rather than as natural. As a spiritual being, I am acting not simply for the sake of preserving my life or the life of my species but for the sake of who I take myself to be. Who I take myself to be is a practical identity because it requires that I keep faith with a commitment. For example, if I have a life-defining commitment to a political cause, I take my life to be worth living because I am a political activist. My practical identity gives me a standard of integrity, a norm in relation to which I understand myself as succeeding or failing to be myself. Many inclinations that I may otherwise have acted upon will be ruled out because they are not compatible with the integrity of my life as a political activist. My practical identity makes certain things show up as worthwhile and important, while others appear as distractions or temptations. My practical identity informs both how I lead my life and how I respond to what happens in my life. What it means to have a certain practical identity, e.g., what it means to be a political activist, is not only up to me but depends on socially shared norms. I can transform the norms through my practice, but in doing so I am always answerable to others and held to account for myself. In light of my practical identity, I am not just subject to my desires and aspirations but the subject of my desires and aspirations. In living my life I am also leading my life. The notion of practical identity was pioneered by the philosopher Christine Korsgaard in her groundbreaking work on agency. The notion of practical identity, however, is not by itself sufficient to account for the formal unity that is required for personhood and for leading a life. As Korsgaard herself points out with characteristic rigor, there is a missing principle. In her account of agency. 7 There must be a principle of unity, of coherence that makes it possible for a person to have several practical identities and adjudicate conflicts between them. For example, the demands of my practical identity as a political activist may become incompatible with my practical identity as a father, and how I respond to the conflict is a question of which practical identity I prioritize. The order of priority among a person's practical identities is what I call her existential identity. A person's existential identity consists in how she prioritizes her practical identities and responds to conflicts between their respective demands. My existential identity, what it means to be Martin, is not an additional practical identity, but the constitutive practical activity of striving to hold together an order of priority between my practical identities. In terms of Neurath's boat, my practical identities are different planks and my existential identity is the boat that holds the planks together in a fragile form. To be someone and do something, I cannot merely have a number of practical identities. There must be a principle of unity, being Martin, that renders my practical identities intelligible as mine and gives them an order of priority in my life. Without a principle of unity, I could not even experience a conflict or a contradiction between two of my practical identities, since I would not be able to understand that both practical identities are mine. Moreover, without an order of priority among my practical identities, I could have no sense of what matters in my life and when it matters. What it means to be Martin is inseparable from the relative priority of my practical identities. This order of priority is my existential identity. The form of the boat as a whole, my existential identity, establishes the relative importance of the different planks, my practical identities. If a plank that is fundamental to the construction were to break, I would be in crisis. My existential identity does not designate the completion of who I am but the fragile coherence of who I am trying to be. Being Martin is not a final identity but consists in striving to be Martin, striving to maintain or transform the relations of priority among my practical identities in the form of an existential identity. I can be only one person, but what it means to be that person, what it means to be Martin, is never established once and for all. My existential identity is itself at issue in my life. If my being a political activist has priority over my being a father, my existential identity is different than if my priority is the reverse. The order of priority that defines me can change, but without the question of priority being at stake, without my existential identity being at stake, I would not be able to lead a life and experience a conflict among my practical identities in the first place. The second trait of spiritual freedom is the ability of a person to bear a negative self-relation. The negative self-relation may be expressed as a crisis of existential identity, a conflict or breakdown in the relation among my different practical identities, but it also lives within any given practical identity. Korsgaard suggests that living up to a practical identity is what makes someone a person at all, since a person who betrays her own integrity is, for all practical purposes, dead or worse than dead. 8 Yet this cannot be right. If I ceased to be a person when I failed to live up to my practical identity, the experience of failure would be unintelligible. The motivational force of the dreaded prospect to which Korsgaard herself calls attention, I couldn't live with myself if I did that, 9 stems from my anticipation that I will have to live with myself even if I betray my own integrity. Betraying my integrity may in some cases be a fate worse than death, but it is not the same as death. If it were, I would not have to experience the pain of failure, since I would be dead. When I experience the pain of failing to be myself, it is rather because I am still alive and trying to lead my life. This is my ability to bear a negative self-relation. Because my identity is practical, a matter of what I do, it can fail or break down. Even the established order of priority among my practical identities, my existential identity, can break down. Planks that hold my boat together can break or fall apart, leaving me shipwrecked. The breakdown of my established integrity, however, is not the end of my life as a person. If I experience the disintegration of the boat, I have not yet drowned and am still trying to hold it together. Being a failed person is still being a person. The activity of trying to be myself, trying to maintain or rebuild the boat, trying to be answerable for what I do and what I have done, is the minimal form of my personhood. As long as I lead my life in any way at all, I am trying to have integrity, even if I fail. Being a person is not necessarily to succeed in living up to the demands of my practical identities but consists in trying to maintain or to change my practical identities. Likewise, being a person is not necessarily to succeed in sustaining an existential identity but consists in trying to sustain or to transform my existential identity. When I fail to be the person I am trying to be, when I am shipwrecked, I am not simply negated but the subject of the negative experience of failing to be myself. This possibility of failure is a necessary boundary condition for any practical and existential identity. The prospects of failing to be myself, of losing my integrity, losing my boat, losing my life by drowning remind me why it matters that I have integrity and that I lead my life. The ability to bear a negative self-relation makes it possible for me to strive to live up to the demands of a practical and existential identity, even at the expense of great personal suffering. I may persist in being a political activist even though I am beaten, persecuted, and risking my life, thereby demonstrating my spiritual commitment to who I take myself to be. The demands of my practical identity, however, do not come to an end when I am apparently safe and fulfilled in my life as a political activist. As long as I am committed to being a political activist, I will have to strive to live up to the demands of that practical identity and the existential identity to which it belongs. Striving to be who I take myself to be is not a task that can be completed or a goal that can be achieved. Rather, striving to be myself is intrinsic to any form of practical and existential identity. I cannot have a practical identity without continuing to try to have a practical identity, and I cannot have an existential identity without continuing to try to have an existential identity. Even in the fullest actuality and flourishing of who I am, I have to strive to be who I take myself to be, since being someone is essentially a temporal activity. The relation to the negative is therefore intrinsic to personhood and part of its positive constitution. The third trait of spiritual freedom is the ability to ask myself what to do with my time. Like all living beings, I have a surplus of time, but as a spiritual being my relation to the surplus of time is inseparable from the question of how I should spend my time. This is the question that underlies all normative considerations, since what I do with my time is what I do with my life. Every question of what I ought to do or ought not to do is ultimately a question of what I ought to do with my time. For any norm to matter to me, it has to matter to me what I do with my time. Furthermore, what I do with my time can matter to me only because I grasp my life as finite. If I believed that I had an infinite time to live, the urgency of doing anything would be unintelligible to me and no normative obligation could have any grip on me. The philosophical insight here can be elucidated by attending to the colloquial phrase, "life is too short." When I say, "my life is too short not to pursue my dreams," or, "my time is too precious to waste on this meaningless job," I make explicit the relation to finitude that is implicit in all my decisions and deliberations. The phrases express an ability to discriminate between what is worth doing and not worth doing. To say that my life is too short is to say not only that I will die but also that I am anxious to lead a flourishing life, to bring my time into focus and respond in practice to the question of what makes my life worth living. My anxiety is not reducible to a psychological condition that can or should be overcome. Rather, anxiety is a condition of intelligibility for leading a free life and being passionately committed. As long as my life matters to me, I must be animated by the anxiety that my time is finite, since otherwise there would be no urgency in trying to be someone and trying to do something. Even if my project is to lead my life without psychological anxiety before death, that project is intelligible only because I am anxious not to waste my life on being anxious before death. Indeed, it is because I am living with the anxiety that my time is finite that I can reject certain occupations or activities as unworthy of who I take myself to be. Even the sense that something lasts too long, that it takes too much time, is intelligible only because I hold that my life is too short. If the brevity of my lifetime were not an issue for me, the temporal length of an activity could not be experienced as an imposition. To be clear, no amount of time can make my life long enough. Leading a life is not a project that can be completed but rather a purposive activity that must be sustained. The judgment that my life is too short is constitutive of leading a life, which requires that I postpone the death I bear within myself. The judgment is implicit in taking anything to be urgent, my life is too short not to pursue X, and in taking anything to be a waste of time, my life is too short to waste on Y. The judgment does not have to be explicit but is at work in all forms of practical engagement. In being devoted to someone or something, e.g., spending time with a loved one, playing an instrument with great intent, learning a new profession, I express in practice that the activity is a priority and that other claims on my attention would count as a distraction. To hold that my life is too short is a normative judgment, since it expresses what I take to be worth doing with my time. The judgment is concerned with the quality of my lifetime rather than with the mere quantity of my lifetime. Hence, to judge that my life is too short is not directly correlated with how long I think my life should last in terms of objective time. I may think that I have a long time left to live in an objective sense and still judge that my time has run out in an existential sense, since it is no longer possible to live a life that is worthy of who I take myself to be. For example, if I am severely ill, have lost everyone who matters to me, or suffer from irredeemable boredom, I may choose to end my life even though I have the physical possibility of surviving for years to come. Far from expressing that I think it is the right time to die, the decision to end my life is tragic. In deciding to end my life, I express a tragic contradiction between the conception of how my life ought to be, how my life would be worth living, and how it is possible to lead my life. Without such a contradiction, I would not suffer from my situation, since there would be no discrepancy between how my life is and my conception of how it ought to be. My terminal illness, the loss of all my loved ones, or my irredeemable boredom, would not be intelligible as terrible and as a reason to end my life. The decision to end my life does not reflect that my life is complete but that I hold my life to be too short in an existential sense, and indeed so short that there is no time left for me to be who I take myself to be. If my continued life seems too long to bear in an objective sense, it is because I judge that my life is too short to live in an existential sense. Likewise, if I help someone else to die because her circumstances are unbearable, I do not hold that it is the right time for her to die. Rather, I hold that the objective conditions under which she would survive are unworthy of her dignity and that her life is too short in an existential sense to endure senseless suffering. This is a judgment, rather than a neutral observation, since I may be wrong in my assessment of the relation between the objective and the existential conditions. That is why decisions regarding euthanasia and suicide are so difficult and contestable. We may be mistaken in thinking that our lives are no longer worth living, and others may help us to see that we are wrong. My point is not to provide criteria for the difficult decisions regarding life and death, but to elucidate why their difficulty is an essential feature of leading a free, spiritual life. Existential anxiety is at work in every form of spiritual life, since it opens us to the question of what we ought to do with our time. Moreover, the anxious relation to finitude is not even ideally to be overcome. Instead of trying to achieve a final peace of mind, we should own the existential anxiety of our freedom. If we had no anxiety about what to do with our time, we would not be able to discriminate between which activities are worthy and unworthy of who we take ourselves to be. To lead a spiritual life, I have to hold that my life is too short. And in caring for the spiritual life of anyone else, I have to hold that your life is too short. For the same reason, any form of spiritual life must be dependent on a fragile material body. For my life to be constitutively too short and for your life to be constitutively too short, our time must be finite in a way that exceeds any attempt to master how long we will live. We can try to prolong our lives by maintaining our vitality, and as long as we lead our lives we are engaged in that activity of self-maintenance, but our bodies must remain fragile beyond our control. Even if the material we are made of were improved and made more durable, our bodies would still have to run the risk of breaking down and ending our lives. Without such a risk, there would be nothing at stake in leading our lives. The implications of my argument can be seen in light of what the philosopher Sebastian Rödel has called true materialism. As Rödel underlines in his seminal book Self-Consciousness, we cannot understand how we are material beings if we assume a contemplative standpoint. A materialist understanding of ourselves is severely distorting if we reduce it to a set of material properties and functions. This is, for example, the standpoint we take up when we reduce who we are and what we do to material operations in the brain that can be observed from a third-person standpoint. A true materialism should instead establish how we have a spontaneous, first-person understanding of ourselves as material beings. The understanding of ourselves as material beings is not something that arises when we take up a second or third-person standpoint on our own bodies. Rather, the understanding of ourselves as material beings is built into our own first-person standpoint. 10. Yet the question is how to account for the understanding of ourselves as material beings from a first-person standpoint. My life does not continue merely by virtue of the objective persistence of my material body, but is inseparable from the subjective activity of sustaining my life. If there is no subjective activity of sustaining my life, e.g., if I am in a coma, my life is not continuing but is at best suspended and at worst already over. My self-consciousness, my first-person standpoint, is inherent in everything I experience and everything I do, rather than something that is added in a second step of reflection. Following Rödel's important argument, to be self-conscious is not to observe myself as an object. I am not aware of what I believe through a separate mental act of inspecting my beliefs, but by being the believer. Likewise, I am not aware of what I do through a separate mental act of assessing my deeds, but by being the actor. When Rodel specifies the activity of self-consciousness, however, he does not bring into view the finitude that is intrinsic to any form of spiritual self-maintenance. Rodel makes clear that I must hold myself to a standard of integrity, but he does not acknowledge the fragility of the integrity itself. To be self-conscious is always to be engaged in the precarious activity of trying to lead my life and trying to be responsive to what I have done. By the same token, who I am and what I do is always at issue. In taking myself to be doing something and believing something, I am necessarily responsive to being mistaken about my actions and beliefs. In trying to maintain my integrity, I must hold myself open to self-correction, self-transformation, and breakdown. 11. Moreover, I must hold myself open not only to the breakdown of a particular self-conception but also to the end of my life. The sense of mortality which Rodel never addresses is built into my first-person standpoint and explains how I understand myself as a material being from the beginning. To lead my life to pursue any form of spiritual self-maintenance, I have to believe that my time is finite. And to believe that my time is finite, I have to take myself to be dependent on a fragile material body, which always runs the risk of disintegration and death. The belief that my time is finite does not have to be explicitly self-conscious. It is rather the practical self-understanding implicit in caring for my own life and the lives of others. In leading my life, I have to hold that my life is too short and needs to be sustained, which is only intelligible because I grasp myself in practice as a finite material being. The conditions of possibility for spiritual life are the conditions of the fragility of spiritual life. IV. We can here begin to see the link between spiritual freedom and secular faith. The deepest reason I am spiritually free is that I can engage the question of what I should do with my time as a question. If there were a given answer to the question, I would not be spiritually free. Who I ought to be and what I ought to do would already be determined. Neither social norms nor natural instincts, however, can by themselves determine what I do. When I adhere to a norm or follow what I take to be my natural instinct, I am the one adhering to the norm or following the instinct, and I can hold myself responsible for doing so. Even kinship relations in which natural instincts and social norms may seem especially powerful require that I maintain them. The mere biological or social fact of fatherhood is not sufficient for me to care for my child, as evidenced by the many fathers who abandon their children. Rather, I have to take myself as a father and hold myself to that practical identity. This is a matter of faith for two fundamental reasons. First, being a father is not something that can be accomplished once and for all but a practical identity with which I have to keep faith. Being a father does not depend on my figuring out a fact about myself but on my continued fidelity to the well-being of my child. Second, my commitment to being a father is not reducible to the reasons I have for being a father. On the basis of my commitment, I am compelled to give reasons for what I do with my child and understand myself to succeed or fail as a father. Yet the commitment itself cannot be derived or deduced from reason. There is no way I can demonstrate conclusively, to myself or to anyone else, that being a father is the right thing to do with my life. Rather, I find myself already constrained by my existential commitment to being a father. This commitment opens a space of reasons, since it makes me accountable for being a father and for what I do with my child, but the commitment itself is sustained by faith. Secular faith and secular reason are therefore two sides of the same coin. Secular faith has nothing to do with religious revelation or mystical intuition, but is inherent in the structure of a normative commitment. I must keep faith with my commitment as normative as something to which I am bound, since it only lives in and through me. I can come to question, transform, or betray my commitment, but only in terms of a different commitment with which I keep faith. For example, I may have a life-defining commitment to being both a father and a political activist. If the two commitments come into conflict, if my political engagement requires that I sacrifice the care for my child, the question of what I should do cannot be settled merely by considering what is the right thing to do. Should I be faithful to the political cause or to my child? Before any explicit deliberation, what appears to me as the right thing to do is itself expressive of the practical identity I prioritize and the commitment with which I keep faith. I can try to revise my priorities, but I cannot do so from a detached standpoint. The difficulty is not only the test of reason, however demanding that may be, but also the trial of faith. Failing as a father is not necessarily a failure of reason, since I may be justified in sacrificing my parental obligations for the sake of my political obligations. I am nevertheless failing as a father, since I am failing to be faithful to my child. I may have good reasons for what I do and still fail as a father, insofar as my actions betray the demands of fatherhood. The same precarious dynamic holds for all life-defining commitments. Because it is not given what we should do or who we should be, there is always a question of with whom and with what we should keep faith. These questions, who should I be? Whom should I love? With what should I keep faith? Concern our spiritual freedom. As I emphasize throughout this book, they can be living questions only for a being who understands herself as finite. The questions do not have to be explicitly self-reflective but are already at work in the way I practically care about my life. The questions concern what matters to me and there can be no pressure to answer them whether through direct action or reflective deliberation unless I understand my time to be finite. To answer the question of what matters to me is to decide what is urgent in my life and what I should prioritize. If something is important to me, it matters that I do it sooner rather than later. To do something sooner rather than later, however, is not necessarily to do it right away. What counts as sooner rather than later cannot be measured directly by objective time but depends on my practical commitments and constraints. Thus, acting on my commitment to being a father does not necessarily mean that I try to have a child with my partner here and now. In an existential sense, postponing the possibility of pregnancy can be a way of acting on my commitment sooner rather than later, insofar as I take prudential steps in light of the project of fatherhood. Saving money and getting an education, for example, can be a way of prioritizing my commitment to fatherhood over other commitments on which I could spend my money and time. Furthermore, the distinction between sooner and later is not absolute but relative and relational. That I want to do something sooner rather than later can mean that I want to do it 1 year from now rather than 10 years from now. It may be important to me to become a father, but how important it is to me is revealed by how long I am willing to wait before taking the steps toward its realization and how much it would pain me to fail to take the steps. If I am fine with waiting 10 years before acting on my commitment to being a father, it is less important to me than if I am eager to take the first steps within the next year. If it does not matter to me at all when I see someone or do something, if there is no time scale on which I take it to matter that I do it sooner rather than later, then the prospect of doing it has no importance to me at all. Inversely, if something matters to me, there has to be an existential time scale on which I take it to matter that I do it sooner rather than later. To be sure, I do not necessarily act in accordance with what matters the most to me. The mere fact that I am eager to do something does not mean that it is truly important to me. My eagerness can be a matter of frivolous indulgence. Moreover, even when it is of the utmost importance to me that I do something sooner rather than later, I can still fail to do it. Precisely because it is so important to me, I can become paralyzed by anxiety over the stakes and do something else instead. Insofar as I experience that as a failure, however, I am still holding myself to the commitment. The importance of doing something sooner rather than later answers to a normative self-conception, e.g., my practical identity as a father in relation to which I can succeed or fail. My distinction between sooner and later should not be conflated with the distinction between before and after on a timeline of events that are seen from a third-person standpoint. The distinction between sooner and later is available only from a first-person standpoint and presupposes that I am engaged in the project of leading my life. It is because I am projecting myself into a future that I can understand what it would mean for something to happen sooner rather than later. Moreover, it is because I am projecting that it will be too late, because I am projecting that my life will end, that I can be responsive to the urgency of doing anything sooner rather than later. In everything I do, I project myself into a future, which is a condition for experience to be possible. To be anyone and do anything is to project myself into possibilities that I must sustain. To be a father, for example, is to project myself into possible ways of being and acting as a father, which depend on what I do. The projection of my death, however, is the unique form of possibility that structures all of my life. My death is not something that I can experience, since any experience of mine presupposes that I am alive. Rather, my death is the projection of an unsurpassable limit of my life, which makes it possible to distinguish between sooner and later in my life. The projection of my death does not mean that I project when I will die. On the contrary, the time of my death is indefinite, both in the sense that it can happen at any moment and that it may be postponed. The indefinite time of my death is both what gives me the chance to prolong my life to live on and what makes it urgent to decide what I should do with my life. My death is therefore the necessary horizon of my life. In spatial terms, the horizon is a condition of possibility for anything to be visible at all. Everything I see against a horizon, which makes it possible to distinguish between proximity and distance, to distinguish between what is close and what is far away. The horizon allows me to discern spatial relations, but the horizon is not itself located at any point in space. No matter how far I walk, I will never arrive at the horizon, since the horizon moves with me. In temporal terms, the same holds for my death. No matter how long I live, I will never arrive at my death, since I cannot be dead. Nevertheless, any possibility of my life, any possibility of doing something or being someone can only be grasped as a possibility against the horizon of my death. My death is the horizon that renders intelligible all temporal relations of my life. If I actually believed that my life would last forever, I could not make any sense of the distinction between sooner and later in my life. The distinction itself would be unintelligible for me, since I would have no sense of a horizon in relation to which anything could be sooner or later. For the same reason, any question of priority would be unintelligible. For anything to be urgent and for anything to be at stake in prioritizing one thing over another, I have to project the horizon of my death. The horizon of my death is not a psychological projection, since it is not something I can choose to project. Rather, the horizon of my death is a condition of intelligibility for my life. In being a person at all, I necessarily project the horizon of my death. As long as I am here, the horizon is there. Just as I cannot choose to see a spatial horizon since it is a condition for anything to be visible, I cannot choose to project the horizon of my death, since it is a condition for any possible projection of my life. The horizon of my death opens the question of what I should do with my finite time and thus makes it possible to lead my life in the first place. The horizon of my death always exerts a pressure on my life, but it precedes the distinction between negative and positive pressure. The horizon of my death is the condition of possibility for all experiences of joy and release as well as for all experiences of intensity and dedication. Even the psychological experience of being relieved of pressure of having time to be grateful for my life is intelligible only because I understand my time to be finite and appreciate the precious quality of my experience as something that cannot be taken for granted. Yet the horizon of my death does not by itself give a direction to my life. A horizon is the condition both for finding a path and for being lost, since even the experience of being lost presupposes that I am trying to orient myself. The horizon cannot by itself tell me where to go, but makes it possible to look for a direction in the first place. In the same way, the horizon of my death does not by itself give me a reason for acting. My reasons for acting do not come from the prospect of my death but from my practical identities, e.g., being a father. I am a father not because I will die but because I am committed to my child, which makes me answerable for what I do as a father and gives me reasons for acting. My practical identity as a father and my reasons for acting can only matter, however, against the horizon of my death. To have a reason for acting is to have a priority, and the urgency of making something a priority in my life requires that I grasp my life as finite. This is why my spiritual freedom, my ability to engage the question of what I should prioritize, depends on the projection of my death. The horizon of my death does not provide an answer to the question of what I ought to do with my life but renders intelligible how the question can matter to me. A comparison with the seagull is once again instructive. Like all living beings, the seagull is acting in relation to its own death. Even the most elementary purposive behavior of a living organism, the purpose of maintaining the life of the organism and the species, makes sense only in relation to the prospect of death. Yet the purpose of maintaining the life of the organism and the species is not itself in question for the seagull. The seagull is always acting in light of that purpose and is therefore restricted to a form of natural freedom. For us, on the contrary, the purpose of our lives is itself in question. Even when we are completely devoted to what we do and who we take ourselves to be, our fundamental commitments can come into question. We can wake up in the middle of the night, asking ourselves what we are doing with our lives. What used to be utterly meaningful can lose its grip and what we do can cease to make sense to us. These forms of existential anxiety can be paralyzing, as in boredom or depression, but they can also transform, change, and reinvigorate our commitments. Existential anxiety is a sign of our spiritual freedom. It is because our fundamental commitments are not given that we can bind ourselves to an ideal rather than a natural purpose. Moreover, it is because our fundamental commitments are trembling and may fall apart that we can even engage the question of what to do with our lives. The notion of spiritual freedom allows us to assess the deepest difference between secular and religious faith. In one sense, religious forms of faith are a clear example of spiritual freedom. To organize your life in relation to an invisible higher power and with the aim of attaining a state beyond anything that is possible for a finite being requires the ability to call into question existing norms and hold yourself to different requirements. Moreover, religious faith is itself fragile, it always lives in relation to doubt and can cease to make sense to you. Yet the aim of religious faith is to eliminate spiritual freedom in favor of eternal salvation. Rather than hold open the question of what to do with your time, eternal salvation would close down the question completely. Eternal salvation would not allow for any form of spiritual freedom, since it would remove the question of who you should be and what you should do with your time. Let me recall why. An eternal salvation is either timeless or endless. In a timeless state of being, there is no freedom because there is nothing to do and nothing for which to strive. There can be no actions, no intentions, and no aspirations without a surplus of time. An endless life may therefore seem more attractive, since it would allow an infinite time for experience. An endless life, however, could never be your life. Since your life could never end, you would never be able to ask yourself what to do with your life, and you could never sacrifice your life for something that mattered more to you than your own existence. Most fundamentally, you would have no horizon of death against which you could give any direction to your life. A prominent scholar of Buddhist thought, Stephen Collins, has made a related observation in his systematic study of the notion of nirvana. Collins perceptively points out that eternal salvation, whether conceived as a timeless or an endless existence, is incompatible with any form of personal agency. I would ask any reader who may think it possible to know what eternal happiness might be like: if it is timeless, how are you present, and if it is endless, what possible well-being could retain its attraction, indeed its meaning as well-being, when infinitely repeated? 12. Collins elaborates the case against an endless life as follows. If anyone tries to imagine his or her existence stretching forward not merely 300 years, but 300,000 or 300 million or 300 billion, or whatever in immortality, world without end, these lengths of time are but a beginning. It will soon, I contend, become impossible to retain any sense of a recognizable structure of human emotions, reactions, intentions, aspirations, interrelations, etc. 13. Collins' point can be made more precise in light of my argument that death is the necessary horizon of leading a life. The problem is not that an endless life eventually would become impossible to recognize as a life, but that an endless life is unintelligible from the beginning. The duration of your life is indefinite, but you cannot grasp your life as endless. Anyone who is leading her life in any way must project the temporal horizon of her death, just as anyone who is walking in any direction must project a spatial horizon. Without a horizon that delimits your visible space, you could never engage the question of where to go, since you would not be able to make any distinction between what is near and what is far away in relation to where you are. Likewise, without the horizon of your death, you could never engage the question of what to do with your time, since you would not be able to make any distinction between sooner and later in your life. An endless existence would have no horizon of death and could therefore never be the life of a person. The same problem is even more obvious in the case of a timeless eternity. Even if we can make sense of the idea of a timeless consciousness, such a prospect clearly will not be me, Collins writes. He continues, no action, no thought, no intentions, aspirations, or memories can be possible without time. With no time to remember anything, let alone to have new experiences, it would be impossible to have any sense of personality, any sense of who one is. For this reason such a prospect, although certainly a possible aim for me now, cannot be said to be a form of survival. Rather, for me now it is indistinguishable from death. 14.